Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 645 Decision and Preparation. Everyone's expression was serious, and Yang Hui's expression was even uglier, because he was the only one present who knew what kind of enemy they would encounter in the end of the Gundam world. Memphis, will the Legion assessment also be upgraded to a higher level this time? Yang Hui asked seriously. Yes, what aspects? The number of enemies will double, and the learning ability will double. I know. Yang Hui. Everyone looked at Yang Hui, wanting to know why his expression was so ugly, and also wanting to know what they didn't know, what kind of final enemy they would encounter in this mission that made Yang Hui's face so ugly. Extraterrestrial Living Metal Shapeshifter, or ELS for short, is just like its name, and its entire body is made of metal that can be deformed freely. It has the property of merging with things, and has the ability to devour other substances from the contact part. Once an object comes into contact with ELS, the contact part will begin to be eroded by the crystalline metal film, and will eventually devour all targets inside, including humans. ELS also has the property of being able to learn the other party's abilities, including but not limited to, GN particles, solar furnace. This. Wang Liumei, Cruz, Flit, and Gerhardt were horrified. This is not the most fatal thing. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Wang. Wang, do you remember what I said when I just came back from Jupiter? The upcoming conversation, the guests will sleep at the doorstep. They are on Jupiter. Yes, and what about the second half of the sentence? In a head-on battle, we can't win anyway. What did you say? Now everyone couldn't sit still, especially those who were familiar with Yang Hui. He was strong and confident. In any situation that seemed to be a sure death to outsiders, he could defeat death and survive to win. Even in the Gundam Seed world, when facing the terrible Festum, it was the same. But now, they heard from Yang Hui, no matter what, it is impossible to win. Their number is calculated in trillions, and it's just a small branch. This. And what should we do? Aguirre asked in panic. Even Maximin regretted it at this time. He didn't expect to encounter a solution that was certain to die as soon as he arrived at Promise Fortress. It would be better not to come and stay safely in his own world. There is no chance of winning, but there is hope. Yang Hui said. Hope? Yes, this race can communicate. Setsuna. Wang and Wang Liumei thought of Yang Hui, who had been sparing no effort to guide Setsuna to the path of a purebred reformer. Yes, Setsuna, he is our hope. Yang Hui said seriously, in a high concentration and high purity GN particle environment, pure-blooded transformers have the ability to communicate directly using brain quantum waves. This is a dialogue between the self and the self, without hiding or lying. There is a huge difference between the communication methods of ELS and humans. Because the life of the star in their parent star system is coming to an end, the star expands and destroys the ELS's parent star, and the star eventually collapses into a white dwarf. The parent star system cannot survive and is looking for a new home, and the solar system and the Earth that have been found are one of them. Their communication method is very simple, that is, swallowing, merging into one, and then they can understand each other. So you sacrifice the person named Setsuna? Maximin asked, because he didn't know Yang Hui, it was also a test. Haha. Sure enough, after Maximin asked, except for Aguirre who was panicked and nervous, everyone else laughed and shook their heads. Yang Hui means that through the spread of GN particles, a communication environment that Setsuna can use is constructed, as a representative of humans, to communicate with ELS in the brain area, telling the other party that both parties can understand each other and there is no need to fight. Well, I even doubt whether the other party is fighting. Cruz said. What do you mean? Not only the newcomers were stunned, but also Fleet and Gerhardt. According to the intelligence provided by Yang Hui, the other party is a metal life form, with the characteristics of devouring and fusion, and there is a huge difference in culture with humans, so. Cruz paused, looked at Maximin and asked, if ELS pounces on you and wants to fuse you, what will you do? Stop, counterattack, and destroy. The answer was concise. The reaction of the normal person, then when the other party greets you, your behavior will be understood by the other party with a huge cultural difference. Why? Cruz asked. It seems that you all understand that we are fighting desperately here, and the other party may think that we are saying to them, come and play or something to warmly welcome them. Cruz said. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. Although it was full of slots, it was undeniable that Cruz's point of view was reasonable. Yang Hui, what should we do in a month? Wang asked. This time, they were going to return to the Gundam world, and naturally they were the main ones. My idea is that all the construction opportunities are used to build the mining area, and the reinforcement opportunities are used once to upgrade the production area to LV5, and then all of them are used in the mining area to get as many materials as possible. The researchers will concentrate their strength and integrate the technologies of all the current worlds. The production area will produce at least 3 reorganized fleets, and everyone must be equipped with the latest MIS. Which world is used as the standard? Wang asked. The scale of the reorganized fleet in each world is different. The standard is the Gundam Seed world. The scale of the space fleets in other worlds is too small and too simple, and the scale of the fleets in the Gundam UC world is too large and too complicated. It is difficult to complete with the current material reserves. What about the solar furnace? Yang Hui asked. Well, Memphis, use all the material packages. Yes, Commander. After all the material packages were used, everyone looked at the total amount of materials and asked Memphis to calculate. After removing the estimated materials needed for research, fleets, and special MIS, the remaining total amount plus the total output of 25 LV, 3 mining areas can produce how many original solar furnaces? 10. This is the final calculation result. Too few. In the original world, there are still 7 old model solar furnaces. Wang said. When he came to Promise Fortress, he did not bring the equipment used in the Gundam world with him. Therefore, in the Gundam world, including the old model solar furnaces and the 4 old-style solar furnaces that were replaced, there are still 11 solar furnaces available. Add the 4 made during the last break, a total of 25. Tick 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 tick. The conference room fell silent, leaving only the sound of Yang Hui knocking on the table. No one disturbed Yang Hui's thinking. Yang Hui needs to, Setsuna needs to, and Tieria needs to. These 6 are necessary. Wang said, because the 3 of them are transformers, quasi-transformers, and artificial transformers. The solar furnaces and pure GN particles have greatly improved and assisted them, and they must not be given up. 10. All made. Yang Hui finally decided to make all the solar furnaces. But the quantity is too small. Wang Liumi shook her head to express her objection. Why not produce all of them? The calculation results show that all MIS, including battleships, can be equipped with pseudo-solar furnaces. This will greatly improve us. No, don't waste the time and materials of Promise Fortress on pseudo-solar furnaces. The technology of pseudo-solar furnaces has been conquered in the Gundam Seed world. Whether it is a large one used by battleships or a small one used by MIS, it can be directly handed over to Durandal and Mina. In addition, if we go back to the Gundam world, we can also produce them there. I see. I'll notify Durandal and Mina to come over. Not only that, Flit, Gerhardt, call Algulars and Mrs. Doreen to hold a full high-level meeting. Understood. Emperor, tell Graham to organize everyone to get to know each other. After the high-level meeting, I don't want to see anyone who doesn't know where they are or what to do. Okay. Soon, the 4 people who were busy with their own affairs in their own worlds arrived together. During this time, Rebel, Gop, Char, Aguirre and Maximin also looked at various materials of Promise Fortress. They certainly could not finish reading them all, but they had a preliminary understanding of the basic situation of the fortress at present, and they were no longer in the dark. After the meeting began, Yang Hui told the 4 of them the current situation in detail, and then expressed his own ideas. This Legion battle mode will be the most difficult task we have encountered so far. Among the 5 worlds that have been connected, 3 worlds have production capacity, so I hope that within this month, the 3 worlds can provide at least 1 reorganized fleet. This is the configuration and requirements of the fleet. Yang Hui sent the configuration and requirements of the reorganized fleet to Algures, Lady Doreen, Durandal, Mina, Rebel, Gop and Char. No problem, our world can provide at least 2 fleets. Durandal and Mina agreed on behalf of the Gundam Seed world. Our world can also provide at least 2 fleets. Algures and Lady Doreen gave the same answer. In our world, the Kirin class has been under construction, so there is no problem at all, but the White Tiger class and ZC class may not be able to complete the number of 2 reorganized fleets. Rebel said, because the war in the Gundam UC world had just ended, and the Earth Federation's strong productivity had to be used elsewhere, especially for post-war reconstruction. In addition, some new technologies were used in the White Tiger class and ZC class, and they needed to be thoroughly understood before the production line could be changed. Technology cannot be used directly, especially the technology of different worlds. In different worlds, it also needs to go through learning, experiments, testing and other links before it can be fully mastered. In this case, Algaris, Madam, Durandal, Mina, Rebel, and Jipu. After the meeting, the 6 of you will discuss how to allocate a total of 6 fully equipped reorganized fleets. Okay. Okay. The 6 nodded in agreement. Then there are the personnel. Given the number of enemies we will face this time, the current personnel of Promise Fortress is definitely not enough. In addition to the 5 reorganized fleets produced by Promise Fortress, there are a total of 11 reorganized fleets. The allocation of personnel requires your cooperation. After returning to the world, select suitable and sufficient personnel and come to Promise Fortress for unified deployment and training. No problem. Everyone nodded, especially Agiri, Mixaman and Char. They may not be able to help with the production of the fleet, but they can still help with the personnel. They are definitely not as good as Durandal, Argalis and others, but this is the only way they can help. Then it's decided. Within a week, the personnel must be in place, and then unified deployment and training will be carried out. Chapter 646, The Old and the New. After the high-level meeting, Yang Hui immediately had the results of the meeting and what everyone needed to do uploaded to their respective pads, as well as the details of the Legion mode and the changes to the Promise Fortress, which would all be uploaded to the public page of the main system, so that the people below could check them by themselves. Oh, this is interesting. Graham raised his lips with interest after seeing the information. Uncle Graham, what's wrong? You know it? Why are you here? Graham asked in surprise. My mother said it might be very busy here, so she asked me to come and help. Yunoa replied playfully. Although she was actually in her 40s or 50s, her personality was still so lively and sunny. Well, we do need help here. Graham looked at the noisy simulation training hall and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Everyone was waiting for the notice of the decision-making meeting, but the waiting time was too boring. So many people were sitting in the simulation training cabin, especially the newcomers. After the visit, they were very interested in the simulation training that Graham and others introduced to simulate death, and they also wanted to exchange ideas with their predecessors. So many people haven't seen the message sent by the decision-making meeting yet. Uncle, is the next mission very dangerous? Yaonoya asked Graham with some concern. She had seen the notification from Mephis's machine and the changes in the central hall. Yes, it's very dangerous. Graham would not lie and told her directly. Yes, I know. Yaonoya was a sensible person. She knew one thing very well, which mission was not dangerous. Even if Yang Hui and his team were strong and powerful, there were still dangers, but she would not voice her concerns. Everyone was working hard to complete the mission better and more safely, and she would not spread negative emotions. Look, the news is out. Wow. Legion missions, it looks like there's something to do. Is there finally a chance to go on the field? I'm getting impatient waiting. This mission looks very dangerous, and they actually need to mobilize the power of all the worlds to prepare together. 11 reorganized fleets, what a big battle. ELS? Fusion and devouring, hiss, it reminds me of bad memories. You mean Festum? Yes, I survived by chance, and those were just humans who were not fully assimilated. I have nightmares just thinking about it. Anyone who can survive that battle is a tough guy. Who said it wasn't? But this time the challenge feels even bigger. Nonsense. The number is calculated in trillions. Is there anyone who wants to spar? If not, I'll just do regular training. I'll do it. Originally, they were training and sparring enthusiastically, and now after seeing the news, everyone's enthusiasm was even higher. Among them were people who had participated in the final battle of the Gundam Seed World. They knew how terrible these alien creatures were, and the more strength they had, the more chances they had to survive. The other old people were there because they finally had the opportunity to go to other worlds to perform missions. Because the team had limited places, they missed the previous opportunity by a single step. Now that they were here, they would not miss the opportunity to shine. The newcomers, were divided into two categories. For example, the people from the 12th Independent Technical Unit and the Ghost Unit looked for the old people to discuss or ask for advice expressionlessly, constantly improving themselves. Even Ding Yi, Carmen, Wolfgang, Torre and others from the super-limited private Kanang world were the same. Although they were not regular soldiers, they had also experienced space wars and knew what they should do. The other category was the people from the Tekkadan and Tabans. Very few of them had calm expressions, but most of them looked frustrated and didn't know what to do. When they saw such heavy news, their mood fell to the bottom. Yet, I guessed that the gap was not small, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Nanace Taban said self-deprecatingly. At first, he thought that even if Tabans and Tekkadan were not as good as the other party, they should not be that bad. They were also experienced in many battles and could win a beautiful victory against an official army like Jallarhorn. But after actually facing them, he found that they were not even a little bit worse. Not to mention the predecessors of Promise Fortress, let's compare the members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit and the Ghost Unit, who came to Promise Fortress at the same time. In individual battles, Mikazuki has a high chance of winning, and Zhao Hong is also okay, but Zeno, who is also one of the three major kings, was completely beaten by the opponent, not to mention the others. This is just an individual battle, and the team battle was even more horrible. The people of Tekkadan and Tabans are all wild, and they may have some talents. Their personal abilities are acceptable, and they often come up with some whimsical ideas to catch the opponent off guard. But in terms of team cooperation, combat experience, combat awareness, on-the-spot adaptability, etc., they are far behind. For example, in a team battle, they used a strange move to disrupt the opponent's formation, creating chaos and opportunities, but before they could use this opportunity, the opponent resolved it and reorganized the situation. Mikazuki's performance was indeed amazing, but in a team battle, the most important thing is teamwork. It is meaningless for Mikazuki to be strong alone, and it is also meaningless for Zhao Hong to be strong. Without tacit cooperation and tactics, they are also restricted and can't find any chance to turn the tables. What should I do? Olga. Mikazuki Augustus asked Olga. He didn't care about winning or losing, but only cared about Olga Yizuka's instructions and told him what to do next. Biscuit Griffin behind him also stood behind Olga Yizuka with a worried look on his face. The sense of frustration was too strong, making him feel that Tekkadan and others were simply not from the same world. Olga Yizuka gritted her teeth and came to Graham. Olga, what's wrong? Please teach us. Olga Yizuka bowed and asked sincerely. Other members of the Tekkadan came up and bowed to Graham like their leader. Okay. Graham agreed readily. I know this request is rash, eh? The people of the Tekkadan were stunned and looked up at Graham blankly. Graham did fight side by side with them in the iron-blooded orphans world, but they didn't communicate much with each other. They were just acquaintances. Logically, there was no reason for him to teach them. They also planned to ask each one of them shamelessly, hoping that someone would agree. But unexpectedly, Graham agreed without any hesitation. Didn't Yang Hui tell you? Graham teased, when we come here, we are all companions. Learning from each other and growing together is the style of this fortress. I'm very sorry. Olga Yizuka apologized. Yang Hui did tell him, but he didn't know Yang Hui and thought it was a face-saving job in the officialdom and didn't take it seriously. It's okay, but you have to remember that there is competition here, but it's healthy competition. Are you dissatisfied? Unconvinced? If you lose, don't make excuses, keep working hard to win back next time, understand? I understand. Well, Yang Hui may assign me other tasks later, and the same should be true for Setsuna, Lalanti Iria. After all, the next mission world is our world, and there may not be time. Is the next mission in your world? Olga Yizuka and others were surprised. Well, for various reasons, so I will arrange for someone else to take care of you. Thank you very much. It's okay, Mew, Haina. Graham looked around and saw Mew and Haina with Stanfus leaving the simulation cabin to rest, so he called them over. What's the matter? The two came over and asked. You know their situation, they are wild and have no systematic training. Lead them. Graham said to Mew and Haina. No problem. The two nodded in agreement. They also knew the Tekkadan. As newcomers, they had fought with the Tekkadan in the iron-blooded orphans world and had a better understanding of their situation. What about you? Are you going to be lazy? Mew teased. I should. Beep beep beep. Graham just opened his mouth and his pad started beeping. Look, Yang Hui is here to find me. Well, that guy doesn't treat himself as a human being, and he doesn't plan to treat us as human beings either. Mew teased. There's nothing we can do. Who made us believe him and get on his black ship? Will we be exploited by him for the rest of our lives? Graham shrugged. Ha ha ha. After chatting for a while, Graham found Setsuna, Lyle and Iria to go find Yang Hui together. Mew and Hino Westenfers stayed behind to teach the three Miss Pilots of the Tekkadan and Tabans, Amita Maruka, Eiji Garuman and Rafta Frankland, from scratch. We all know your situation. To be honest, you are far behind. Mew scratched his hair and said helplessly. Mr. Mew, Mr. Westenfers, what do we need to do? Olga Yizuka asked, with a firm look, without loss or concession. Let's start the basic training. Hina Westenfers suggested. You all started from scratch, including Miss Amita and the others, and have not received systematic training. So starting from the basic training, except for Mikazuki and Miss Amita, the basics of you are completely unqualified. No problem. Of course, this is just a suggestion for Ms. Pilots. We can only teach you Ms. driving techniques, and we can't do anything else. Hina Westenfers said. He and Mew are both Ms. Pilots. Although they have led teams, they are only squad tactics. They are not qualified to be teachers for higher strategic areas. The same is true for Eugene Seven Stark's captain's knowledge, Biscuit Griffin's logistics management, and Ego Taban's mechanical maintenance. Can you recommend something for us? Naze Taban asked. His sworn brothers were so active, so it would be unreasonable for him to be lazy. For example, I want to learn the command of a battleship. Eugene Seven Stark took the initiative to say. For me, it's all about the knowledge of mechanical maintenance. Edge Taban also stood up. Well, I understand, Mew, I'll leave it to you. Hina Westenfers said to Mew. Okay, you go ahead, I can take care of the basic training by myself. Okay, everyone, follow me. Chapter 647, Type Time. Graham and his four companions took the elevator directly to the top floor of the central hall, which was Yang Hui's personal room. What are the arrangements? Graham asked straight to the point. You are all clear about the situation, Setsuna. Everyone looked at Setsuna, looking at the only hope for this mission. Setsuna didn't say anything, nodded, and shook his head. What do you mean? Yang Hui asked in surprise, and looked at Wang and others. Let me tell you. Iria stood up. In a high concentration of GN particles, I can feel that Setsuna's brain quantum waves are very active, but to reach the level of a pure-blooded transformer, it is still a little short, and it is not very stable. It's difficult. Yang Hui said with a headache. Setsuna has also experienced 2 mission worlds. His technology, experience, and consciousness are already top-notch, but he still hasn't successfully awakened as a pure-blooded transformer. Does it really need to return to the Gundam world to repeat the original history? Wait. I remember that Setsuna's Gundam is equipped with a twin drive system. That system cannot be successfully started without the transformer, right? Yang Hui suddenly thought of this. When the Secret Angel Gundam first started the twin drive, it used the transformer's brain quantum waves to link and resonate with the GN particles, and successfully made the output power of the 2 solar furnaces reach a stable startup state. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, because the twin drive system could not be successfully started, so in the iron-blooded orphans world, the twin drive parallel connection was temporarily changed to series connection, just like the Secret Angel at the beginning. So, Setsuna, Lyle, Iria, you will come with me to conduct the twin drive system restart test of the Gundam, and Iria and Lyle, your new bodies must also prepare the twin drive system. New body. Iria and Lyle were stunned. Yes, it's been sent. Take a look for yourself. Here it is. By the way, there's also your brothers, Lyle. Anyway, you 2 brothers look alike, why don't you test it together? Yang Hui is indeed worthy of it, and he's really thoughtful. Lyle whistled. What about Alelojas? It's being manufactured. There's one for him and one for his girlfriend. When it's finished. Graham, come and help. Originally, Yang Hui was going to let Yulin test Neil's new machine, the Angel Killer Gundam, but Yulin had her own machine to test, so she asked Lyle, as her brother, to do it for her. Graham was also asked to test Aleluja and Soma Pyrrhus's new machine, the Angel of the Demon Gundam. But Lyle and Graham can only conduct basic performance tests at present, because they are not Transformers yet, and Neil Dylandy is not either, so they have to wait until the problem that the twin drive system must be a Transformer is solved. Aleluja and Soma Pyrrhus are not innovators, but the brain quantum waves of super soldiers are stronger than those of ordinary people. Yang Hui doesn't know whether they can activate the twin drive system, so he can only postpone it. Don't I have a new machine? Graham asked expectantly. What? It's only been a short time and you're going to abandon it? Yang Hui teased. Oh. Graham's mouth twitched. No new machine, your machine is already the most suitable one for you at present. After fusing the Transcendence System, Gundamium Alloy, SECMU System, Nanocomposite Armor and Ahab Reactor into your machine, it will be enough. Didn't I change to new machine? The various technologies brought back from the three worlds this time, the most important ones are the Transcendence System, of the Transcendence Hunter Kanan world, the Gundamium Alloy, SECMU System, and the Mie Furnace of the Gundam UC world, and the Nanocomposite Armor and Ahab Reactor of the Iron-Blooded Orphans world. Although the Ahab Reactor and the Mie Furnace have different principles, their characteristics and output power are similar. However, the Ahab Reactor has one more advantage than the Mie Furnace, which is durability. The Ahab Reactor is difficult to be physically destroyed, and its durability is very high. The Ahab Reactor made during the Calamity War can still operate normally after 300 years. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Yang Hui chose the Ahab Reactor and the Solar Furnace as the energy source of the body instead of the Mie Furnace. Okay. Graham spread his hands. He was just joking. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to part with the flag Gundam that had accompanied him until now. The distribution of the Solar Furnace has been decided. Yang Hui has 2 Dawn Gundams, Graham has 2 Flag Gundams, Setsuna has 2 U Gundams, the Delandi brothers have 2 Angel Destroyer Gundams and Hell Angel Gundams, 2 Angel Gundams prepared for Aleluja and Soma Pyrrhus, and 2 Healing Angel Gundams for Tiaria. That's 14 out. Then there was Fleet's Gundam Age 1, SM's Gundam Age 2, Gerhardt's Gundam Legeris, Yulin's new machine, Lunar Angel Gundam, Kira's Strike Freedom Gundam, Aslan's Infinite Justice Gundam, Cruz's Providence Gundam, Char's Sezabi, Sega's Cancer, Kofkoff. 1 was used up by each of the Avian Gundam. 4 places were taken for the new machines of Neil, Aleluja and Soma Pyrrhus because they were originally users of the Solar Furnace and were the most familiar with it. At the same time, this was also Yang Hui's selfishness. After all, they were his oldest companions. After 100 or 200 years, how could they not bring some gifts back? If they hadn't brought enough places, they should have been the first batch of members to join the Promise Fortress like Setsuna and the others. This was also what Yang Hui owed them. Others, either one of the representatives of each world or Miss Pilot at the top of the pyramid, were eligible to use the scarce places. Finally, there are only 2 spots left. Yang Hui plans to integrate the technologies of several worlds and upgrade everyone's machines in a week, and then conduct a simulation competition to see who is qualified to take these 2 spots. But, to be honest, he already has a rough guess about who the last 2 people will be. Wallif, Dalfrost, Barry Ho, Kong Yun, Luo, Young, and Amuro will be born from these people if nothing unexpected happens. Oh, by the way, there are also new members of the Iron Blood Orphans and the Ultra Hunter Kanan, who are also possible. Yang Hui just doesn't know these people very well, but he feels that there is little hope. In order to deal with this Legion battle and the countless ELS, Yang Hui really plans to take out all the old bottoms, leaving no supplies at all. Except for those who are responsible for ordinary work in Promise Fortress, all of them will go out, and even summon more people from other worlds. Think about it, with the fleet size of the Gundam Seed world, how big is the scale of dispatching 11 reorganized fleets? 1 month is too short. Even if we carefully select personnel, it is difficult to find them. Otherwise, Yang Hui would have set the fleet size based on the fleet of the Gundam UC world. Hey, Yang Hui, you are finally here. Luo found Yang Hui as soon as he arrived at the Research Institute. How is it? Is the technology brought back this time compatible with our original machine? Yang Hui went straight to the point without wasting time on small talk. Of course it can be. The Research Institute has already verified it. But, yes. As everyone walked inside, Luo explained the current problems to Yang Hui. There is no problem with compatibility. The problem is that the capacity of a machine is not enough. To meet your requirements, the machine must be enlarged. This problem should not be a problem, right? Yang Hui frowned and asked back. He is also a MIS designer. The current MIS is generally around 18 m. If it is enlarged, 20 meters to 23 meters will not have much impact. It's really not a problem, but, how should I put it? Honestly, we all think it's not necessary. What do you mean? The enlargement of the body is not just as simple as an increase in size. You should know that, right? Well, the size of the body has increased. It has no effect on ordinary pilots, but as long as it is a pilot above rank B, it takes time to adapt. They need to adapt to the strength, weight, inertia, feeling, etc. For example, Yang Hui piloted the Dawn Gundam through a hail of bullets. Due to its larger size, it was not as flexible. Some attacks that could have been dodged with a limit required defense with a shield. This would have an impact on Yang Hui, who is accustomed to the previous driving method. Even a pause of just 1 second could result in the threat of death. So, we have an idea to see if we can fuse the solar furnace and the AHAB reactor together, and the new formula of Gundamium alloy, whether we can directly fuse the mental link system or the SECMU system, the fusion of the trans-limit system, and the trans-AM system. Yang Hui's eyes lit up. He really didn't think of this method, but, two technologies from different worlds and different principles, is it really possible to complete it? Is it feasible? I just have some clues, and the details have not started yet. Luo shrugged. This is indeed a difficult challenge. The principles of the two technologies are completely different. It is theoretically feasible to fuse them together, but there are too many difficult and complicated problems in the middle, and it takes time. Can you catch up? It's hanging. I didn't report it directly to the top because I was unsure. That won't work. You also know the importance of the next mission. I want to ask your decision because I know it. Well, the project of technology fusion will be put aside for the time being. What if it is simply reduced? Yang Hui asked. Except for the solar furnace, which currently has no room for improvement, everything else is fine. Then let's finish the shrinking project first, at least get the complete data of everyone's new machines, as well as the standard machines, and the joint training should start as soon as possible. Okay, let's try harder here, Alice, we still don't have enough manpower. Let me see if I can transfer some more people to help you. By the way, Luo, you can't just focus on research. There are still 2 spots for the solar furnace. Don't you want to fight for it? Yang Hui asked. Of course I have to fight for it, because it's a solar furnace. Then you have to work harder, there are many strong competitors. I know this better than you, but I am still confident. Huh? It seems that you have prepared a secret weapon. Just wait and see. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, A Big Step Forward. Confirmed docking, 00, Flag, Hell Angel, and Healing Angel have no abnormalities in their systems. All 8 solar furnaces are operating normally. Okay, start the test, Graham, Setsuna, Lyle, T-Area, start. Understood. X4GN drive, cancel standby. The 4 of them started the machines at the same time, and the 8 solar furnaces were running at high speed. Light green GN particles erupted in the laboratory, and the starlight was like a dream. The topological defects transitioned from the ground state to the high energy level. The particle synchronization rate of each twin drive is 35, 37, 40, 47, 58. Each machine has exceeded 60. Over 80% will enter the stable operation range. Warning. Warning. The topological defects of each machine are unstable, the coordination rate of twin drive is reduced, and the fusion rate is also decreasing. Sure enough, the synchronization test of twin drive encountered the expected problem, which was also the problem that Yang Hui and Ian encountered when they first equipped the secret angel with twin drive in the Gundam world. 00, Flag, Hell Angel, suspend testing, T-Area, enter transformer mode. Understood. X400 Gundam, Flag Gundam, and Hell Angel stop testing, The solar furnace returned to standby mode, and the healing angel continued to operate the solar furnace. Tieria herself entered transformer mode, her eyes filled with colorful streamers. 00, flag, Hell Angel testing stopped, healing angel topological defect stabilized, and the particle synchronization rate of twin drive began to rise. Oh, not yet. Yang Hui looked at the rising particle synchronization rate. The particle synchronization rate, which had already fallen below 20%, quickly rebounded, but as Yang Hui expected, when it rebounded to 50%, the speed of increase began to slow down, and when it rose to 60%, it was like a snail crawling, until it could no longer rise to about 75%. Still not working. The researchers were frustrated. Everything about the solar furnace was the object of their keen research. Twin drive was a theoretically complete system, but it had never been successful, which made them very frustrated. Tieria, how do you feel? Yang Hui asked. Nothing is abnormal. Relax your body and mind, and feel the GN particles around you. Feel the GN particles. Yes, feel the GN particles, feel the body, and feel the connection between yourself and them. Who understands what you are saying, understand. Tieria complained mercilessly. It was clearly a rigorous scientific research test, but it was made to be as mysterious as some kind of metaphysical or theological prayer. But Tieria didn't understand, so he still did it. After all, Yang Hui succeeded in this way. The only successful case said that he had to do it even if he didn't understand it. Feel, feel, feel. Tieria closed his eyes and followed Yang Hui's instructions to feel the GN particles and the body, and establish a connection between himself and them, but this kind of thing should be done by Setsuna. After a few minutes, there was no feedback. Tieria's temper gradually became irritable. Just when he was about to give up the rampage, suddenly, a joy he had never experienced before appeared in his mind, very small, very light, and very ethereal. This is it. Tieria immediately held his breath and concentrated, trying to grasp this ethereal feeling. As he relaxed and focused, the pleasure was still slightly ethereal, but 1, 2, 3, more and more, so many that they were countless. The small pleasures gathered together, forming an endless ocean. The green light spots swayed left and right, converging towards one place, and finally condensed into a huge figure. Healing angel. No. There was more than one light and shadow in front of Tieria. Behind the obstruction, there was another one looming. That is, the archangel. Why do I know this phenomenon? What exactly is? Tieria was confused and puzzled in the spiritual world, while the real world was a scene of bustling activity. The Trans-AM system started up on its own. The particle synchronization rate of the twin drive continues to rise, breaking through 80%, entering the stable operation range. The particle synchronization rate continues to rise, 83, 89, stable at 93%. The twin drive system is operating normally, and the healing angel has started successfully. Oh. The successful startup of Tieria and the healing angel's twin drive finally took the project one step forward. Yang Hui is no longer a special case, but they still have a long way to go to fully understand the twin drive system. First, the 00 Gundam, the Flag Gundam and the Hell Angel, then the Angel of Extermination and the Angel of Demons, and then the application of the twin drive system of the pseudo-solar furnace, and the extension of multiple furnaces with the same frequency. The red color of the healing angel faded, the Trans-AM system ended, the operation of the solar furnace began to slow down, the GN particles stopped exploding, and the synchronization rate and fusion rate of the twin furnaces remained above 80%, maintaining the stable operation of the body. Okay, Tieria, the test is over. Understood. The green light began to weaken, and the healing angel regained his composure and stopped. Success. Tieria was also very concerned about the test results, so he asked directly when he came down. Success, tell me what happened at that time. This is what everyone cares about most. The success of one or two machines still cannot represent universality. If it does not represent universality, it cannot be popularized. Research that cannot be popularized is a failure. I can't say it. Although Tieria tried her best to organize her words, she still couldn't express everything she had just experienced. Alice. Everyone was disappointed, but they didn't blame Tieria. Yang Hui was the first successful case. He also told everyone about his experience from the test to the success without any reservation, but they really wanted to describe it with the word fantasy. As a scientist, it is really difficult to accept that kind of idealistic content, and it is even more impossible to use idealistic content to explain scientific phenomena. Spiritual power, brain quantum waves, mental waves. Yang Hui roughly guessed what the area had experienced. Like him, he couldn't express it in rigorous and scientific language, but there were still clues, that is, mental power, brain quantum waves and mental waves. But having clues and sufficient theoretical knowledge is not enough. The researchers at Promise Fortress cover various fields, including researchers in the human brain. The human brain is the most mysterious area of the human body. Many projects have proposed relevant theories and even found relevant evidence in cases, but it is difficult to be confirmed. Why? Because it is difficult to find a suitable experimental subject. The human brain is too delicate and will fail if you are not careful. As an experimental subject, the brain is very fragile and will be damaged by a slight touch. Yang Hui didn't know much about brain quantum waves when he was in the Gundam world, so he couldn't make effective suggestions. But now it's good. The Gundam UC world is connected to the Promise Fortress. There are many researchers on mental waves in NT, and the research data is also very complete, which has greatly promoted the research progress of mental power, brain quantum, mental waves. Anyway, that thing. Setsuna is a quasi-reformer, but Lyle and I are innocent ordinary humans. There is no sign at all. Graham said depressedly. If the activation key of twin drive is really mental power, they really have no chance. Everyone has the problem of mental power, the more or less. Hope was not lost, and ordinary people were not without opportunities. Set up a special research team, responsible for understanding the strength, input, and output of mental power. Let's cooperate with each other and see if we can use this opportunity to successfully awaken. Understood. Others continue with their respective research projects. There is less than a week left. We must solve the problems of shrinking and compatibility of various technologies, and design new mass-produced machines and special-purpose machines. At least there must be specific data to support simulation training. Understood. The work of the XN Institute came to a temporary halt. Yang Hui, Graham, Lyle, and Tieria went to the simulation training room to see if the newcomers and old people got along well. They look pretty good. Of course, it's not the first time. Are there any troublemakers? Yes, but they should all be reflecting on themselves now. Graham shrugged. Whenever new people come to report, troublemakers are inevitable. Look, those three, Torre, Carmen and Caruso from the Super Hunter K9 world, started to cause trouble right away, and ended up being taught a lesson. Wow. Interesting, their eyes are pretty good. Following Graham's finger, he saw the three people fighting hard in the simulation training on the big screen. It can be seen that they were hit hard, but their eyes were still fiery and full of fighting spirit. What about them? Yang Hui raised his head in the direction of the Tekkadan and Tabans. They are quite self-aware. That's not bad. They all have great potential. If someone leads them, they will improve rapidly. How can it not be great? Those who can be brought back to the fortress directly are either the protagonists or the stage boss. Yang Hui laughed and complained in his heart. You want to play too? Graham, Lyle and Tieria were stunned when they saw Yang Hui walking towards an empty simulation cabin. I can't slack off when they are chasing me so closely. Yang Hui smiled and sat in the simulation cabin. Graham, Lyle and Tieria smiled at each other and found an empty seat to sit in. At the same time, they sent invitations to Yulin, Kira, Aslan, Asem, Waruf, Kong Yun, Jigas, Zhang Wufei and other strong men in the first echelon of the fortress who were in training, and even contacted Fleet, Gerhard and Cruz who were not present. An invitation from Mr. Graham? Yang Hui. Fighting with Yang Hui? It's been a long time. Let's try and see how big the gap is. Are we coming? That's right, if someone else does it, it's just bullying. Interesting, a big fight, but everyone should focus on Uncle Yang Hui first, right? Wow. Interesting, just in time to recover, so that the body won't get rusty. At first, only a few people noticed it, but as Kira and others interrupted the ongoing simulated battles, and even saw Flit, Gerhard and Cruz enter the simulation cabin, they knew that something big was going to happen, and they all stopped their training and looked at the big screen, waiting for the show to start. Watch carefully, This is the top combat power of the fortress now. Dorfrost, who was responsible for guiding Torre, Carmen, Caruso and other super-limited hunters in the world of Kanan, said to them seriously. You two, especially you Sanrizuki, see how far the little monster is from the big monster. Mew said to the people of Tekkadan and Tabans. Chapter 649, A Huge Fight with Many Monsters, Part 1. As the screen lit up, Yang Hui immediately received a request for a simulated battle connection. Huh? Graham wants to be bullied again? Okay, I almost forgot about bullying him. A big fight? So many people? Oh my. He's looking for a place to fight. At first, Yang Hui thought Graham was going to practice with him alone. It happened that he hadn't fought with Graham for a long time, so he wanted to see how much he had improved and help him recall the feeling of being stepped on by him. As a result, when he clicked on it, he saw the scene universe, Stone Crushed Universe, a big fight mode, and the invited guests were Kira, Aslan, Yulin, Flit, SM, Waruf, Gerhardt, Kong Yun, Cruz, Lyle, Tieria. The top strength of Promise Fortress, all of them were present. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, this is interesting. Ha ha ha. Accept it. The next second, the screen showed the scenery outside. Countless gravels were floating in the silent universe. This was the Gravel Universe, a space filled with countless rocks, meteorites, and asteroids. Not only that, but all the gravels contained a certain amount of energy, which was a natural shelter and interference, making energy detection and heat source detection useless. Moreover, the extremely unstable energy ores mixed in these gravels had the risk of explosion when hit by an attack, but they looked no different from ordinary gravels. It could be said that this was a natural minefield. Energy, heat source, electromagnetic, even the heavy ion detection system can't be used. Can we only rely on optical cameras and feelings? After trying all the detection systems carried by the Dawn Gundam, they all failed and could not be used. However, in such an environment, Yang Hui still kept an excited smile on his face. Let's go find someone first. Staying here is useless. Ding ding ding. Oh. A beam of light penetrated the narrow gaps between countless rebels and attacked from behind the Dawn Gundam. The Dawn Gundam dodged sideways and barely avoided the sniping of the beam, hiding behind the asteroid. Sniper. It can't be Yulin, then it must be Lyle. He found one. After determining the direction of the target, the Dawn Gundam rushed out from the hiding boulder, with the golden light attached to its wings. The Holy Angel of Judgment descended again, and waves of bits pushed forward one after another, swallowing countless rocks and clearing a clean and tidy road. Huh? No. After advancing for a short distance, the Dawn Gundam suddenly stopped advancing, the waves were retracted, and the wings wrapped around the whole body. The next second, several beams of light hit the Dawn Gundam from completely different directions, splashing ripples on the golden wings and then refracted. The power is wrong, it's Yulin. Whether it's Yulin's Luna Gundam or Lyle's Angelus Gundam, the power of the main weapon beam sniper rifle cannot be so small. Even the sniper type and gun type Super GN Dragoons they carry will not have only this little power. Then, there is only one possibility left, mirror refraction tactics, a special tactic invented by Yang Hui, taught to Yulin, and then carried forward by Yulin. The reason why the power is abnormally small and several attacks hit at the same time can't make the Dawn Gundam retreat is because Yulin not only used mirror refraction, but also used scattering. Once fired, it was split into several attacks through a special mirror system, and then refracted to hit the Dawn Gundam. Did you use scattering? I didn't expect you to be the first to attack me. Yang Hui shook his head with a wry smile. In this big fight, he guessed that everyone would unite to eliminate him first, but Yulin was the only helper he expected. Who knew? The backstab of his wife came so quickly and so suddenly. Then you have to leave first, Yulin. Then, Yang Hui's eyes became firm. Simulated battle is real battle. Now Yulin is his opponent, so he will not show mercy to Yulin because of the personal feelings outside the field. The direction of the Dawn Gundam's advance was changed. Since it was Yulin, the direction of the attack could not be the basis for judgment. While using the cover of the rocks, it explored the surrounding area and looked for the figure of Luna Gundam. On the other side, Luna Gundam put away the long-range sniper rifle and took back all the sniper-type Super GN Dragoons. After kicking the rocks under it, it moved with inertia to reduce the probability of being discovered. I've been discovered. I have to move quickly. Yulin also smiled. This is a big fight. Everyone is an opponent. Yulin is also an old soldier who has experienced many battles. Naturally, she will not be naive enough not to attack Yang Hui. On the contrary, she will not hesitate because she hopes Yang Hui will see her growth and progress. The rest is up to you guys. No problem. And Yulin is not alone. No matter how much she wants to prove her growth, she will not be so impulsive as to fight Yang Hui alone. Yang Hui's strength is recognized by everyone. In order to get rid of Yang Hui, not only must several top masters attack together, but also arrangements must be made according to the environment, so that there is a chance to kill Yang Hui. Note that there is a chance, not a certainty of being able to kill. On the other side of the battlefield, the same battle broke out, and two people besieged one person. Arthur, you must bite Graham to death. Understood. Flag Gundam, shuttled back and forth in the meteorite group at a very fast speed, and its figure was illusory. It was on the left in the last second, and on the right in the next second, but no matter how it moved and hid, there would be continuous attacks chasing after its ass. Tisk, this environment is simply hell for me. Graham said self-deprecatingly, but the excitement and passion on his face had already overflowed. Didn't you choose this environment yourself, Uncle Graham? Arthur, who was chasing fiercely, took a breath and teased. Of course. How can there be a breakthrough if not like this? Graham replied with a smile. He certainly knew that the Flag Gundam was not suitable for fighting in such a dense meteorite environment. The super high mobility in the MA form was completely sealed, but this was what he wanted. Only by jumping out of his comfort zone and fighting to the death in the most unfavorable environment can his potential be stimulated again. Moreover, if he gave himself an advantage in this way, it was not his style. Then please leave first, Graham. Gundam Legirus suddenly jumped out from behind the boulder behind the Flag Gundam, surrounded by golden waves of bits on both sides, and the beam cannon in his hand locked the back of the Flag Gundam. Naive. The Flag Gundam suddenly rotated in an extremely twisted posture, and the weapons all over the body poured firepower to the surroundings without caring about their lives, repelling all the bits that surrounded it, and then swish. The thick destruction beam attacked, but only brushed the skin of the Flag Gundam, and did not hit it, just letting it pass by the twisted weird posture. What? You should leave first. Gerhardt. After dodging the fatal blow, the surrounding bit stagnated again. The Flag Gundam immediately stopped spinning, the cold blade was unsheathed, and the flames behind it burst out. It launched a fatal charge towards the Gundam Legirus at an extremely fast speed. Don't even think about it. Just as the high-frequency vibration blade was about to cut a Legirus Gundam in half, the Gundam H2 suddenly inserted itself into it, and the high-frequency vibration sword in its hand blocked the Flag Gundam. The tacit understanding between Assem and Gerhardt was no less than that between Yang Hui and Graham. The Gundam Legirus flashed out from the side of the Gundam H2, and the beam cannon was fully charged. Haha, well done. Graham knew that he could not dodge this attack, and even if he could dodge it, he could not escape the pursuit of the Gundam H2. Got it. Beep, beep. The alarm sounded, and Gundam Legirus turned the muzzle in the direction of the alarm prompt, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The beam shot out, and on the way forward, it collided with another pink beam, colliding together, bursting with a light and explosion in the dream. But Gundam Legirus did not stop at all and move upwards. At this moment, Gundam H1 broke through the flash and cut off the left leg of Gundam Legirus with a sword. What? Are you okay? Gerhardt. Taking advantage of the appearance of Gundam H1, Gundam H2 and Flag Gundam both retreated, Gundam H2 and Gundam Legirus side by side, Gundam H1 and Flag Gundam side by side, and the two confronted each other. It's okay, but I didn't expect Mr. Fleet to appear at this time, and he would help Graham. Gerhardt said with lingering fear. The upward movement just now was completely a subconscious action brought by experience and combat awareness. If not, that sword would be enough to make him retreat directly. Haha, that is shady. People who play tactics are all dirty. Arthur complained about his father without any hesitation. I heard it, Arthur. So what? Uncle Yang Hui taught me to be an honest and frank person since I was a child. Arthur was not afraid of Fleet's threat at all. Humph. Graham, you are in a mess. There is no way. The younger generation is growing too fast. It is still a bit difficult to fight two people alone. Graham is also a straightforward person. There is no embarrassment or escape. He directly admitted it. Eliminate them together, and then deal with Yang Hui. Fleet suggested. He wanted to teach Arthur a lesson a long time ago, but tragically found that he had not focused on the training of misdriving because of too many things. He had been overtaken by Arthur. In order not to lose face, he had been enduring. And this time, the melee organized by Graham gave him the opportunity to join others to educate Arthur, the filial son, and let him understand how deep the father's love is. Okay. In this situation, Graham would never join forces with others. He just wanted to see where his limit was and then break through it. But now, he has seen his limit. Just now, he was almost killed by Arthur and Gerhardt. He didn't plan to leave so early, so he agreed to Fleet's suggestion. After all, 2 against 2 does not violate his Bushido spirit. As for Yang Hui, he has never been within any calculation standard. Chapter 650, A Huge Fight with Many Monsters, Part 2. On the other side, Cruz faced Kira and Athrun. Is it just a coincidence? The three recreated the fateful battle that did not happen in another way. The Super GN Dragoons of the Strike Freedom Gundam and the Providence Gundam were like soldiers of 2 armies, attacking each other, and the Providence Gundam itself was holding 2 swords in both hands, colliding with the Strike Freedom Gundam and the Infinite Justice Gundam. Why is the power of the Providence Gundam so strong? This output power. No wonder the mobility is reduced. The Providence Gundam blocked the power of the Strike Freedom Gundam and the Infinite Justice Gundam. Kira and Athrun were very surprised. Their bodies were also constantly upgraded and transformed, and they were exactly the same as the Providence Gundam. Logically speaking, the Providence Gundam should have been directly knocked away by them, but it ended up being a 1-on-2 stalemate. Haha, the original decision was indeed right. Sacrificing mobility in exchange for higher output power and strength. Cruz secretly thanked himself for making this decision, and he never slacked off in private training and misdriving, otherwise he would really be in trouble this time. Although he prefers the feeling of controlling everything behind the scenes to being a soldier on the front line, this does not mean that he has completely abandoned his identity as a soldier. He is confident that his strength is also a first-tier powerhouse and promise fortress, and he does not intend to let himself fall out of the first echelon. He also has his own ideas about the transformation of the Divine Will Gundam. He knows that he is not a material for charging into battle. Compared with Yang Hui's leading by example, his combat style and personality are more suitable for sitting in the center. Therefore, when transforming the machine, he gave up some of its mobility and flexibility and strengthened its output power, armor and strength. This is why there is a scene where one machine can compete with 2 ace machines of the same level at the same time. How strong are Kira and Aslan? He realized after the first fight that they are the 2 most powerful pilots in the world, and they are indeed worthy of their reputation. Athrun. The Strike Freedom Gundam pulled back, and the Infinite Justice Gundam pulled out another beam sword to take over the vacancy of the Strike Freedom Gundam, but it was still too much for one machine to compete with the power of the Providence Gundam. Even if the Destiny backpack on its back was fully thrust, it could not stop the slow retreat. Wow? So this is the tactic? That won't work. Cruz noticed the intentions of Kira and Athrun, and separated his hands to swing the Infinite Justice Gundam away. At the moment of being swung away, the Infinite Justice Gundam used the force to counter the force, reversed, and slashed at the Providence Gundam with a cold blade. Swish! The Providence Gundam was not flexible enough, and raised its heavy shield to resist, but was cut by the sharp high-frequency vibration blade. But this was enough. The Providence Gundam was planning to retreat. He knew that Athrun was a strong man specializing in combat assault. The muzzles of the retreating beam rifles and the strong shield composite soldiers were aimed at Athrun, and they fired without hesitation. Infinite Justice Gundam also anticipated all this. The middle part of the small physical shield unfolded, and the colorful beam shield blocked all of Cruz's beam shots. It continued to charge under heavy firepower. I told you, this won't work. Boom. Suddenly, several live bullets exploded on the shield of Infinite Justice Gundam. The huge thrust blocked the charge of Infinite Justice Gundam. Even the charred part of the shield was still dancing with arcs, and the colorful beam shield disappeared. Tisk, is he worthy of being the captain? Athrun looked ugly. He dared not charge straight again. While dodging the mixed attack of beams and live bullets, he approached the Providence Gundam. The Strike Freedom Gundam that left first had already focused on dealing with the Super GN Dragoons of the Providence Gundam. As long as Athrun bought enough time, when he destroyed all the Super GN Dragoons and returned, Cruz's defeat would be doomed. Unexpectedly, The sirens of the Strike Freedom Gundam suddenly sounded, and a thick lightning shell hit, disrupting Kira's rhythm, forcing him to give up chasing the Super GN Dragoon of the Providence Gundam and dodge. What a fast speed. It's Mr. Gigas. Seeing the meteor flying through the gravel at high speed, Kira immediately determined who the other party was. There were only 3 people who could achieve such speed and movement in the gravel universe: Yang Hui, Graham and Gigas. Even Gerhardt, who is mainly known for his high speed and weirdness, couldn't do it. Among the 3 machines, the only one that used the long-range electromagnetic cannon was Gigas's Avian Gundam, equipped with a Lucas II's beam and live ammunition dual-purpose Dover cannon. If Mr. Gigas is here, Aslan, be careful of Wu-Fei. What? Ugh. Just as Kira's warning fell, the Zelda Gundam EW suddenly rushed out from behind the rubble, and the beam trident fell heavily, forcing the Infinite Justice Gundam to hastily raise its sword to resist. The huge force chopped Aslan away for a distance, and it just stopped in front of a meteorite. Aslan, are you okay? Kira didn't dare to entangle with the Super GN Dragoon and the Avian Gundam of the Providence Gundam anymore. A wave of colorful cannons cleared an area of obstruction, and after forcing the Avian Gundam back, he came to the side of the Infinite Justice Gundam and confronted the 3 machines that surrounded them. Aslan is mine, Kira, you guys can do whatever you want. Zhang Wufei didn't care whether Gigas and Cruz agreed or not. Anyway, he only wanted his target, who was a strong man specializing in combat assault. Zhang Wufei wanted to fight Aslan with all his strength for a long time. No problem, Gigas, let's deal with Kira, and then go find Yang Hui, Cruz said to Gigas. In fact, everyone knows that Graham called so many people to fight together this time, and the ultimate goal is to kill Yang Hui and end his undefeated myth. The U world is a tie with Lao Shang and Graham, not a defeat. So Cruz wanted to unite everyone to deal with Yang Hui from the beginning. He was looking forward to Yang Hui being besieged by everyone and looking frustrated. So the first person he met was Gigas, and he persuaded him at the first time to form a temporary alliance. Then the 2 of them went to find allies separately. As a result, Cruz met Kira and Aslan. He thought that if he persuaded them, he would have a great chance to deal with Yang Hui. As a result, the talks broke down after just a few words. Kira and Aslan followed their own feelings, rejected Cruz's proposal, and attacked Cruz, which made Cruz have a big head. On the one hand, Kira and Aslan's refusal made his side lose 2 powerful combat forces, and on the other hand, he knew that he was not the opponent of the 2 people. So he kept delaying time until Gigas discovered the situation on his side and came to support him. Fortunately, Gigas arrived in time, and also brought Zhang Wufei, who appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Wufei did not come with Gigas. He found the fighting here from another direction and rushed over it the first time. Seeing the opportunity to fight with Aslan with all his strength, he could not sit still and rushed up directly. As for Cruz's proposal to deal with Yang Hui together, he was very interested, but not interested, because he did not think so far. He only had one idea now, that is, to defeat Aslan in front of him. As for Yang Hui, he had to wait until he defeated Aslan before talking about it. Kira, the disadvantage is too big, prepare to retreat. Yes, but I don't think they will let us leave. Aslan and Kira are not the kind of people who don't care about anything when they are hot-headed. Until they are at a disadvantage, they will definitely look for an opportunity to retreat, but the 3 people around them who are eyeing them covetously will not give them a chance, so 2 against 3, 5 Gundams did not move for a while, just watching and being vigilant about each other. Horizontal ellipsis. The melee was roughly divided into 3 battlefields. Yang Hui carefully searched for Yulin's position. Graham and Fleet teamed up to fight against Assam and Gerhardt. Cruz, Gigas, and Zhang Wufei fought against the powerful combination of Kira and Aslan. As for the others who did not appear, they could be seen clearly on the big screen outside the field. Waruf, Lyle, Tiria, and Kong Yun were hiding in the meteorite group, quietly spreading mines, preparing their pockets for Yang Hui to get in, and then sending Yang Hui away with Yulin. They are too despicable, aren't they? The outspoken Norba Zeno cursed when he saw the actions of the ambush 4. Despicable. Norba Zeno's speech made everyone look at him and laugh unconsciously. What do you mean? Isn't this despicable? Norba Zeno questioned the people who laughed at him in a mood. Haha, have you really been on the battlefield? Fram Nara, who was watching the battle, asked with a sneer. What did you say? Haha, Anyone who has been to the battlefield wouldn't say such a ridiculous thing. You. Zeno. Zhao Hong grabbed the angry Norba Zeno. Although Zhao Hong didn't like what Wolof and the others did, he was different from Norba Zeno and didn't think there was anything wrong with this approach. After all, this was a battle, not a one-on-one duel. There was no such thing as being mean. As long as they could win, it was fine. And they were newcomers, and they were asking their seniors to teach them, so they couldn't make things awkward. Alice, he is still too young. Young and naive, and his innocence is adorable. Putting aside the monstrous strength of Mr. Yang Hui, isn't it normal to set ambushes, snares, and traps on the battlefield? This is not a duel arena. Your Excellency, the commander's strength cannot be put aside. In a one-on-one, who can beat Mr. Yang Hui? Even Chief Instructor Graham can't beat him, right? He definitely can't. It takes at least 4 people, including the Chief Instructor, Miss Yulin, and any 2 of Mr. Fleet, to have a chance, right? Almost. Kira and Aslan plus the Chief Instructor or Miss Yulin should be able to do it. Yet, knowing that you can't win, but still going ahead and giving it your all, stupid. There is no point. Simulation training is to completely simulate all possible environments on the battlefield. Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, Norbashina's expression became uglier and angrier. At this moment, Mikazuki suddenly spoke, "You will lose." Huh? Mikazuki, what did you say? Everyone looked at Mikazuki Augustus, who was looking at the big screen calmly. They will lose. That uncle named Yang Hui is very strong, stronger than we can imagine. Mikazuki Augustus said calmly. Chapter 651, A Huge Fight with Many Monsters, Part 3. Hearing this, the scene fell silent for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ho ha ho ha, little brother has a good eye. The commander is really powerful. That's a monster, okay. But Miss Yulin and the others won't necessarily lose. With a complex environment, perfect traps and ambushes, and a few of them, Yang Hui might really fail. Ha ha ha, you don't know how long we have been waiting for this moment. That's right, waiting for the moment when Yang Hui fails. The people of the Tekkadan, Tabans, and the Super Hunter Kanang world looked at Mikazuki August in disbelief. Seeing the traps and ambushes set by Yulin and the others, they all thought that Yang Hui was doomed to fail. If it were them, they would have died countless times in the first sniping, not to mention the traps and ambushes. Mikazuki, do you really think so? Biscuit Griffin asked Mikazuki August, swallowing his saliva. Yes. Mikazuki August nodded seriously. Is it true? Does such a monster really exist? The Tekkadan and Tabans sighed exaggeratedly. They were used to believing in the feelings of Mikazuki Augustus. Mikazuki Augustus was very simple and could do nothing except fighting, but his intuition in the field of fighting was terrifyingly accurate. So I'll let you take a good look at what the strong people here look like. This is also the goal you are working hard for. Hina Wistenfus said to the newcomers. The newcomers were silent one after another. Even the most arrogant Caruso, Torre and Carmen, who had the strongest desire to fight, and Norbashino, who loved to fight for justice, stopped talking. They hadn't seen how terrible Yang Hui's full strength was, but they had seen the performance of others. Could they avoid Yulin's precise and strange sniping? The cooperation between Assem and Gerhard, Kira's multiple shooting, Aslan and Zhang Wufi's close combat, Jigas and Graham's high-speed combat, which one did it dazzle them? Which one of them was not beyond their reach? They slowly understood what a real monster was and what was truly powerful. Yang Hui found them. As soon as these words came out, the silence was broken again, and dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the big screen. In the simulated battlefield, in the high-speed but cautious search, Yang Hui finally made a discovery. Machine mines? Wow, they set a trap for me, then. Beep beep beep. The alarm sounded, and the Dawn Gundam spread its wings. In the gap, golden silk threads scattered like curtains, dancing around the Dawn Gundam wantonly, cutting mercilessly. Boom 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 boom. Countless explosions shone, and the huge meteorites were either cut into countless tiny fragments or shattered by the explosion. Good opportunity. Seizing the gap, with the help of the flames and the cover of the flying at any time, G-Titan, and the blue Gundam Astray rushed out from the left and right, and the sharp blades of the sword and shield composite armor and the giant sword combined with the composite armor slashed at the Dawn Gundam at the same time. Ding ding, he raised his arms and blocked the sneak attacks from both sides. The collision and friction of the high-frequency vibration blades produced countless sparks, and the harsh sound made the three people in the cockpit very uncomfortable. "So it's you, teaming up with Yulin." Yang Hui held the joystick tightly to retreat, otherwise the two of them would overwhelm him. "One or two people are not enough to deal with a monster like you," Wolf teased. "Really? Then..." Before he finished speaking, the Dawn Gundam shook its arms vigorously, swinging away the G-Titan and the Stray Gundam Blue Machine, forcing them to retreat, but did not launch a pursuit, but turned and retreated. In the next second, several beams of light attacked from a distance, and the rotating body barely avoided a few beams, and several beams fell on the wings that happened to be in the way and were blocked by bit. "Haha, it's Yulin after all." Yang Hui knew Yulin well, and the frequency of sniping, possible directions and angles of shooting were all within his predictions, so he dodged or blocked all the sniping attacks while retreating, but... Beep, beep. What? The alarm sounded loudly. The direction was in a blind spot, and it was caught in the ordinary sniping, giving the Dawn Gundam no chance to dodge, and it went straight to the cockpit. The creature's crisis instinct forced Yang Hui to gently pull the joystick, step lightly on the pedals with both feet, and raise his left hand in an instant. His body sank slightly, and the beam passed by the chest of the Dawn Gundam, but penetrated the left arm of the Dawn Gundam. Beep, beep. The wings spread out, and the golden bit erected a thick high wall behind it. The next second, the pink energy torrent hit it, and the solid wall only blocked it for 2 or 3 seconds before it was declared broken. However, 2 or 3 seconds was enough time, and the Dawn Gundam had already opened up the long distance and escaped from the siege. "I see, there are also Lyle in the area. What a big scene." The unexpected sniping and explosive release of compressed particles just now must have been from the Cherubim and the Devil. 5 of them actually besieged him together, which showed that they valued him too much. He saw through everything," Wolf said with shame. Although the combination punches just now were not discussed in advance, the silent tacit understanding had already set up a deadly situation. Wolf dared to guarantee that if Yang Hui had not performed the Jedi survival in front of him, he would never believe that anyone could dodge it. Anyway, he knew he didn't have the ability. Well, it was expected. Kwang Yun also thought that it was a deadly situation just now, but he was not too shocked that Yang Hui escaped safely. If it was not unexpected, it would be really unexpected. Kwang Yun had seen it more than once. Yang Hui's Jedi survival made the impossible possible. "Haha, that's right." Wolf laughed, and then he and Kwang Yun double-teamed from left and right. Both were the main attack and both were feints. One person was responsible for frontal mid-range vitality containment, and the other looked for opportunities for close combat raids, and switched between the main and auxiliary after failure. Although one arm was missing, the pressure on the Dawnbreaker was still not great. The most powerful weapon of the Dawnbreaker was its pair of wings. The wave-like bits could be transformed into countless accurate and deadly hidden weapons, or into surging waves, or into thick and solid walls, or even attached to the wings to become the sharpest sword and the strongest shield. There were also scattered beams of light, glorious transmitters. Because the beams were too thin, ordinary people would be cut before they could even notice it. They were invisible killers. Of course, if it was just G-Titan and the Stray Gundam Blue Machine. At this time, Yang Hui had already entered the transformer mode, and did not dare to be careless at all. He seemed to be calmly suppressing G-Titan and the Stray Gundam Blue Machine, as if he was teasing them, and many opportunities to deal with them were deliberately missed. In fact, Yang Hui knew that the seemingly opportunity was actually a trap, because his opponents were not only the G-Titan and the Blue Stray Gundam that appeared in his sight, but also 3 excellent hunters hiding in the dark. It's troublesome. Yang Hui was not as calm as he looked. He had been building a feasible tactic in his mind, how to break the current situation. "I can only take a risk." Unable to think of a perfect way, Yang Hui decided to take a risk. The Dawn Gundam forced back the main attacking Blue Stray Gundam, and the glorious transmitter S-beam line blocked the Blue Stray Gundam in front of the Blue Stray Gundam, and used bit to block the activity range of the G-Titan. Wolf felt bad and immediately blasted a gap to break through, but as soon as he rushed out of the gap, he was met with a sharp blade of the Dawn Gundam. Success. Wolf was not afraid, but excited, because they won. Yang Hui finally couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. Once Yang Hui took the initiative to attack, he stepped into a death trap. But the next second, Wolf was shocked, Kwang Yun was shocked, and Yulin, Lyle, and Tiara who were hiding in the distance were all shocked. The prey stepped into the trap, and the snipers of Luna Gundam and Cherubim formed a crossfire, coming as promised, but the Dawn Gundam twisted and turned in a strange posture at the moment when it pierced the G-Titan with its sharp sword, so that the snipers of the two only pierced the right leg of the Dawn Gundam. At the same time, the Dawn Gundam borrowed the power of rotation, and the physical sword cut a circle, cutting the G-Titan into a crescent shape. Tisk. I still failed. The feeling of death came, and Walif no longer had the fear he had at the beginning, but was depressed and helpless. He still couldn't kill Yang Hui. Walif, who withdrew from the simulated battle, left the simulation cabin, and was greeted by cheers and applause. Walif, you are awesome. What's so awesome? I still couldn't kill him. Walif bumped fists with the people around him and laughed at himself. You can take away everything I've done, what else do you want? Of course, kill him. Walif said without hesitation, haven't you bastards been waiting for this scene? Ha ha ha. I'm not the only one who will be eliminated, am I? Walif took the drink handed over by Lagan and took a sip, and asked. Of course, you gave away the first blood. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Walif laughed and scratched his head. He didn't expect that he actually gave away the first blood, and he was outnumbered and ambushed Yang Hui. It's okay, you're unlucky, that side should be soon. Old friend Lagan comforted. Over there. Walif looked at the big screen and happened to see the beam sword of the Infinite Justice Gundam piercing the abdomen of the Twin Dragon Gundam EW, and the beam trident of the Twin Dragon Gundam EW also inserted into the chest of the Infinite Justice Gundam. A draw. Yang Hui was not satisfied with the result, but he was not angry, but full of motivation. Hui. Aslan looked at Yang Hui with a depressed look on his face. Yang Hui played with a completely desperate style, which made him feel very frustrated. Hey, you are out too. Wolf greeted Aslan and Yang Hui. Are you the first one? Yang Hui looked around and found that there were only 3 of them participating in the competition. Wolf was still drinking and greeting them, so he must be the first one. Puchy puchy. Wolf's raised hand froze in the air, and the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart invaded his whole body. Chapter 652, A Huge Fight with Many Monsters, Part 4. That? Mr. Walif, it's nothing, maybe just bad luck. Aslan saw that Walif was pierced by thousands of arrows, and hurriedly comforted him, and gave Yang Hui a look, asking him to stop talking and quickly say something nice to comfort him. Yang Hui did not say anything, but he did not comfort Walif either. Instead, he gave him a proud look and continued to watch the game, which gave Aslan a headache. Luck? Yes, it is indeed luck. Walif was not that fragile, and he quickly recovered. It is indeed bad luck. Yang Hui's first choice was me, not he. Did you meet Yang Hui? Aslan was surprised. If he really met Yang Hui, it would not be surprising who is the first to be eliminated. I guess so. Walif raised his head and let Aslan look at the big screen. Not long after the start, I met Yulin. Lyle, Tieria and he all came over. We were going to fight, but Yulin soon found Yang Hui again, so we decided to temporarily join forces to eliminate Yang Hui and then decide the winner. Well, actually, I was also planning to join forces with Kara to eliminate Yang Hui, but we met the captain. You know the captain. Aslan spread his hands, feeling very depressed. Cruz, Cruz's glorious deeds have long been spread. The man who deceived the whole world and almost destroyed the earth and mankind has no grudges with people from other worlds, but it does not prevent everyone from loving and fearing him. What they love is his ability to handle the affairs of the dark side in an orderly manner. He is an indispensable part of the fortress and a powerful companion that cannot be abandoned. What they fear is his temperament and deeds. Although Cruz has always kept smiling, his smile is creepy. They are afraid that the other party has calculated themselves without knowing it. But the people in the Gundam Seed world are different. They have an obsession with Cruz, how should I put it? After all, it happened in their world, so they trust Cruz but don't trust him at the same time. They recognize his ability but are afraid of his ability. They will never unite with him. Then Kira and I fought with the captain. We could have eliminated the captain, but Jiggis came and Woofy rushed out and grabbed me. Aslan said helplessly. Well, that was a disaster. The corner of Wolf's mouth twitched. He also sparred with Zhang Wufi and knew that he was a square-headed person. Once he identified who was the target, he would not think too much and just fight hard. At this time, several more people were eliminated. Ism, Gerhard and Flint came over. Gerhard sighed. Ism and Flint were a father and son, a loving father and a filial son. Well, it was an appropriate description. In a 2-on-2 situation, Graham and Fleet joined forces to gain the upper hand. Gerhard and Arthur were caught in the opportunity and were suppressed and could not raise their heads. They were eliminated soon. However, before being eliminated, the two decided together that even if they were eliminated, they would not let Fleet and Graham have an easy time. So Arthur risked his life to take Fleet away, and Gerhard risked his life to take down the legs and one side of the main thruster of the Flag Gundam. Next came Kira and Cruz. They were also eliminated. Kira was indeed powerful, but he could not withstand a 1-on-2 situation. He was sent away by Cruz and Gigas. However, it was not without gain. Cruz was successfully taken away by Kira. Gigas' Ebian Gundam lost its most important right hand and Dover cannon, and the electric whip and head were all gone. The only weapon left was the most distinctive high-power beam sword. Where is Yang Hui? After being eliminated, Cruz asked for Yang Hui's information as soon as possible. Although many changes had occurred, the ultimate goal was still to kill Yang Hui, and it must not be changed. Look, the fight is going on. Everyone looked over and saw the physical blade piercing the chest of the blue Gundam astray. The bit on the other side wrapped up the cherubim, which was obviously gone. Kong Yun and Lyle were out. Tisk tisk, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Yulin's shots are deadly. Fleet smacked his lips. The last time he saw Yulin being so ruthless was when he was performing a mission in the Gundam Age world, right? T-Iriel can't hold on anymore. Oh my. Is he planning to self-destruct? On the screen, the cherubim had lost the GN rocket launchers on both hands and the GN cannons on both shoulders. His legs and auxiliary arms were cut off by the 4 beams of the shining transmitter. The cherubim, who had lost most of their weapons, could be judged to have lost their combat effectiveness, so T-Iriel was also decisive. He directly activated the Trans-AM system to overload the solar furnace, and rushed towards the Dawn Gundam with a solid GN stand. It's just a pity that in the face of the fierce attack of the Dawn Gundam, the solar furnace couldn't hold on before the GN stand was broken, and exploded in the balloon of the GN stand. Yulin seized this opportunity and shot through the right wing of the Dawn Gundam, finally destroying half of the most important weapon of the Dawn Gundam. Without a wing, the combat effectiveness of the Dawn Gundam dropped by 50%. But Yulin also completely exposed herself. Without the delay and cover of her teammates, the Dawn Gundam quickly locked the position of the Luna Gundam, chased it and broke it. Seeing the decisiveness, cruelty and cold attitude of the Dawn Gundam, everyone took a deep breath at the same time. If they didn't know that Yang Hui and Yulin were very affectionate, they would probably treat them as enemies of life and death. How big is this hatred? Graham, Gigas and Yang Hui are left. The condition of their aircraft is very bad. This is a struggle between will and luck. That's right. The condition of the remaining 3 aircraft is very bad. Not to mention normal combat, even normal flight is at risk of explosion at any time. At the same time, they need an extremely strong desire to win. Only after the double test of luck and will can they be qualified to win the final victory. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, because Gigas' luck was not very good. The control system was disconnected during the flight, and it crashed straight into a meteorite. Boom. Gone. Only Yang Hui and Graham are left. Are they still the two? Whether Graham can beat Uncle Yang Hui once depends on this opportunity. Gigas was eliminated because of bad luck, while Yang Hui and Graham were lucky. There was no fatal failure in the aircraft during the movement, and they successfully met. Hey, Commander, where are your legs, left hand and right wing? Graham was extremely jealous when he met, and his taunting skills were fully activated. Haha, how can the famous flag fighter raise the flag without hands? Don't worry, I can kick you to death. Then I'm relieved, so you won't have to make excuses after being fanned to death by my wings. Are you slapping a fly? Do you think you are the Foshan Shadowless Kick? Go. I must kill you today. What are you daydreaming about? Kill you. The broken Dawn Gundam did not use bid and shining transmitter, and launched a charge with a sword in one hand. On the way, the Flag Gundam forced the remaining beam sword into the sole of its foot to replace its hand. No shooting weapons were used, no psychological tactics were used, the purest, simplest, and most fiery collision. If the sword was cut off, the fist would be used, And if the fist was gone, the leg would be used, just like the ancient Roman Colosseum, passionate and deadly. Is it okay for them to do this? Many people were confused. In fact, the Dawn Gundam has a great advantage. The single wing still holds bit and shining transmitter, and the left hand is intact, and the sword and gun composite equipment is intact. On the other hand, the Flag Gundam only had one gun on its back and one on its waist. It had no hands, so it had a beam sword forcibly inserted into its right foot. The two did not use various tactics, and tacitly gave up the shooting battle, but instead engaged in reckless and brutal close combat. This has become a duel, right? XN had just taught Norbashino that the battlefield is not a duel, and war is not a duel. There is no such thing as meanness. Only surviving and winning is everything. But now Yang Hui and Graham's behavior has slapped them in the face. The goal has been achieved so far. Fleet explained, seeing the doubts of many people. That's right. The purpose of this time, in addition to Graham and Mr. Yang Hui wanting to have a good fight with us, is to let the top leaders get familiar with each other's strength, and finally let you take a good look at what the current strength of the top level is like. Gerhardt added. We have achieved all three goals. We had a great time fighting and we know each other's strength. You have also watched the wonderful battle movie. As for the rest, let them vent their anger. Cruz said. Uncle Graham and Uncle Yang Hui are close friends and rivals. They have not fought each other properly for 2 consecutive mission worlds. They are both holding their breath. Arthur said with a smile. The result is out. A draw. It was at this time that the monster-filled melee finally came to an end. The physical sword of the Dawn Gundam split the upper body of the Flag Gundam from top to bottom, and the cockpit was also split in two. The half-broken hand of the Flag Gundam pointed at the crack at the cockpit and inserted it into it. As the simulation field for the two of them opened, Yang Hui and Graham walked out at the same time, smiled at each other, and teased each other with their arms around each other. Finally I killed you. You didn't get killed by me. At least it's a draw, which is also progress. Tisk. It's not the first time, you are so proud. It is indeed not the first time to draw. In the final mission of the Gundam world, Graham and Sergei teamed up and died together with Yang Hui who was driving the Secret Angel. It's different. Last time I had help, but this time I don't. Get lost, who broke my body? My body is intact. That's because you are a bad player. You deserve it. Ho ha ho ha. Chapter 653, The Class System of Promise Fortress. Whether Yang Hui let it go or not, whether Graham tied with Yang Hui alone, these are not important. What is important is that in this opportunity, they all fought very happily, and they all understood each other's progress. At the same time, it also let the old and new people know how strong the top strongmen of Promise Fortress are now. This is enough. Note that it is now. No one knows who will join the fortress in the future, and each of Yang Hui and his team is making progress and working hard to improve themselves. So, the most important goal has not only been completed, but also exceeded. Everyone is holding back a lot of energy, a fierceness towards themselves. The people above are working hard, so what qualifications do they have not to work hard? The newcomers were even more dumbfounded, especially the final primitive duel, which made Torre, Carlos and other people who are keen on fighting excited. Graham Aka. Torre muttered Graham's name. He felt that he had found the goal he was chasing. Compared with Yang Hui's gorgeous battle and the use of various controlled autonomous combat units, he was not too moved. Instead, he was attracted by Graham's fanatical fighting and close combat style. There was also Yuan Figong, who ran over to talk to Tiria. They were both heavy firepower players, so I believe they would have a good communication with each other, probably. Wolfgang asked Fleet and Gerhard for advice. What he valued was not only personal strength, but also command and overall situation. Not only them, but also the newcomers found their own goals and hoped to get their guidance. The most famous one was Yulin. Yulin's performance in the melee, except for the scattered and refraction sniping at the beginning, was not very eye-catching. Including when ambushing Yang Hui, the number of shots she fired was very few. But laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. Among the people present, except for a few of the Tekkadan who were only D-level beginners, everyone could see how terrible Yulin's sniping ability was. The angle was tricky, the timing was perfect, and it was deadly while restraining the enemy. It was not difficult to do it separately, but it was terrible to combine them all together, especially in such a fierce battle. Miss Yulin, can you please teach me? The first person who ran over was Christina Mackenzie, who was originally from the 12th Independent Technical Unit. She was not a sniper but a heavy firepower operator, but she also required accurate judgment, especially when providing heavy fire support. She must not harm friendly forces. Let's discuss with each other, Miss Mackenzie. I have read your information. You are a heavy firepower operator. I also want to discuss with you about fire support. Yes, no problem. Miss Yulin, do you have any experience in close combat? Carmen asked seriously. I'm sorry, Miss Carmen, I'm not good at close combat. I have also read your information. The most suitable teacher for you should be Graham. Miss Yulin. Regardless of whether they were snipers or not, all the female pilots ran over to surround Yulin. Regardless of whether they could be her students or not, they all wanted to build a good relationship with Yulin. First, she was one of Yang Hui's lovers. Second, Yulin's strength was indeed very strong. Third, Yulin's gentle personality easily won the favor of others. Naturally, other people also had people looking for them. In their spare time, no one minded giving them some pointers. Unfortunately, Yang Hui, Cruz, Flit, and Gerhardt were not only Miss Pilots, they also had other things to do and could not give them pointers all the time. Even Graham, SM, Yulin and others were the same. All they could do was give them individual pointers in their spare time and teach them according to the procedures. At other times, they also had to rest and improve themselves. You can arrange it freely from now on, Graham. I'll leave the newcomers to you. Take them to integrate into the team quickly, and then start the coordinated training with other people. Don't worry, leave it to me. Arthur, Yulin, Wolf, Lyle, Tieria. While you help Graham, pay attention to record the data of adaptability, coordination, team awareness, etc. The newcomers from the 3 worlds will arrive next week, and then we will reorganize the squads, and the military rank system will also be implemented. Taking advantage of the opportunity of this Legion battle mode, the class system that has been discussed for a long time will finally be implemented, mainly the military rank system, for all personnel and candidates who will go to the mission world. Among them, Yang Hui is the General and the Commander-in-Chief. There is no doubt about this. He has the highest power of the Promised Legion and has the right to decide and veto everything in the Promised Fortress. Next are Rebel, Char, Wang Liumei, Cruz, Flit, Gerhardt, Jipu, Mina, Malu, and Bakalulu, who are generals. Although they are all generals, they are responsible for different matters. Wang is the Chief of Staff, Wang Liumei is the Chief of Intelligence, Cruz is the head of the Special Department and also the Deputy Chief of Intelligence, Rebel is the Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet of Prüm Fortress, Flit is the Commander-in-Chief of the Second Fleet, and Gerhardt is the Commander-in-Chief of the Third Fleet. By analogy, Mina, Malu and Bakalulu are the Commanders-in-Chief of the 4th, 5th and 6th Fleets, and are the top commanders of the combat forces second only to Yang Hui. However, among them, Char, Gerhardt and even Flit are more like mascots, because when fighting, they will definitely learn from Yang Hui, arrange the general direction of the battle plan before the war, and drive the Miz to attack after the war begins. In the battle, they will only hand over more to their adjutants, such as Algaris. Next are the Vice Admirals, including Graham, Sitsuna, Lyle, Tieria, SM, Char, Kara, Aslan, Waruf, Dalfrost, Framnora, Cheyenne, Stanley Hawkins, Algalis, Jigas, etc. The Vice Admirals are basically polarized. Half of them are the adjutants or chiefs of staff of the fleet commander, who are high-level commanders. The other half are the ace Miz pilots of the Promised Fortress. One part will continue to form the top ace Miz force with Yang Hui, as a guarantee for stabilizing the war situation or a trump card to turn the war situation around, and the other part will be decentralized to each fleet to establish the ace troops and elite troops belonging to each fleet, with little real power, and the military ranks are more symbolic, symbolizing their power and status. Going down, it is similar to the military ranks of each world: Major General, Brigadier General, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, and so on. Except for Yang Hui, the General and Lieutenant General have been decided. No one has been decided for the rank of Major General and below, and several positions for Lieutenant General have been reserved because a large number of newcomers are about to arrive, including outstanding commanders from various worlds, such as Douglas Bader and Victor Hancock from the UC world, who are experienced and capable veterans. The people below will naturally have to go through certain competitions, tests, and assessments. After these processes, it will be possible to determine who is suitable to be a commander, who is suitable to be a team leader, who is suitable to be a captain, who is only suitable to be a soldier, etc., and put them in a more suitable position. This time, everyone in the decision-making level agreed to build the framework of Promise Fortress and set the rules, no longer in the previous scattered state. This framework is very similar to the structure of the Gundam UC world, but there is one difference, that is, the rank of the frontline combat members is not necessarily always lower than the fleet commander, and they also have corresponding promotion space and channels, which also gives them hope. After all, who doesn't have ambitions to come here? Outside of this framework, there are 3 special departments. One is the research department. The scientific researchers in the research department do not have military positions, but they will have civilian titles and will be divided into different levels, such as research director, project leader, team leader, etc. According to the level, there is only one power that increases with a level, and that is to decide the research project. Moreover, all research projects must be submitted to Yang Hui for review before they are established. Only after Yang Hui agrees can the project be established and work can be carried out. Of course, Yang Hui is only a temporary replacement at present. In fact, Yang Hui, the general director of the research department, has already had a better candidate, Ilya Hutchenberg. He is the best candidate. After all, he is a super monster who has raised the world's technological level by 200 years by one person. The second special department. Yang Hui calls it the Diva Department, and the current member is only Lakers. But after careful consideration, Yang Hui feels that this department is very necessary to exist, because in the world of macros, the existence of the Diva is a bug. Singing on the battlefield may be considered nonsense by some people, but if the songs of the singers in macros do have special powers, not to mention boosting morale, the super assistance of strengthening teammates and weakening enemies through fold waves is unshakable, whether in the game or in reality. As expected, macros is a world that Yang Hui must go to. The singers are one aspect, and there is also the Marcus battleship, which is the core of the Promise Core fleet in Yang Hui's conception and must not be abandoned. Finally, there is the department that manages the daily operations of Promise Fortress. This department is not important, but it is also important. Now there are few staff members in Promise Fortress, and they are all very familiar people. There is no need for management. As long as you tell them what to do, they will work hard to do it, but what about the future? As the scale of the fortress becomes larger and larger, and the number of people increases, it is naturally necessary to manage it, including the trading area. Now it is connected to 5 worlds, and shops have been opened one after another to facilitate cross-world trading activities. Management, coordination, public security. This is not necessary. Wait, all need to be done by dedicated people. After explaining everything, Yang Hui returned to the research institute and arranged all the things that could be arranged. Yang Hui also believed that everyone could do all these things well, and his most anxious thing was to work with the researchers to solve the current technical difficulties and then get everyone's new body done. Chapter 654, Super Ace's Guard. Finally done. Yang Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the results in front of him, and breathed a sigh of relief. In a week, Yang Hui led the scientific research team to work tirelessly to complete the design and testing of a large number of new machines. The integration of various technologies, such as the integration of Trans-AM and Trans-Limit system, enabled the Trans-AM system to successfully achieve a 2-stage explosion, and enhanced controllability, extending the explosion time while being able to actively shut down and restart during the explosion. Another example is the reduction of the Ahab reactor and the reduction of various technologies, so that the machine body is still maintained in the range of 18 meters to 20 meters. However, the development plan of a new engine that takes the advantages of various engines such as the Ahab reactor and the GN solar furnace and eliminates the disadvantages did not succeed. After trying various methods, there was not much progress, so it could only be shelved temporarily. You are worthy of it, Yang Hui. Luo, Madonna and other research project leaders came up to congratulate Yang Hui, and also congratulate themselves. The new multi-purpose rifles and cannons have compressed the switching speed of particle energy and live ammunition to within 1 or 2 seconds, which is a leap forward. There are also new optical radars and ultra-small nanorobots for detection, which have achieved a maximum detection range of 1,000 kilometers for optical detection methods, and graviton radars, which have a detection range of 5,000 kilometers. It's simply invincible. I can't do it alone. Yang Hui shrugged, not fully accepting the praise from everyone. I only propose the theory and the general direction, and the rest of the detailed research, experiments, demonstrations, and tests were all completed by you. So everyone is awesome. Luo laughed straightforwardly. That's right, ha ha ha. Okay, everyone, you can take a break for a while, 3 days of vacation, and then continue with the subsequent research projects. Yang Hui said to everyone. Although he was very happy and energetic after a week of non-stop research, his nerves were still tense. Once they were relaxed, he could fall asleep immediately. Okay, we all have shifts. Although not many, we still have 2 or 3 hours of rest every day. Only you really haven't rested. Luo pushed Yang Hui and told him to leave here and go back to rest. Okay. Yang Hui shrugged. He was really exhausted and needed a good sleep. The blood of the Transformer and NT only strengthened his physical fitness. The strengthening of the Promise Fortress did not mean that Yang Hui could not eat, drink or sleep. With a last bit of energy, Yang Hui walked towards the central hall. He would wave back to the people he met on the way. Yang. Rebel? Is there something wrong? When he walked into the elevator, he happened to meet Rebel, Algalis and Durandal. Seeing the 3 of them looking for him, he asked. It's okay, just a small problem. Yang Hui leaned against the wall among the 3 people. It was difficult to just stand. The word weak was written on his face, so he swallowed his words. Well, please. Seeing the 3 of them appear together, Yang Hui also guessed what they wanted to say. If nothing unexpected happened, the additional personnel from the 3 worlds were already in place, but Yang Hui also believed that they could handle it, so he did not ask any more questions. The 3 of them were going to the conference room, so they got off the elevator before Yang Hui. After the elevator door closed, the 3 of them smiled bitterly and shook their heads. The Lieutenant General is really too hard-working. I feel that we haven't played a big role. Aragurius said self-deprecatingly. There is nothing we can do about it. Dillinger shrugged. There are many people who can share the command system, but he still has to keep an eye on the scientific research department. Is there no one who can take responsibility? Scientists from the 5 worlds can't even find one person to take the lead. Rebel asked. So far, no. Aragurius and Dillinger shook their heads. There are many excellent scientists, but most of them are in a certain field. It's okay to be responsible for a large project, but it's still not possible to take charge of the overall situation. Well, this problem needs to be solved quickly. Yang Hui's energy has been shared too much? I think this problem will be solved soon. Aragurius said. Ayalia Hutchenberg? Is he really that scary? Rebel asked. To be honest, I'm skeptical too. Argalis spread his hands. Like Rebel, he was a complete idiot in the field of scientific research. He is indeed a monster. But Durandal, who is also a researcher, supports this statement. Ayalia Hutchenberg could have raised the world's technological level by 2 centuries 200 years before the Gundam world, and could still be ahead of the world by a generation 200 years later. But these are all oral statements from the Vice Admiral and the Imperial Lady, aren't they? Can't the solar furnace and GN particles prove it? Can't the ongoing solar power generation system and orbital elevator project in various worlds also prove it? That's right, the science and technology collected by various worlds are not only used in the Promise Fortress, but also distributed to various connected worlds. Because of peace, arms race is impossible, but military technology is also steadily improving, while civilian technology is being popularized on a large scale. Especially the solar power generation system and the launch of the orbital elevator, which can fundamentally solve one of the most likely causes of disputes, energy. Well, alright, the additional personnel have arrived, let's do our own things first. The test and assessment data of each department has also come out, sort it out and start distributing it. Well, but Algaris, you should change your address. Durandal said to Algaris with a smile on his face. Haha. It's hard to change once you get used to it. Algaris smiled. He has been calling Yang Hui the same name for decades, and it's really not easy to change it now. It doesn't matter in private. Didn't Young, Brad, and Amuro change their addresses? They are all used to it. Just pay attention in public. Rabir said. In fact, he didn't want to change it. Whether in name or in fact, Yang Hui is now his superior, and he also recognizes this superior-subordinate relationship, but he just didn't want to say it out loud, so he kept calling him Yang Hui kid. What? Yang Hui's real age is more than twice that of Rabir? It doesn't exist. 10,000 years later, Yang Hui is only 100 years older than Rebel. That's right, he's used to it. He'll be the first to disagree if it's suddenly so formal. Ha ha ha, that's the boys' style. Let's go. The documents of various departments have been sent. Let's try to complete the distribution today. Okay. X2. Yang Hui returned to his room. He was so tired that he didn't even take a shower or take off his clothes. He fell asleep on the bed. He's really tired. The next second after Yang Hui fell asleep, Wang Liumei, Yulin, Malu, Bakalulu, Lux, and Zima walked in from the door one after another, sat by the bed, and looked at Yang Hui with a distressed look on their faces. Now that the mission is completed, he will feel a little relieved. Mr. Ilya Hutchenberg. Yes, if he comes, the Research Institute's affairs can basically be handed over to him. The question is, will he agree? He will definitely agree. Wang nodded affirmatively. Infinite world, infinite possibilities, infinite future, he will not be uninterested. Hey. Let's go, let him have a good rest alone. Wang said to the women. She was Yang Hui's first lover and was also recognized by the women as the queen. Yes. The women kissed Yang Hui's cheeks lightly one by one, then left the room and returned to their work. Yang Hui, who was snoring lightly, seemed to have had a beautiful dream, with a gentle and happy dream on his face. This beautiful dream lasted for 2 days, until 2 days later, Yang Hui woke up from his sleep. He turned over and saw that there was no one in the room except himself. He didn't want to take the pad, so he called Mephis. Mephis. Commander. How long have I slept? 49 hours, 21 minutes and 15 seconds. Why can't you just say 2 days or more? Why are you so precise? Yang Hui said speechlessly. Understood. After sleeping for 2 days, all the fatigue disappeared. He stretched his stiff body comfortably, got up and walked to the bathroom. His body was sticky. It was uncomfortable not to take a shower. Mephis. Commander. Notify the decision-making level to hold a meeting in the conference room in half an hour. Already completed. Thank you, it's really reliable. It's my job. After taking a shower, moving his body, and letting his soul wake up completely, Yang Hui changed into clean clothes and went to the conference room. When he arrived, he saw that everyone was there, waiting for him. Have you had a good rest? Cruz teased. Well, not bad. Yang Hui walked to his empty seat and sat down. His expression became serious. Okay, everyone, let's report the situation. Understood. X and the additional personnel were all present, filling the vacancies of the 5 space reorganization fleets, and conducting preliminary tests and running and training. The members who originally belonged to the Promise Fortress were also assigned to various fleets according to the test and assessment results. But above the regular fleet, there is also a special fleet. No, it should be said that it is more appropriate to say that it is a force, because this force has only one battleship, and it is also the general flagship when the entire legion attacks. Wang Liumei, and Yang Hui are members of this special force. There is also a super ace force led by Yang Hui, which consists of the top MIS pilots such as Yulin, Graham, Setsuna, Lyle, Tiria, Kira, Aslan, Mikazuki Augustus, Gerard and Reina, Sima, and Amuro. Yang Hui had no objection to this decision. After several world missions, the role that the super ace force can play in the war does not need to be elaborated. At the same time, he also knew that everyone did this for another purpose, which was to protect Yang Hui. They knew very well that if a battle broke out, Yang Hui would definitely rush in front of everyone and lead the way, but Yang Hui was the commander of the Promise Fortress and the general of the Promise Legion. His safety was above all else, so he needed the super aces to assist and protect him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 655 Set off and return home. Of course, Verbal reports are not as good as seeing with one's own eyes. After listening to everyone's reports, Yang Hui naturally wanted to go and see the situation below in person. However, what surprised him was that after arriving at the simulation training room, he found that it was empty. Where are the people? Yang Hui asked in surprise. With so many people, can this place accommodate them? Cruz asked Yang Hui in return. But where did everyone go? The military zone and the port. Fleet said. Military zone and port. Well, the military zone and the port also have battlefield simulation systems, and they are all large-scale, which is very suitable for the battle simulation environment at the Legion level. Fleet said. Then why didn't you remind me when I said I was coming here? Yang Hui stared at everyone with dead fish eyes. I want to see your confused expression. Xia teased, and showed the photo on the pad. Memphis. Commander. Use my highest authority to make their pads all black and delete all the photos. Understood. Wait? Can Memphis be used in this way? Everyone was stunned. As the chief steward of Promise Fortress, Memphis was highly valued, but they didn't expect that she could be used in this way? Yes. Memphis answered everyone, but everyone could hear a hint of helplessness and frustration in Memphis' tone. Then, Yang Hui and everyone came to the military zone. Now the battle between the legions was going on, and the MIS units of each fleet were undergoing body running and training. It looks not bad. The two sides in the battle were the MIS units of the Rebel fleet and the MIS units of the Char fleet. Except for a few selected members, the 12th Independent Technical Unit returned to the Rebel fleet, and all members of the Ghost unit joined the Char fleet. Interestingly, the two sides in the Space Fleet battle at the port were the Fleet and the Jethurt fleet. Are you going to settle new and old grudges together? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and looked at Rebel, Char, SM and Jethurt with a strange expression. Ahem. The four of them coughed awkwardly. This was really not what they wanted. At that time, it was decided by drawing lots. Who knew that the result would be that old rivals would face off? New hatred and old grudges. Aguirre tilted her head, not knowing what was going on. She was still a mascot and had not yet found her own direction, but she followed Yang Hui's advice and contacted Wong and others, and they were already very good friends. In their original world, the Earth Federation and Xeon, the Earth Federation and Vegan, were mortal enemies. Cruz teased. Aguirre was startled, but then she thought of something and looked at Yang Hui. Doesn't that mean Mr. Yang Hui is very powerful? Huh? XN once mortal enemies, now companions, isn't it Mr. Yang Hui's efforts? He. Everyone laughed and shook their heads, tacitly agreeing with Aguirre's statement. Everything in front of them was indeed the credit of Yang Hui. It was impossible for the former mortal enemies to fight side by side. Humph, even so, some accounts still need to be settled. Rebel said. Yes, I think so too, General Rebel. Char was very cooperative with Rebel's speech, which was considered to liven up the atmosphere, and it was also a means. Well, Gerhardt, I think there are some things that need to be settled with you. That's what I meant, Commander Fleet. What? Want to enter in person? Yang Hui asked jokingly, standing aside, showing his attitude of not minding the excitement. Rebel and Char, Fleet and Gerhardt, both stared at each other, then turned and walked towards the direction of their fleets, as Yang Hui said, intending to enter in person. No, is it okay? Aguirre saw that the smell of gunpowder was quite strong, and couldn't help but worry. Of course it doesn't matter. Yang Hui crossed his arms and watched the show with a smile on his face. But don't worry, Aguirre. Wong patted Aguirre's back to calm her nervousness and worries. This is training, and it is a large-scale simulated training on the scale of an army group. As the commanders of a fleet, they must participate in it. They can't just be spectators and watch the show all the time, right? But they don't look like a simulated training. Aguirre continued to worry. There are indeed some grudges, but more of it is competition. Wang Luma added. Competition. Yes, competition. Yang Hui stood up and said, I wonder if you have heard a saying. What is it? I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. What does it mean? It was very straightforward. Of course Aguirre understood it, but what she didn't understand was how to apply this saying to the current situation. Everyone in the Promise Corps is a companion, especially the higher up you go, the closer the relationship is. But because of this, No one wants to see the people around them fall behind, but at the same time, they don't want to see the people around them surpass themselves. Those who are willing to come here are ambitious people, have their own goals, and have their own pride. They all want to prove that they are the best and always the best. Yang Hui said. But I don't have ambitions. Aguirre said blankly. She came here for no grand ambitions or ambitions. She just hoped that her world could always be peaceful, and everyone in the Crowned Skeleton Pirates could always enjoy a peaceful life. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and laughed, feeling that Aguirre was really a mascot, so cute. There is another way to say ambition, Miss Aguirre. Cruz said, it's called wish. Ah. Aguirre was surprised. The ambitions she had heard of were all self-centered and selfish goals that she wanted to achieve, such as supreme power, endless wealth, etc. She never thought that the beautiful word wish was actually equal to ambition. The crowd did not explain much. They just let Aguirre figure it out on her own. Although she looked dumb, it did not mean she was really stupid. Besides, she was an adult and should be able to think for herself. So they turned their attention back to the confrontation between the two armies in the military zone and the port. Char has indeed attacked. The same goes for Arthur and Gerhardt. Compared to Rebuild, they are really incompetent. It's just that Rebuild can't fly in Ms., otherwise he would definitely rush faster than anyone else. Hiss. Rebuild's move of cutting off the source of the problem is really ruthless. Char's fleet is doomed. Arthur and Gerhardt are fighting to the death again. I really don't know what Gerhardt is thinking. Why does he get so easily excited? Huh? That's Eugene from the Tekkadan? He learns pretty quickly. Not only him, the kids in the Tekkadan all learn pretty quickly. Look at those Ms. teams, they can already complete simple team tactics. Is that Maximin? He's quite capable. Yeah, really good. It feels like another fleet is about to be born. In the following period of time, each fleet conducted training in an orderly manner. The production department manufactured battleships, standard Ms., and upgraded various elite special machines day and night, and the scientific research department never stopped its research. Factories in the Gundam Age, Gundam Seed, and Gundam UC, 1-year war, worlds were also fully operational, with brand new M's and warships being produced and sent to Promise Fortress. Looking at the neat rows of warships at the port and the brand new M's in the hangar, Yang Hui suddenly felt proud. This was his army. From the lonely central hall when he first arrived at Promise Fortress, to the land area that has expanded by who knows how many times, from the few 7 people to the tens of thousands now, from not having a single machine or a warship to more than 100 powerful space battleships of various types and thousands of M's now. All of this made Yang Hui feel that all the efforts were worth it. Moreover, he knew that this was only the most basic space fleet. In the future, Promise Fortress will become stronger and stronger, with more and more people, stronger and stronger, more and more advanced M's, and a larger and larger fleet. Are you all ready? Yang Hui returned to the central hall and asked the Emperor, Wang Liumei, Cruz, Flit, Rebel, Char and others who were waiting for him here. Of course, everyone is in place. Let's get started quickly. Go to your world. Well, it's my first time to go to a mission world. I'm a little excited. Haha, I'll go back home with you. Since you're all ready, Memphis. Commander, open the mission world. Understood. The brilliant light of the central hall dimmed, and a huge icon appeared in the sky. It was the icon of the Gundam world. It is detected that this mission is an upgrade assessment mission. The mission world defaults to the Gundam world, the mission mode defaults to the Legion battle mode, and the participants are the Promise Legion. Calculation completed. Because it is the first upgrade assessment mission and the first Legion battle mode, the commander has 2 options. 1. Descend to the world from 0 and inherit a novice mission progress. Inherit a novice mission progress. Confirmed 2. The commander can specify the landing location of the Legion, the 3rd Lagrange point in the universe, a safe space 500 kilometers away from Xiangguang City. Confirmed. The transmission is about to begin. I wish the commander and everyone a smooth mission. Thank you, Memphis. This was not the first time. Everyone had noticed that Memphis was not just an AI, but had a more important identity. So everyone was not too surprised, but treated Memphis as a companion. Transmission started. The next second, Yang Hui and others disappeared in the central hall amid the blessings and concerns of Emily, Yunoya, Frey and other fortress staff. Mephis's shadow looked at the place where everyone disappeared, but did not disappear immediately. Emily and others only saw Mephis' lips move slightly, but did not hear any words, and then disappeared, and the lights in the central hall returned to normal. Chapter 656, see you 1 year later. In the empty space of the third Lagrange point, between two huge asteroids and a meteorite, people shuttled back and forth constantly, and the interior was still transformed into two fortresses. No news about them yet? Lass asked with a worried expression. No. Neil replied helplessly, I have checked both official and unofficial channels, and I have not found any trace of them. They must not have come back yet. Ian Vasti said, now there is such a serious deviation, as long as they come back, they will definitely contact us on their own initiative. I'm just worried that they will be targeted when they come back, damn reformers. Neil cursed. Have you forgotten that Mr. Mellon and Deiria are also reformers? Aleluja reminded. Ahoha, I didn't say anything just now. Puff, let's decide what we should do next. This place is safe for now, but with Alaw's actions, it won't take long to find here. The person who spoke had snow-white hair, a huge scar on his face, and rimless glasses that made his iron-blooded and tough temperament look intellectual. Seal Axtica, the manager of the Celestial Support Team Angel, is also the Gundam messenger of the second generation, Judgment Goddess Gundam. During the test of the GN cannon, a major accident occurred. She survived due to the self-sacrifice of her two companions. However, due to exposure to a large number of GN particles, her body cells could not regenerate. Later, she was saved by Dr. Marino, who implanted the cells of the transformer into her body. By the way, the two people who sacrificed themselves to save Seal Axtica were Filthgear's parents, Lloyd Rezenis and Marlene Brady. Tisk, you are so long-winded. If they dare to come again, we will kill them all, said the blond man with a cruel smile arrogantly. Von Spark, the Gundam messenger of Angel, does not agree with the concept of celestial being, but likes to change the world with his own strength. Strangely, there are no handcuffs on his hands, and even the bomb collar on his neck has disappeared. Then why did you come back? You are still the tattered goddess of justice. Seal Axtica looked at Von Spark with disdain. Tisk. Von Spark turned his head away in displeasure. Originally, after he realized his plan, blocked the solar power generation satellite, and found the location of Veda, he took Hayona with him to leave the Angel, and go alone to find Veda. As a result, he didn't expect that the Veda he thought was on the moon was just a bait. When he arrived, he found himself surrounded by a large number of black second-generation Gundams. After a fierce battle, he managed to escape, but the body was broken and Hayona was injured and unconscious. Von Spark, who was desperate, had to return to Xiangguang City, and ask for help from Celestial Being. He still didn't agree with the concept of Celestial Being. It didn't matter what happened to him, but he couldn't help but care about Hayona's life. Fortunately, Colonel Mannequin and Major General Smirnov held the military power in their hands tightly and didn't hand it over. It can be regarded as a trump card. Ian Vasti comforted himself. Tisk, what's the use? Mannequin and Smirnov's troops are regular troops. They can't even raise their heads in front of Alaw's. And because they have always refused Alaw's call, the people above are also very dissatisfied with them. It's only a matter of time before they lose everything they have. Von Spark said disdainfully. The most serious thing is not this, but Professor Elfman and Wang Lao. Now, even Von Spark was silent. He was a self-centered person, but he still respected elders like Professor Elfman and Wang Lao. Moreover, his Goddess of Justice Gundam was upgraded and transformed under the advice of the two. If it hadn't been upgraded and transformed, he would have died at the bait on the moon, which indirectly saved his and Hayuna's lives. I'll contact Red Dragon and Luis to see if they can find out where Professor Elfman and Wang Lao are imprisoned. It's too dangerous to keep them in the Earth Federation. Let's rescue them first. Buzz 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 buzz. At this time, the alarm of Xiangguang City sounded loudly, and the red lights kept flashing. Damn it! Were we discovered by Alaw's so quickly? We will attack in the Gundam first. Ms. Zuir, please command everyone to evacuate. We will hold off the enemy. Okay, I'll go right away. Everyone moved in a panic, but the alarm stopped the next second, leaving everyone frozen in place. What's going on? Is the alarm malfunctioning? Zuir immediately called up the system to check, but soon, she froze again, looking at the pad in disbelief. Identity command. Operation code. Mirren Stewart. What? Everyone was shocked. When Zuir Yakstuka turned on the big screen, all eyes were focused on it, and saw several green meteors with long tails moving rapidly towards Xiangguang City, getting bigger and clearer. Is that Gundam? How can there be so many original solar furnaces? 5 Gundams that had never been seen before, but all were equipped with original solar furnaces, and each Gundam was equipped with 2 solar furnaces. Identity command. Operation code. Sitsuna F. Kion, Snipe Strauss, T. Iriard. They are back. Neil Dilandi, Aleloja, Ian Vasti and others were all excited, and the previous haze was swept away. Who is the other one? Asked Sher Yakstuka. There were 4 Gundam messengers who disappeared at the beginning, and now they are all back, and there is one more Gundam. I don't know who it is. Graham Aka. Former Union Ace hero. Yes, it's him. Sher Yakstuka and Von Spark didn't know about the Promise Fortress, so they didn't know where the people who disappeared a year ago went, and who else disappeared with them. Be alert, we can't be sure it's them. Sher Yakstuka said. There was no problem with the identity command sent by the other party, and the other party did not launch an attack on Xiangguang City, but it is better to be careful. After all, Xiangguang City is the last place for Shinrun to stay. Once lost, they will really become lonely ghosts. Yes, Neil Dilandi and the others also calmed down. Although there were no signs that the other party was an enemy, it was still better to be cautious. Everyone took their guns and went to the hangar. When the 4 Gundams were put into storage and fixed, and the cockpit door opened, it's really you. Haha, everyone, did you miss us? After confirming that the people who walked out of the cockpit were Yang Hui, Graham, Sitsuna, Lalanti Iria, Neil Dilandi, Aleloja, Ian Vasti and others excitedly went up to hug them. For a year, there was no news about them at all. Even if they knew where they went, they would definitely be worried. After all, going to an unknown world to perform various tasks is definitely more dangerous than being in this familiar world. Where's Miss Wang? Where's Wang Liumeng? Neil Dilandi asked. He was happy but also worried. Yang Hui and the others were back, but not all of them were back. Would they? Don't worry, they're behind us. Yang Hui smiled and glanced at Graham, Sitsuna, Lalanti Iria, all of whom showed a playful smile, and there's a surprise. Wow? We'll have to look forward to it. Neil Dilandi and the others laughed. To be honest, 5 brand new Gundams and 10 brand new solar furnaces were already a huge surprise, but Yang Hui didn't say it was a surprise. So how big of a surprise was the one Yang Hui was talking about? Excuse me, are you Mr. Mirren Stewart? Sher Yakstuka stepped forward and asked. She had the authority of 2 Veda sections before, and a high level of authority. She knew Yang Hui's information and intelligence, but she had never come into contact with it. It's me, Zuir Yakstuka. You don't need to call me. Just call me Yang Hui. Yang Hui said. He also knew about the support organization, Angel. He just didn't use them and didn't have any contact with them in order to play the first stage. Call me by my real name. Zuir Yakstuka frowned. The confidentiality regulations of Heavenly Man are very strict. Calling someone by their real name is a serious violation. That's right. There is no need to keep it secret anymore. Yang Hui said confidently. But, Mr. Milan, I don't know where you went, but you may not know that the current situation is very bad. Zuir Yakstuka said seriously. Let's go. Yang Hui's face sank. It seemed that this world had also undergone changes that he didn't know about. The most important thing now was intelligence. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the alarm of Xiangguang City sounded again. Christina Sarah also contacted Zuir Yakstuka. Miss Zuir, the E-detector has responded. GU 123 direction, it is a large-scale fleet. Damn laws. After hearing Christina Sarah's report, Neil Dilandi and others' faces became very ugly, and the surprise of Yang Hui and others' return was dispersed. But they were surprised to find that Yang Hui and others' smiles became more playful, and they didn't take it seriously at all. Milan, what are you laughing at? Zuir Yakstuka stepped back vigilantly and touched the gun on her waist. Yang Hui smiled and didn't say anything, but took the pad in Zuir Yakstuka's hand before she could react, so that Christina Sarah could see his face clearly. Hey, Chris, long time no see. Milan. Long time no see. You are back. Christina Sara said in surprise. Mr. Melon. Is it really Mr. Melon? Are they back? At once, Philud, Leshity, and Linda all crowded into the screen. It's really Mr. Melon. You're finally back. Great. Okay, Chris, lift the alarm. Are you going to treat Wong as an enemy? Oh, okay, I get it. After the communication ended, Yang Hui threw the pad back to Zuir Yakstuka and said to everyone with a smile, okay everyone, here's a surprise. I hope you like this gift. Chapter 657 Another Guess. Led by Yang Hui, the group all came to the headquarters of Xiangguang City, and met with Christina Sara and others. Mr. Melon. Welcome back, Mr. Melon. I haven't heard from you for a year. I was really worried. Uncle Melon, you are back. My arena missed you so much. Among the people who welcomed Yang Hui and the other four, a cute blonde girl rushed over and acted coquettishly in Yang Hui's arms. Oh my, let me see, my arena has grown up? Have I been gone for more than 10 years? Yang Hui lifted up my arena, who is about 1.5 meters tall, and teased. Uncle, you have been gone for a year. 1 year. Yang Hui and the others thought they had been gone for a long time. After all, before they left, my arena was still a little kid of about 1 meter tall, but now she's a 1.5 meter tall girl. Did she take hormones? She grew up so fast? Yes, this. Yang Hui and the others looked at Ian Vasti and Linda Vasti with strange expressions. We don't know either. The couple spread their hands, embarrassed, because after Yang Hui and the others left, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. They put most of their energy into work and didn't have much time to take care of my arena. When they came to their senses, my arena had suddenly grown up. You two parents are really dedicated to your duties. Yang Hui teased. Ahoha. Grandpa, we're back, don't you want to welcome us? Yang Hui put my arena down and said to the big screen of the command center. If my arena was still young, it wouldn't matter if he held her in his arms. Anyway, he would raise her as his niece, but now she has grown up, it's not appropriate to hold her in his arms. At this moment, the screen of the entire command room dimmed, and then lit up again, with a black background and flowing red codes, and the figure of Alia Hutchenberg. Where did you go? Alia Hutchenberg asked straight to the point. A very far place. Yang Hui replied with a smile on his face. You left this world, right? Alia Hutchenberg was silent for a few seconds, and then said something that shocked Christina Sara, Philud, Lichty, Neil, Alelija and others. Yang Hui told them about the Promise Fortress, so they knew it, but how did Alia Hutchenberg know it? Guessed it? Can such a thing be guessed? Sher Yakstuka and Von Spark were even more shocked. No, they were shocked from the moment Alia Hutchenberg appeared. Hey, isn't this the old man who is already dead? Is this a video? What does this mean? Von Spark asked immediately. Neither Yang Hui, Alia Hutchenberg, nor the others paid any attention to him. Yang Hui, Graham, Setsuna, Lal and Iria were not surprised, but smiled with relief. After going through several mission worlds, they were not the first to guess that they were visitors from another world in advance. They were used to it. How did you guess it? Yang Hui raised his lips and asked Alia Hutchenberg. You can't escape Veda's search. What else? This world can't do these, and within a year. As soon as the voice fell, one of the screens showed the direction of the large-scale fleet reported before, which was also the direction Yang Hui and others returned. It was really a large-scale fleet that even ALOS could not have, and it was moving towards Xiangguang City, in a mighty manner. There were familiar warships. The prototype of the ZZ class was the Baikal class, warships that had never been seen before, and many MIS that had never been seen before, special machines, mass-produced machines, some equipped with original solar furnaces, and all others were equipped with pseudo-solar furnaces. This is it. At this moment, Neil Nylandy and others knew what the surprise Yang Hui was talking about was. Is this the surprise you mentioned? Xanham. Yang Hui nodded proudly, and he was very satisfied with the expressions of Neil Nylandy and others at the moment. This is a shock, right? XN, don't worry about these little things. Is this a little thing? XN, so, you left this world? Alia Hutchenberg continued to ask. Yes. Yang Hui did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. Among the people present, only Sher Yakstuka and Von Spark were outsiders, and as long as they could survive to the end, They would enter the Promise Fortress, so there was no need to hide it. Can you tell me in detail? Alia Hutchenberg asked seriously. Wait a moment, and talk to everyone when they are all here. I will also introduce you to new companions. Yang Hui suggested. Okay. Alia Hutchenberg disappeared directly. He had already regarded Yang Hui as the upcoming conversation in his plan. He had waited for more than 200 years, so he was not in a hurry. Instead, it was Von Spark who pointed his gun at Yang Hui as Alia Hutchenberg disappeared. Hey, don't ignore me, okay? Of course. Facing Von Spark's gun, Yang Hui remained calm, but the others were not calm. Graham, Setsuna, Neil, Lyle, Aleloja, and Tyrion immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Von Spark. Put down your gun. Graham said coldly. The four of them accompanied Yang Hui back to Xianguang City, in advance not only to come back one step ahead to reminisce about the past, but they were also Yang Hui's bodyguards and guards. When necessary, they could die, but Yang Hui absolutely could not. Neil and Aleloja were just simply nervous and anxious, and they were not familiar with Von Spark. It's okay. Yang Hui waved his hand, asking Graham and the others not to be so nervous. When Von Spark put down his gun, he said, I know you're not afraid of death, but if you kill me, you won't get any answers, right? Brother, I'm getting more and more interested in you now. Von Spark did as he was told. After putting down his gun, his smile became more and more excited. Since he was forced to join the Angels, he has been very interested in Yang Hui, but he was only interested in his driving skills and development capabilities. After all, Yang Hui's record with the Secret Angels was really at the monster level. But now, Von Spark is more interested, and is interested in all aspects. Brother? If you really should call me that, you should call me Grandpa now. Yang Hui teased. Huh? Von Spark raised his eyebrows. Calculated, my real age should be more than 200 years old, right? Huh? XN let's go, wait for them, and tell you about our experience. The group walked towards the port of Xianguang City, again. During the period before the fleet arrived, Yang Hui, Graham, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyrion talked with others about their experience of carrying out missions in the mission world and the details of Promise Fortress. Is it really possible to stay young forever? I regret it. This is Christina Sarah. Each world has different science and technology. I regret it. This is Ian Vasti. You are so powerful now? I regret it. This is Neil and Aleloja. The other worlds are so exciting? I regret it. This is Lixty and Lass. Such an interesting thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? This is Von Spark. Huh? Someone disrupted the formation, haha, it's not too late to know now. Yang Hui and others laughed, knowing that they were all joking except for Von Spark. When the quota was allocated, except for Wang Liumei who was a little controversial, the others were definitely the best choices. Even Wang Liumei proved her value and ability in the subsequent missions, and provided great help for every mission. Have you brought these technologies back? Ian Vasti asked excitedly. Linda was embarrassed to speak, but her eyes were shining. Of course. Yang Hui smiled, but his expression immediately sank. After we clean up the troubles on Earth, you will be busy. What do you mean? The third stage. Everyone was silent. Except for Zuiri Yakstuka and Von Spark, everyone else knew what the third stage was, the upcoming dialogue. This also reminded them that Yang Hui brought back such a large fleet, which must be to deal with the upcoming dialogue. During the chat, the huge Promise Corps arrived and formed a defensive formation to protect Xianguang City, in the center. Wang and other Special Forces members and the main leaders of each fleet took the shuttle to Xianguang City. It's not that they don't want the warships to enter the port, but the port of Xianguang City simply can't stop such a large fleet, and there is no docking space as large as the Killing class. Seeing the endless stream of visitors, Graham, Setsuna, Lyle and Tyrion introduced the identities of the visitors to their companions one by one. Miss Wang. Liumei. Welcome back. Until Wang and Wang Liumei appeared, everyone greeted them excitedly again. We are back, it seems that everyone is not doing well. Wang teased. And it's a very simple analysis. Wang Liumei covered her mouth and chuckled. If there was no problem in the world, you wouldn't all gather in Xianguang City, and Neil and Aleloja wouldn't be wearing pilot suits now, ready to attack at any time. I really can't hide it from you. Neil and others scratched their heads awkwardly. Let's go, we'll talk about the past later, tell us what's going on now. Yang Hui said. Got it. And it must be said that as soon as Yang Hui and his team came back, the anxious Neil and others felt relieved. The pillar is back. Even if there are no new machines or large-scale fleets, they are the same. This is the reliability and security that Yang Hui gave them. Just like before, when Yang Hui was there, they would not worry or be afraid, even for the final suicide mission. Chapter 658 I Plan to Sweep. A large group of people came to the meeting room of Xiangguang City, but the meeting room of Xiangguang City did not have so many seats, and many people were crowded together and standing by the wall. First of all, let me introduce to you the person you have been waiting for a long time, Ilya Hutchenberg, the founder of Shinrun. The lights in the meeting room dimmed, the screen lit up, and Ilya Hutchenberg appeared again. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Ilya Hutchenberg. Ilya Hutchenberg already knew who was who in the room, and also knew about the Promise Fortress. When Yang Hui and others were chatting, they were not just talking to Neil and others, but also to Ilya Hutchenberg. Ilya Hutchenberg, who secretly controlled all the authority of Xiangguang City, for him, Xiangguang City was his back garden, and everything that happened here could not escape his eyes and ears. Flit, Gerhardt, Rebel, Char and the others all stood up and bowed slightly to Ilya Hutchenberg. Ilya Hutchenberg, the man they had always heard of but never met, was respected by all of them and they had been looking forward to meeting him. Old man, tell me what's going on now. Now that they knew each other, there was no need for small talk or family matters, and they got straight to the point. Well, the current situation. Then, Ilya Hutchenberg explained all the current situations of the Earth and the Earth Federation to everyone. After the establishment of the Earth Federation, Levon Zalmark really became the one who controlled the Earth Federation behind the scenes, established an independent security force laws, blockaded and oppressed the Middle Eastern countries, violently eliminated all those who resisted him, and used the knife of laws to massacre countless innocent people. He used all means to achieve his goals, resulting in the world still being in chaos after the establishment of the Earth Federation. Various anti-Federation forces emerge in an endless stream, and factional struggles within the Federation are endless. Once discovered, they will be bloodily purged without leaving any room. Just a few days ago, laws used satellite orbital laser cannons to carry out orbital bombing of Sur, the country with the strongest resistance in the Middle East. In the blink of an eye, the entire country was wiped out, leaving only a huge deep pit with countless casualties. The most excessive thing laws did was that as long as they didn't deal with them, or there was a little suspicion, they would directly charge people with various crimes without any investigation, and then send them to a certain place to work as coolies. After they were used up, they would carry out inhumane massacres and then frame the anti-government forces. This is also the main reason why various countries have emerged in an endless stream of anti-government forces against the federal government. This time, the orbital satellite laser cannon launched an orbital strike on a country, completely detonating the explosives of the struggle. According to the intelligence of Ilya Hutchenberg, the anti-government forces have united with some people in the federal government and some people in the federal army, and there will be a big move. Then, there is the current situation of Shinrun. Because of Yang Hui's intervention, the tragedy of the Hartfilia family was prevented. Louise did not join laws to avenge her parents. Instead, she found ways to contact Shinrun, and became the new supervisor and funder of Shinrun. Zhuangjiang Crossroad was not dead either. She was still active in various places as a reporter, collecting intelligence for Shinrun organization. However, she was being hunted by laws recently and temporarily stopped her activities and hid. Katie and Sergei have always insisted on Yang Hui's advice when he left. They held on to their troops and the regular army and refused laws' multiple conscriptions because their men were all their die-hard supporters. In addition, they had always been law-abiding and had not done anything beyond their rights. They also had their heroic titles. For a while, laws could do nothing about them. But this is only temporary. According to the intelligence of Ilya Hutchenberg, Levons has not taken action against them. In addition to the above reasons, he is also afraid of Yang Hui. After Yang Hui and others disappeared a year ago, Levons could not find any trace. He wanted to catch Katie and Sergei to force Mr. Yang Hui, but he did not dare to act rashly. But now, Levons is impatient and intends to take action against them, and he will do it forcefully without any excuse. Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang have been secretly imprisoned by the reformers. Neil and others have planned to rescue them many times, but they have tried every means to find the specific location of their imprisonment, so they did not take action. Billy Katagiri accepted the call of ALAWs and became the technical chief of ALAWs. It was not that he betrayed, but that he was threatened. He was threatened by Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang. Originally, Levons wanted to let Professor Elfman and Old Wang take charge of the technology development between them and ALAWs, but the two elders were both stubborn people and would not agree even if they were killed. Levons was unwilling to abandon two important bargaining chips, so he put them under house arrest and used them to threaten Billy Katagiri. It is worth mentioning that the current ALAWs is very different from the ALAWs in Yang Hui's memory. It has been confirmed that the number of artificial transformers is more than 50, and all of them hold important positions in ALAWs. You must know that in the original plot, there were only 5 transformers under Levons, not counting the consumable clones, and one of them was a traitor. Now it is directly multiplied by 10. Yang Hui thought that even if he joined, with the combat power of Heavenly Man, alone, he would not be able to eat the pill. This is also the reason why Shinrun is so destitute. In addition to the location of Xiangguang City being hidden by Aoyu Hutchenberg and Yang Hui from the beginning, all other bases, whether on Earth or in the universe, have been destroyed. In addition, Veda is in the hands of Levons, and without Yang Hui and Wang's advice, every action they take ends in failure, and every time they escape death. Yang Hui, what are you going to do? Aoyu Hutchenberg asked. I plan to push forward. Yang Hui said seriously with a raised corner of his mouth. This is too much nonsense. Neil and others stood up to object before Aoyu Hutchenberg opened her mouth. Such a large fleet is of unknown origin in the eyes of outsiders. No matter how unpopular ALAWs is, at least everyone knows that it is an army formed by the Earth Federation. However, the Promise Corps open entry is not something that celestial being can justify. That's right, we will be treated as aliens, not to mention that Veda is still in the hands of those reformers. It is easy to manipulate intelligence and public opinion. And they have hostages in their hands. Well, I have considered all these things. The sweep that Yang Hui mentioned does not mean to mindlessly pull all the troops up and sweep away all the forces of Levons. In the first stage, Liu Mei, return to Earth immediately and take over the intelligence network of celestial being again. Clean up what needs to be cleaned up and fill in what needs to be filled in. Cruz, you go to help Liu Mei, Amuro, Sima, Gerard and Rena will be your bodyguards, and find a way to bring the machine over. The first priority is to find out the location of Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang. Understood. X and Wang, take the remaining people on the Guanhong and continue the armed intervention. Neil and the others will go with you. Be careful not to expose all of them. Make good use of the Mirage system. Understood. X and Char, Flit, take some people with me to find Katie and the old man. The others will be on standby for the time being. Rebel, Gerhardt, the universe is handed over to you. If they are discovered, ordinary people will be placed under house arrest. If they are from ALAWs, do not let any of them go. Understood. X and after everything was arranged quickly, everyone dispersed to prepare for the next task. In the conference room, Yang Hui stayed alone, and Aoyu Hutchenberg did not disappear. Old man, you can get Veda's authority back at any time, right? No, in order to hide my existence, I am relatively isolated from Veda, and I need to be close to them for a certain distance. Has the position of celestial being moved? No, Levons Almark is a conceited man. Well, do you have anything else to ask me? You weren't from our world from the beginning, were you? Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. Cruz and others discovered the existence of Promise Fortress in advance, but Aoyu Hutchenberg discovered more. He is worthy of being the greatest evildoer in the Gundam world. There is no one more evil than him in the entire Gundam world, right? So, the conversation that I spent my entire life, even turning into quantum data to witness, was actually completed more than a decade ago, right? Yes. Why? I want to ask why, too. Yang Hui sighed. I was originally a Otaku, who knew that a disaster would befall my blue planet and it would be destroyed. I would have died, and I wouldn't have to know anything after death. Who knew that I would be chosen by Memphis and reborn in this world, a world that I have imagined countless times, and then I had thought that with the help of the golden finger and the memory of my past life, I could quickly complete your bullshit plan, and then find a place to retire with my wives in peace. As a result, God played a huge joke on me again. The Shkramas Fortress, the order and balance of the infinite world, this kind of responsibility. I also want to ask why. At present, it seems that her choice is not wrong. Who knows? Yang Hui shook his head. It's only been more than 200 years, and I feel tired. Who knows, one day I will be tired and don't want to continue, and turn evil. You won't. Why do I feel that you are more confident than me? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Because you are not alone. I will continue to watch you, observe you, and record you. It seems that I don't need to ask? Yang Hui shrugged and got the answer from Alia Hutchenberg. Anyone with ambition can't refuse. It is very rare that Alia Hutchenberg, who only has quantum data left, has always had a zombie face, but now he smiled, very happily and enthusiastically. Yes, but, let's wait until we get through this level first. Do you have any information? Those guys on Jupiter, ELS, alien metal life forms, their characteristics are. Chapter 659 Useful Information, Back Home. On Earth, Louise was in the car heading to the Wang family's company to discuss with the acting head of the family, Red Dragon, how to transport the next batch of supplies to the universe and deliver them to the hands of the celestial being. But when she arrived at the Wang family, she saw a person who had disappeared for a year. Wang Liumeng. Nice to meet you, Miss Olivi. Thank you very much for your help too, celestial being. But you are not. Louise calmed down and sat opposite Wang Liumeng. She had not spent these years in vain. She was no longer the willful girl she used to be. Nice to meet you, Miss Wang Liumeng. Miss Olivi, let's get straight to the point. You came here this time to discuss the transportation of supplies, right? Yes, because of the destruction of Sewer, many anti-government forces chose to surrender directly. Now only, Pure Source, is still holding on, but a laws has swept them several times. The Pure Source forces on Earth have suffered a devastating blow, and only a small part of them are left in the universe. A laws has freed up his hands to target celestial being, and the channel used before can no longer be used. I already understand the situation, but don't worry, Miss Olivi, we have a safer new channel, and there is no need to worry about being discovered by a laws. Really? Yes, but there is one thing I need your help with, Miss Olivi. Please go ahead, Miss Wang Liumeng. The amount of supplies may need to be increased 5-fold, especially the daily necessities. 5-fold. This. Miss Wang Liumeng, did I hear correctly? Louise, of course, Miss Olivi. But Miss Wang Liumeng, as far as I know, the daily necessities needed by celestial beings are not so many. Can I ask why? Of course, Miss Olivi, I am not back alone this time, and I did not do nothing during the year I disappeared. Wang Liumeng said. This. Miss Olivi, I can't explain the details to you now, please believe me. Wang Liumeng said seriously. Before meeting Louise, Wang Liumeng had also been investigated. After Yang Hui rescued her that year, she changed her usual behavior and began to study management and business hard, and gradually mastered the Halevi family's business. Then she made a lot of efforts to get in touch with Celestial Being and became a new supporter. She then spared no effort to support Celestial Being, even when Celestial Being was severely suppressed by laws and almost destroyed, she did not give up, which proved that she was trustworthy. It was just that what they brought back was too shocking. If Louise was told now, she would definitely not be able to accept it. I believe you, Miss Wang Liumeng. After joining Celestial Being, I also investigated your information and learned a lot, so I believe you. Thank you very much, Miss Olivi. It's just, I want to ask, he's back too, right? Louise asked cautiously, but she also knew that Celestial Being was very confidential, especially the Gundam messenger, and even if she had the identity of an inspector now, she could not know who the Gundam messenger of the secret angel was, so she added, if it's not convenient to answer, it's okay. Him. It's the Gundam messenger of the secret angel. Miss Olivi, I remember you have a fiancé, right? Wang Liumeng narrowed her eyes, and the strong temperament she had cultivated for a long time emanated. You misunderstood, Miss Wang Liumeng. The information Louise had found out about Wang Liumeng was that she was one of Yang Hui's lovers, so she quickly explained. After all, the way she asked the question was indeed easy to be misunderstood. Schatz and I have a good relationship. I just want to thank him. If it weren't for him, I would have died that year. I see. Wang Liumi had been observing Louise's every move and found that she was telling the truth, so she replied, yes, he is back too. He will lead us to overthrow the current federal regime, eliminate the brutal A laws, and the distortion hidden behind it. Really? Then when can I meet him? I want to thank him in person. There will be a chance, Miss Harlevy, but not now. He has a very important task to complete now. Understood. Louise nodded in agreement. When the time is right, I'll trouble you, Miss Wang Liumi. It's a piece of cake. Then I'll go back first, Miss Wang Liumi. To be honest, it will take some time to prepare this batch of supplies. No problem, the Wang family will also help with the preparation. Goodbye. After sending Louise away, Wang Liumi returned to the room where they had just talked to taste the black tea. You have changed a lot. Hong Long, who was standing behind Wang Liumi, said, mainly because of Wang Liumi's temperament and methods. After leaving the Wang family for a year, the Wang family had long been instigated by ambitious people, and Hong Long was just struggling to support it. But as soon as Wang Liumi came back, she used iron-blooded methods to clean up all the people who opposed her in the family, and used her strong spirit to regain the fence-sitters. She was clean and ruthless. The previous Wang Liumi could not do it. No matter what, she would always consider the thoughts of the elders in the family. Brother, my real age is more than 100 years old. I have experienced the trials of two worlds. If I haven't grown up, I'll just find a piece of tofu to beat myself to death. Wang Liumi rolled her eyes and complained. Actually, you should have gone with us, brother. Miss. Okay, brother, you are still confined to the small circle of the Wang family. If you don't jump out, you will never know how vast the outside world is. When the time comes, you should go with me and see the outside world. Yes, miss. Hey, how come Yang Hui's influence on you has changed again? It's so annoying. Hong Long didn't say anything, but lowered his head and stood behind Wang Liumi obediently, but no one noticed that the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Haha, that's not necessarily true, Liumi. At this time, the door of the room opened, and Cruz walked in and sat opposite Wang Liumi. Thank you for your hard work, Cruz. It's not hard. The intelligence network of Shinrun is very complete. Even if it has been hit many times, it still retains a complete framework. The core of each branch is intact and can be filled up quickly. Cruz said. Have you contacted Zhuangjiang? Yes, we have agreed to meet at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow at the place where we first met. I'll go in person. Zhuangjiang doesn't know you, so as to avoid misunderstanding. I thought so too, but when I was checking the previous intelligence, I found something interesting. What? When the Earth Federation was first established, the representatives of the People's Revolutionary League were still alive, as were a group of senior officials of the original People's Revolutionary League. Huh? Under house arrest? Or imprisoned? Both. This is really good news. There is one more necessary condition for the legitimacy of our existence. Yes, but we have to rescue them first. Thank you for your hard work, Cruz. Haha, there's nothing I can do. Who made me agree to the black-hearted entrepreneur at that time? Cruz shrugged. After saying that, Cruz got up and left. There was still a lot of work to do next, and Yang Hui didn't have much time to give them. However, when he got up, he looked at Hong Long with interest. After Cruz left, Hong Long leaned over and whispered to Wang Liumi, Miss, he is very dangerous. Yes, brother, he is indeed very dangerous. Hong Long did not need to remind her, she had the most direct personal experience of how dangerous Cruz was. Then. But not to us, brother, as a companion, Cruz is trustworthy. I understand. Wang Liumi took out a note and handed it to Hong Long, telling him, go to this address, meet this person, and arrange the transportation route. This batch of supplies is very important. You must deliver it to the destination in person. The huge fleet also consumes a lot of supplies. The amount carried from the Promise Fortress is only enough for 1 month, and the soldiers cannot be allowed to fight on an empty stomach. But your safety. Hong Long thought that Wang Liumi still had to meet Zhuangjiang. He was Wang Liumi's bodyguard and had to stay by her side at all times. Don't worry, brother, someone will follow me. It's not that Wang Liumi looked down on Hong Long, but Hong Long really couldn't compare with he and others who had experienced the world mission. At the same time, Wang Lianmei also intended to let Hong Long broaden his horizons and see what kind of cards they held in their hands, so that he would not have to be so cautious in everything. Yes, Miss. On the other side, Yang Hui brought Fleet and Char back to the Smirnov family. Looking at the familiar gate, the mischievous memories of childhood came to his mind, and he smiled unconsciously. What happy things did you think of? Char teased. When I was 6 years old, I went to peek at the maid taking a bath, and was chased and beaten by my brother. I ran around the house 2 or 3 times. Anyway, he couldn't catch up with me. Yang Hui said proudly. You actually did such a thing? Char and Fleet were surprised. I was quite naughty when I was a child. I can't tell it's something to be proud of. Tisk, no childhood. Indeed not. X2 Char and Fleet both spread their hands. They really didn't have a childhood. When they were very young, a huge change happened in their family, forcing them to mature and work hard. Okay, let's go to my house. The Yang family mansion in the Gundam Age world, the Yang family in the Gundam Seed world, and the Bist family in the Gundam UC world are not Yang Hui's home, including the Promise Fortress. In his heart, he has only one home, that is the Smirnov family in the Gundam U world. Haha, I'm happy too. The 3 of them walked into the Smirnov family together. The servants saw that Yang Hui, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, suddenly came back, and hurried back to report. Soon, Sergei ran out in a hurry. Brother. Long time no see, I missed you so much. Bang. Oh my. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? There was no warm reunion hug. Sergei rewarded Yang Hui with a big fight when they met. The force was so great that Yang Hui, a reformer and NT, was almost knocked down. You still remember to come back? You've been gone for a year. You have a wife and no home, right? I'll teach you a lesson. Sergei grabbed Yang Hui's clothes and dragged him into the house, while scolding Yang Hui. Brother. Let go. I can walk by myself. Chapter 660 Different Situations. Char and Fleet looked at Yang Hui being dragged away with gloating. They really didn't expect to see such an interesting scene, but it was also quite embarrassing. After all, Sergei didn't tell them to go in when he dragged Yang Hui away. The host didn't say anything, so it was not appropriate for them to follow without permission. Excuse me, both of you. Please follow me. At this time, Heli naturally had to take on the responsibilities of the hostess. Thank you very much, Mom. Following Heli into the house and coming to the study together, Char and Fleet were surprised to find that the expected quarrel between brothers did not happen. Sergei and Yang Hui sat on both sides, both very calm. Wow? Brother Yang Hui is not ordinary. Char and Fleet thought at the same time in their hearts, and immediately judged that the fight outside just now was a play. As for why, it must not be played for them, but for the eyes in the dark. Let me introduce you, Sergei Smirnov, my eldest brother, and this is my sister-in-law, Heli Smirnov. These 2 are Char Aznable and Fleet Asuno, both of whom are my companions. Heli sat down next to Sergei, and Char and Fleet sat down next to Yang Hui. The 2 nodded to each other to show that they knew each other. If you and your sister-in-law were at home, would they attack you? Yang Hui asked. Sergei is now a major general of the Federation, and a major general with real power in charge of the army, but he is now idle at home, and he and his wife are together, so it must not be as simple as a holiday. Well, the higher-ups sent an A-laws inspector to my territory, and there were a few people with him, not ordinary people. Not ordinary people? Are they reformers? Well, they took the authorization of the federal speaker and directly sidelined me, and began to investigate below, saying that there are spies from Heavenly Man and anti-government forces. Haha, it seems that Life can't sit still. Yang Hui sneered. It didn't come earlier or later, but it came suddenly, and the means were so tough. It seems that it has something to do with their return. You shouldn't have come back. Sergei sighed and said, the reformers hid behind the scenes and replaced most of the officials when the Federation was established for various reasons. The current federal parliament is the puppet. They still have the card of A-laws in their hands. If you come back, you will fall into a trap. Don't worry, since I dare to show up, it means that I am absolutely sure. Yang Hui said. Alice. Okay, big brother, sister-in-law, it's a rare opportunity, just have a good rest, I still have to go see Katie. All the words that should be said have been said, and all the situations that should be understood have been understood. Yang Hui no longer needs to stay at home. Now is not the time to go home and rest. However, when he walked to the door, Yang Hui paused and said to Sergei and Heli without looking back, "Don't worry about Andrei's matter, I will bring him back intact." After that, Yang Hui took Xia and fleet away without stopping. Hearing this, Sergei and Heli were stunned. Heli covered his face and cried bitterly. Sergei's eyes were red and full of tears. He tried hard to restrain his tears. Sergei is not a person who gives in easily. Even if the inspector and the reformer of laws came to his door with the authority of the federal speaker, he could not be dismissed so easily. Sergei's subordinates are definitely his confidants. If they are really angry, Sergei may directly rebel against the Federation. But Sergei and Heli were both dismissed and stayed at home, and Andrei was not there. Sergei and Heli never mentioned Andrei's whereabouts from beginning to end. You know, Andrei liked to play with Yang Hui since he was a child. Therefore, Yang Hui judged that Sergei and Heli were also threatened, and the weight that threatened them was Andrei. Flit, summon Cruz and ask him to check the location of Andrei Smirnov. Understood. Yang Hui, your eldest brother is like this, and the other side is probably similar, right? Xia asked. To reasonably eliminate laws and the reformers and overthrow the current federal government, Sergei is a great help, and there is also Katie. The regular army troops in their hands can provide great help. But now, this trump card prepared in advance has been torn off half, and in terms of the other party's current attitude and style of doing things, the other half should be similar. Katie will not be threatened, you don't know her. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth. Sergei and Heli have Andrei as a soft spot, so it is possible to be threatened. But Katie didn't have any weakness. She didn't have any weakness. Or rather, her only weakness was Yang Hui. Yang Hui would not become her weakness. Therefore, Livons could not threaten her, nor could he make her surrender. When Yang Hui went to the military camp where Katie was, Katie encountered the same situation as Sergei in the military camp. Major General Katie Mannequin, I am Major Aberlint, the inspector of laws. Please give me more advice in the future. Inspector? Why didn't I receive a notice in advance? Katie Mannequin had expected this to happen, but still pretended to be angry and questioned. Confidential mission, Major General Mannequin. Confidential mission? What confidential mission can allow a major to monitor a major general like me? Katie pressed on, her face becoming more and more gloomy. The temperament of a strong woman made Aberlint sweat profusely. Major General Mannequin, I am the Special Commissioner of laws. laws is an independent unit directly under the federal government and has the right to. So, it is the federal government that gives you the courage to let a small major dare to bully me. I'm not. I mean. Guards. Take him down. Wait. Aberlint saw that Katie's guards immediately rushed in and wanted to arrest him. He was panicked. The identity of laws made him invincible. Because it was an independent unit directly under the federal government, laws had a supreme status. Even if it was just a major, the generals of the regular army would not dare to offend him easily. Aberlint was originally a person who hid behind power to make up for his cowardice. His confidence and courage were only related to the success rate of the mission. When he was in an advantageous position, he would show great courage, show off himself, and belittle those who were inferior. But when the situation deteriorated, he would retreat quickly and hope that the people under his command could help him in desperate situations. He often relies on the talents of others to help him succeed, but he rarely praises his subordinates. As a savvy survivalist and tactician, he always makes sure to attack the enemy with overwhelming force to ensure victory, but often underestimates his opponents and is not good at predicting the enemy's actions. He enjoys this privilege and the status and vanity that privilege brings. This time he came to Katie's defense zone just to show off his power in front of Katie. Maybe he can rely on his domineering to take down the most beautiful high-ranking flower in the army. But unexpectedly, the other party didn't buy laws' account at all, but wanted to arrest him. Please wait, Major General Mannequin. At this time, a man with short lavender hair walked in with a few people, with a gentle smile on his face, wearing law's military uniform, and the rank of captain. Who are you? Are all the guards in the squad shit-eating? Any cat or dog can enter my office without reporting. Mannequin asked coldly. Excuse me, I am the captain of the law's special independent team, responsible for protecting Major Lint's safety. I am Captain Rivian Revere. Humph, another law's person? Are all law's people a bunch of unruly stragglers? Excuse me, Major General Mannequin, We sent a telegram to your department before we came here. It may be that the Major General's subordinates ignored it, which led to this misunderstanding. This is the official appointment letter of the federal speaker. Please take a look. Rivian Revere explained to Katie elegantly. Katie took the appointment letter of the federal speaker and read it carefully, then glanced at Abe Lint, Rivian Revere and others, and waved his hand to let the guards retreat. Abe Lint, who was released, breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Katie angrily, but just met Katie's cold eyes, trembling with lingering fear, then stepped back a few steps and stood aside obediently. Huh? Seeing this scene, Katie's mouth curled up, and he guessed the identities of Levi Revere and others. So, Special Envoys, what advice do you have? It's like this, Major General Mannequin. The job of answering should be done by Aberlint, but Levi Revere saw Aberlint standing aside and didn't dare to say a word, and secretly cursed waste and answered Katie on his behalf. The anti-government forces are becoming more and more rampant, and the threat of Shinrun is like a thorn in the throat. So why don't you do your job well, eliminate the anti-government forces as soon as possible, and restore peace to the Federation, but come to me for what? Tisk, female fox. Levi Revere, who was interrupted, cursed in his heart. Katie's interruption not only told them that your identities are nothing in front of me, but also accused A-Laws of incompetence and being waste. But he still maintained an elegant smile and answered patiently, that's why we are here, Major General Mannequin. A-Laws has never stopped its suppression of anti-government forces, and has reaped rich rewards. But at critical moments, the other side always seizes the opportunity to break through. So Commander Katajiri judged that there must be spies from the anti-government forces within our army who tip them off, otherwise they would not be able to escape every time. Then you should conduct a thorough internal check first, Captain Revere. A-Law's actions are confidential. The regular army doesn't know about them, and cannot tip them off. That's hard to say, Major General Mannequin. A-Law's naturally conducted an internal investigation, and it has reaped a lot of rewards, but to be on the safe side, the regular army cannot be left out, right? Everything is for world peace. Of course, Major General Mannequin was a hero in the last war, and we also believe in the Major General's ability to manage his subordinates, but the procedures must still be followed. At least give us a chance to report. HMPH, whatever you want. The other party had said this, and she really couldn't refuse. At least she was still a federal soldier, and she had to obey the orders of the federal speaker. Thank you very much for your understanding, Major General Mannequin. After saying this, Levi Revere led his men away, but at the door, Katie's words made them pause. When walking in the camp, it's best to walk in a well-lit place. My people are all fierce and sensitive to strangers. It would be bad if they caused misunderstandings. Thank you for the reminder, Major General Mannequin, we will be careful. Chapter 661 You are not qualified yet. Waste. Led by the guards, Levi Revere and his men came to the room that Katie had arranged for them. Levi Revere slapped Aberlint in the face without mercy, knocking him to the ground. If he hadn't used a little more force, a few teeth would have been knocked out given the physical fitness of the reformers. The other reformers also looked at Aberlint on the ground with disdain, just like a god sitting on the clouds looking down at a humble ant. My lord. This is all the fault of that stinky woman. She is too arrogant. She doesn't take A-Laws, which was established by you all, seriously at all. She is so contemptuous of the authority of you all, there must be something wrong. My lord, just arrest her. Please hand her over to me for interrogation, I will definitely be able to. Compared with the original plot, Levon's style of doing things is much more radical. Not only did he allow a large number of reformers to join A-Laws from the beginning, but he also did not completely hide the existence of the reformers. Both the puppets of the federal high-level officials and the senior officials of A-Laws knew about the existence of the reformers. The same is true for Aberlint, who was assigned this task, but he is still a pawn, a chess piece. Seeing his terrible performance, Levi Revere is ready. After this mission is over, this clown will be cleaned up. The world led by reformers does not need this kind of garbage. Enough. Get out of the way and clean up. Don't let anyone see the flaws. Got it. Aberlint felt the murderous intent of Levi Revere and fled back to his room. Tisk, rubbish. Levi Revere really felt disgusted with a villain like Aberlint. We'll just clean her up when the time comes. But Levi, that woman actually dared to threaten us, She should be eliminated right away. Calm down, now is not the time to touch her. Lviv Lever said, she will be a very important card in our hand. If Melon really comes back, he will definitely come looking for her. We can still lure that person out by capturing her. It's different. Don't underestimate Melon. He's someone that even Livons is afraid of, and, catch her in her military camp? Do you want to die? Humph. Just wait, Veda has found Melon's whereabouts. Our task is to determine his location and then take him to see Livons. Understood. The reformers are not all integrated. Each has their own personality and their own style of doing things, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they are pretentious and think they are like gods in front of ordinary people. The same goes for other reformers. They don't submit to each other. But they all obey the orders of one person, that is Livons, because Livons created them, led them to become the gods of this world, and re-established a new world with the reformer as the god. Beep beep beep. Lviv Lever, who received the news, took out his pad and looked at it, with the corners of his mouth curled up. Veda's intelligence confirmed that Melon appeared at Smirnov's house, stayed for a while and then left, and is heading here. We can take action tomorrow night at the latest. Is it finally here? That woman is worthless, right? Once you find Melon, it's up to you. By the way, clean up the two people who followed Melon together. Haha, got it. As the sun rose and set, Lviv Lever and others did not rest in the room all the time during the waiting period. They still had to pretend to be doing it. However, after Aberlin was taught a lesson, he also put away his arrogance and just took Lviv Lever around Katie's camp without causing any trouble. On the second night, seeing Katie changed into casual clothes, Lviv Lever knew that the opportunity had come. Let's go. Yes. My lord, what about me? Seeing that Lviv Lever and his companions were about to leave, Aberlin pointed at himself. You. Lviv Lever raised his eyebrows, thinking of a good idea, and raised the corner of his mouth dangerously. Stand by here, I will give you an important task later. Really? Got it. Aberlin had always thought that his ugly appearance would make him fall to the bottom, but he didn't expect to be able to turn over so quickly. He believed Lviv Lever's words without a doubt and solemnly agreed. Lviv Lever gave a look to the reformer beside him. After receiving it, the other party handed a small black ball to Aberlin's hand, and then left without saying a word. Aberlin didn't doubt what it was, but just held it in his arms like a treasure with an excited smile on his face. Levi Lever and his men followed closely behind Katie in a car. After leaving a distance, he took out his pad, started a series of commands, and then the black ball in Aberlin's arm suddenly opened, and the 10-second countdown stung his eyes. Just as he was about to escape, the countdown came to an end. Boom! The flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the camp. Major General, there was an explosion in the camp, where the Special Commissioner lives. The subordinate who was driving replied anxiously. Are there any casualties? Katie asked with a dark face. There are none of our people. Captain Lever is following us with a few people. Major Aberlin is currently missing. He should be. Okay, I understand. Major General, let's go back now. No, head towards the target location. After I get off the car, you return to the camp and pick me up when I notify you. But your safety. Don't worry about my safety. This is an order. Got it. Got it. In fact, Katie was also worried about the situation in the camp. She also knew that she had been tricked by the other party. Aberlin was a special commissioner of laws and died in a bomb attack in her camp. In any case, she could not escape the blame. Dismissal was the lightest punishment. In serious cases, she might be directly imprisoned. But she did not return, because Yang Hui told her when he contacted her that no matter what happened on the road, she should not look back, and she should not care if she was followed behind. Just go to see him. Although she was confused, Katie believed in Yang Hui. There must be a reason for his arrangement. In order not to disrupt Yang Hui's plan, she endured the worry and continued to move forward. The two cars drove on the road one after the other and stopped at a back street. After getting out of the car, Katie asked his subordinates to drive away. He glanced at a car parked blatantly behind him and walked straight into an underground bar. Haha, it seems that the other party has something to rely on. Their tracking was not hidden, but the other party looked at them provocatively when they were out of sight, which stimulated the pride of the reformers. Let's go. Several people got out of the car and followed Katie's footsteps into the same bar. Yo, you are so slow. As soon as they stepped into the door, they saw Yang Hui raise his glass to them, not caring about their identities, while Katie sat next to Yang Hui, holding his arm intimately, but waiting for them like a cheetah ready to go. Nice to meet you, Mr. Melon. I am Levi Revere, sorry to keep you waiting. The IQ of the reformers is higher than that of ordinary people. Katie allowed them to follow him, and it can be said that he deliberately brought them to see Yang Hui, which means that their arrival was in Yang Hui's plan from the beginning. What would you like to drink? I don't come to this shop often, but Heart of Blue and Flaming Lips are pretty good. No, Mr. Melon, since you are waiting for us, you should know why we are here. Levi Revere felt that Melon was too calm, which gave him a bad feeling in his heart, so he didn't plan to waste time. It would be best to complete the task immediately. Please, Mr. Melon. Alice, so man-made things are indeed man-made things. They don't know politeness or humor at all. Yang Hui shook his head and shook the wine glass in his hand. He didn't think of getting up at all. Instead, he looked at Levi Revere and his friends jokingly. You. Catch the elegance on Levi Revere's face was broken, and his expression was ferocious. The people behind him were ready to draw their guns to teach Yang Hui, the arrogant man, a lesson. They were reformers, but there was a stain that could not be washed away, that is, man-made reformers. They were the creations of ordinary people they looked down on. But as soon as their hands touched the pistols behind them, the cold and hard touch of death was against their foreheads. There are people. Everyone was shocked. They were transformers. Even if there were no GN examples, even if they had not entered the transformer state, their perception ability was far superior to that of ordinary people. It was impossible for anyone to escape their perception. Look, this is your pride, worthless, transformer. Oh, no, it's an artificial transformer. Yang Hui changed his words. The transformer's map cannon was a bit big, covering him. You won't kill us. That's hard to say. Yang Hui smiled jokingly, causing the alarm in Levi Revere's head to sound loudly. He planned to turn around and grab the opponent's pistol, or roll to the side and escape. He was very confident because he was a transformer and his physical fitness was higher than that of the strongest human. But to his horror, a big hand pressed on his shoulder, making him unable to move, and at the same time, several gunshots came from behind him. Bang bang bang, the companions behind him fell to the ground in response, leaving hideous holes in different parts of their heads. It only takes one person to report the news. Yang Hui picked up the wine glass and walked to Levi Revere, pouring the wine in the glass in front of him, as if to pay tribute to the dead. Malin. Go back and tell Levons that if he wants to see me, let him come by himself. You are not qualified. Yang Hui said in a cold tone. Damned mortal. Really? Then. Before he finished speaking, in Levi Revere's horrified eyes, Yang Hui entered the transformer mode. The colorful light in his eyes stung Levi Revere's soul, and the second half of the sentence sounded directly in Levi Revere's mind. So? Artificial transformer? Or a fake? You are. Okay, you can go, Mr. Revere. After a second or two, Yang Hui exited the transformer mode, kindly straightened Levi Revere's collar, and then asked him to leave. Katie and I have reunited after a long time. Please don't continue to spoil the mood here, thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 662, Levons's Fear. Levi Revere was naturally unwilling to leave like this. In Veda's records, all the information about Melon was deleted when Levon seized Veda's authority. There was no record at all that Yang Hui was also a man-made reformer. His basic information from birth to joining, celestial being, was very clear, and he could not be a man-made reformer. So, there was only one possibility. Yang Hui was a self-awakened pure-blooded reformer. Why would you, as a pure-blooded reformer, fight against your compatriots together with these ordinary people? Levi Revere asked loudly. Ordinary people? Compatriots? Haha. Yang Hui sneered, looking at Levi Revere as if he was looking at an idiot. Little brat, it's not your fault that you have little experience, but it's your problem that you are still self-righteous despite your lack of experience. What? Don't forget, who invented the Veda, GN particles, and your own existence that you rely on, and, what else can you do without these? You. Okay, get out, little brat with an immature mind, it's boring to talk to you about this. Levi Revere wanted to struggle, but the hand on his shoulder became stronger and stronger, his shoulder blades creaked, and he grimaced in pain. Levi Revere had no choice but to leave, but before leaving, he engraved the faces of the people who controlled him and killed other reformers in his mind. Just wait, this matter will not be let go. Levi Revere threatened viciously before leaving. But his intimidation did not work at all, but instead caused a crowd of chuckles. Haha, okay, we're waiting for you. Char said jokingly. Huh? After Levi Revere left, only their own people were left in the bar. Katie also looked at Char and others, and then looked at Yang Hui. They are our companions. Well, I understand, but you shouldn't have come back, and you shouldn't have been so high profile when you came back. Katie expressed the same concerns as Sergei. You don't think I just brought a few of them back, do you? What else? Katie asked, not because she didn't believe Yang Hui, she knew Yang Hui, and he must have something to rely on for daring to show up so high profile. It's a bit much, I'll tell you slowly. Yang Hui smiled evilly. Yang Hui. Katie wanted to scold, and heard the implication of Yang Hui's words, but is now the time to flirt? Question mark. But feeling the warmth of the big hand on her waist, and the charming breath of reunion after a long absence, her hard attitude softened, and the scolding turned into coquettish, and she fell softly in Yang Hui's arms. It's okay, we still have time, let's talk slowly. Yang Hui approached Katie and whispered in her ear, his hot breath blowing in her ear, and the ambiguous pink gradually filled the entire bar. Hey, what are you still doing here? Yang Hui looked at Char and others who were refusing to leave with a look of disdain. You know how to have fun. You're old but your heart is still young. You're romantic. I've learned that. Several people gave Yang Hui a thumbs up at the same time, and walked out of the bar with a smirk on their faces, letting Katie bury her head in Yang Hui's chest. She wanted to get angry but had no strength, so she could only be carried by Yang Hui as a princess, and walked to the inner bedroom, and then. Millions of words omitted. Levi Revere did not return to Katie's camp immediately after leaving. After stopping halfway, he immediately contacted Levons and reported everything that had just happened. Did you see him? Yes. Failed. Levons. He's a purebred transformer. He's awakened. Why didn't I receive any intelligence before the action? Levi Revere was a very elegant person and always kept an elegant smile, but now he couldn't help it. His face was ferocious, and his tone contained endless anger. Sure enough, I knew it. Levons. Are you questioning me, Levi Revere? Levons's tone was as cold as ice, enough to freeze the soul and extinguish Levi Revere's anger instantly. You misunderstood, Levons. I'm angry about the death of my compatriots. Haha. Levons smiled coldly. He knew the temperament of the Transformers under his command better than the Transformers themselves. Angry about the death of their compatriots? The most unfunny joke. However, he did not expose it. Levi Revere was the best among his men and was still useful, so he explained, it's not that I didn't tell you. Before this, I was just guessing and couldn't be sure. I see. You return to the A-Law's headquarters now. You don't need to take care of Katie Mannequin. Their sacrifice is wasted like this. Levi Revere was unwilling. He would not avenge the others if they died, but he suffered the greatest humiliation since he was born today and must take revenge. He couldn't touch Yang Hui, but Katie could, unless the other party openly rebelled against the Earth Federation. Do you think he will be afraid? Or will she be afraid? Levons asked Levi Revere. Do as I tell you, or you don't have to contact me. I understand. Levi Revere was terrified and didn't dare to disobey Levons's orders. On the one hand, he could hear Levons's impatience, and on the other hand, he recalled the indifference and contempt that Yang Hui had always maintained in front of him. Well, follow A-Laws for now. Be careful when you meet celestial beings again. Got it. Got it. After the communication ended, Levi Revere did not dare to delay any longer and immediately returned to the base camp of A-Laws. As for Levons, who was far away in the universe, the smile on his face disappeared after the screen disappeared. It seems that you have been tricked again, Levons. With purple hair and glasses, except for the voice and curly hair, he is almost exactly the same as T-Iria, Rini Rugita. An artificial transformer of the same model as Tieria. Rini Rugita. Levon's face darkened and he glanced at this compatriot who liked to go against him. The celestial beings have taken action again, and this time the action is very big. The 3rd and 4th fleets of Alaz were completely destroyed, and all the garrisons of the colony satellite proud at the 4th Lagrange point responsible for the cleanup released the prisoners inside. As he said, he handed a document to Levons. This is it. Levons frowned deeply. He had never seen the battleship shown in the data, but he knew it was not easy to mess with just by looking at the photo. It was definitely a super battleship at the main carrier level. There was also a Gundam that he had never seen and Veda had no information about. More than half of the original solar furnaces had very terrifying combat power. Haha, it seems that Mr. Melon did not do nothing during the year he disappeared. Rini Rugita laughed jokingly. What do you want to say? Levons asked Rini Rugita. The original solar furnace can only be manufactured in the gravity environment of the Jupiter sphere, so you want to say that you went to the Jupiter sphere to build the solar furnace during this year? What about this battleship? What about these machines? If it was just a new original solar furnace, Levons might agree with Rini Rugita's judgment. But the battleship and the new Gundam don't make sense. The Jupiter sphere does not have such abundant resources, especially living materials and manpower. If celestial being has a secret base near the Jupiter sphere, Veda cannot be unaware of it. Without a base, equipment, manpower, or resources, how could he build such a warship and so many Gundams? Then I don't know. Rini Rugita spread his hands. If you want to know, just ask someone to investigate. You know, they don't listen to me. Tisk. Levons was very unhappy, but like Levi Revere, Rini Rugita was still useful. Now was not the time to kill him, so he could only bear it. By the way, the little girl from the Wang family has been making a lot of moves since she came back. Don't you care about it? Rini Rugita asked. You don't have to worry about that. Levons controlled himself to keep everything under control. He had already made arrangements for the return of Yang Hui and others, and Yang Hui had already invited him. Out of courtesy, he must respond. Contact the Speaker of the Federal Parliament and Commander Katajiri. Don't worry about Katie Mannequin. Minimize the impact of the situation and make some concessions. Got it. After Rini Rugita left, Levons fell into a state of contemplation again. What happened this year, Melon? No, I should call you Yang Hui. So this is your plan? Show a strong attitude and use Levon's Almark sphere to make him afraid to attack us. 5 hours later, Katie, who was limp all over, leaned on Yang Hui's arms and asked Yang Hui about his plan. As a result, she got this answer, which puzzled her and made her anxious. Of course, now is not the time to face it head-on. There are still some preliminary preparations to be made. What other cards do you have? Let me show you. Knowing that Katie was exhausted, Yang Hui was very considerate to hold a pad for her and help her look through the information, although it was her own fault, spreading his hands and shrugged JPG. This is it. Looking at the information Yang Hui looked through for her, her expression became more and more exaggerated. How is it? Are the 11 latest reorganized fleets capable of overthrowing Alaz and the reformers? Promise Fortress. It gathers the power of 5 worlds. What else? All at once, such a huge force, let alone Alaz and the reformers, even if the regular army is included, they are no match. You prepared such a huge force, what do you want to do? Katie asked. The 3rd phase of the Heavenly Man plan, prepare for the upcoming dialogue. I know, I will go back and prepare now, and respond to your actions at any time. Katie tried to get up with his weak body, but his hands softened and fell back into Yang Hui's arms. Don't worry, I'll ask for leave for you, and I'll accompany you to have a good rest for a day. It will kill you to accompany me. And, I'm the chief officer of the camp, they don't know you, how can you ask for leave for me? Katie cursed. Use your pad to send a message to your adjutant. My pad. Katie screamed in her heart, and quickly took her pad. When she saw the message Yang Hui sent to his adjutant, her blood pressure soared. Today, I will accompany my husband to take a day off. Don't worry about the explosion in the camp. Just clean it up. Attached was a selfie of Katie and Yang Hui hugging each other intimately. Yang Hui. Chapter 663, Wan Zheng grows up and her fighting spirit is rekindled. It was still the same tavern, still quiet at night. It should have been filled with students, but there were only a few people. The melodious and elegant music was accompanied only by the ding-dong sound of wine glasses gently touching each other. Creaky, the wooden door was pushed open, and Zhuan Jiang walked in cautiously. She had been hiding, but suddenly received a message from her immediate superior who had disappeared for a year, asking her to meet at the place where they first met. Zhuan Jiang, who had already developed the basic qualities of an agent, was suspicious at first, and surprised at second. She originally thought that this was a trick to lure her out, but when she thought of Yang Hui, Wang Liumei and others who disappeared a year ago, she was looking forward to whether they really came back. The situation of Shinran was getting worse and worse after they disappeared, and she was about to give up. The return of Yang Hui and Wang Liumei was a shot in the arm, which rekindled her fighting spirit. So she still came, although she did not dispel her doubts. But the moment she saw Wang Liumei, Zhuan Jiang was relieved. Wang Liumei was really back, but... Long time no see, Miss Wang. It seems that we have more companions. Zhuan Jiang looked around at the people in other seats and did not sit down immediately. She still clearly remembered that the last time they met, there were only 4 people in the tavern: she, Wang Liumei, Yang Hui and Wang Liumei's bodyguard Hong Long. This time, there were suddenly so many more people, which made her feel something was wrong. Yes, Miss Crossroad, they are our newly found like-minded companions. Really? Yes. Wang Liumei saw Zhuan Jiang's suspicion, so she decided to give her a gift first to make her feel more at ease. Your brother is with us. Shaz. You. Zhuan Jiang's pupils shrank. Although she was active in various parts of the world as an agent of Shinran, she did not cut off normal interpersonal relationships and still kept in touch with her brother Shaz Crossroad frequently. But just a week ago, Shaz Crossroad disappeared, and she suspected that he was captured and used to threaten her. This was also the main reason why her fighting spirit was shaken. And now, Wang Liumei mentioned Shaz Crossroad at the very beginning, which made Zhuan Jiang doubt whether this was a trap, as well as Wang Liumei's current identity. Please don't misunderstand, Miss Crossroad, your brother was not arrested by us. As a second-level space technician license, your brother was responsible for the daily maintenance of the outer wall of the colony satellite Proud, but he didn't know that the colleague with whom he had the best relationship was actually a member of Pure Source. When Laws arrested that colleague, your brother was arrested as an accomplice because he spoke out for justice. He was put in the high-gravity industrial section to work and clean up the meteorite that covered the solar power generation satellite some time ago. However, the work was almost completed, and these laborers were no longer useful. Laws used a large number of unmanned machines to clean up the work. Fortunately, before the cleaning work was completed, Miss Wang led the Gundam messengers of Heaven to organize this cleaning operation and rescued your brother. Now he should be with Miss Wang and the Gundam messengers, so there is no need to worry about his safety. Is there any evidence? Wan Zhang asked. Several years of agent life taught her not to trust anyone, even if it was her former boss who suddenly appeared a year later. She would not believe Wang Liumei because of her one-sided words. Of course, Miss Crossroad. After saying that, Wang Liumei took out her pad, which had a photo of Shaz on it. Not only was he in the photo, but Wang, Shana and others also appeared in the photo. Zhuan Jiang knew Wang and Shana. Although he was just an agent, he was an agent recruited by Yang Hui and Wang Liumei in the past, and he was given the most basic permissions. She knew the members of the Shinran team, but she didn't know their true identities. Moreover, Zhuan Jiang was an agent and a reporter. She was very professional in image modification and could tell the authenticity of the photos at a glance. Okay, I misunderstood. Sorry, Miss Wang. It doesn't matter. I know that Shinran is not in a good situation now, but please rest assured that we are back and the world's transformation will begin again. Is there going to be a war again? Zhuan Jiang sighed and asked. In the past few years, she has been to countless places, and she knows the cruelty of war and the pain it brings very clearly. Isn't it a war now? Wang Liumei asked Zhuan Jiang in return. Okay, what do you need me to do? Wan Zhang did not continue to dwell on this meaningless question, but asked Wang Liumei what task she was going to assign. You should know these 2 people. 2 photos were placed in front of Wan Zhang, which stunned her, Professor Raphael Effman. Academician Wang Jianguo. Yes, they are the supervisors of Heavenly Man. After we left, they were placed under house arrest by the federal puppet government. Before launching a general attack on the federal puppet government and laws, They must be rescued. I need you to find out their specific location in the shortest possible time," Wang Liumi said seriously. Wang Liumi respected these two old men who had made great contributions to mankind. Under the influence of Yang Hui, they had never compromised with the reformers. They were companions. Since they were companions, they must be rescued. In addition, they were Yang Hui's teachers. Without the above two reasons, Wang Liumi would find a way to save them when they were in danger. I understand, but after you left, the intelligence network of Shinrun was hit hard, and many lines were broken. I can't guarantee the time. Don't worry about that. This time we came back with many reliable helpers. Someone is already working on rebuilding the intelligence network of Shinrun, and it will be restored soon. Thank you for your help. By the way, for your safety, the previous bodyguards can no longer be used. Gerard, Rena. Gerard and Rena, who were named, stood up and came to Wang Liumi's side and in front of Zhuangjiang. Gerald Spriggan, Rena Spriggan, from now on, they will be responsible for your safety. Spriggan. We are husband and wife, not siblings. Gerard explained carelessly. Ah. Oh. Zhuangjiang was a little embarrassed and nodded. In fact, she didn't want to ask this question, but was recalling the internal information of Shinrun that she had read in searching for information about the two. Parena rolled her eyes at Gerald and slapped him on the back of his head. Be more careful. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Gerald, who was a sunny boy just now, immediately felt wronged like a child, wanting to cry but not daring to. This surprised Zhuangjiang, and she couldn't help but wonder. Can these two people really protect themselves? Wang Liumi covered her mouth and chuckled. Among the members of Promise Fortress, there are many couples, and there are also several couples, but the most interesting ones are Gerald and Rena. Although Gerald looks tall and strong, has a straightforward and heroic personality, and a brave fighting style, he is really a child in front of Rena and can't raise his head. Don't worry, Miss Crossred, don't look at Gerald like this. They are the elite selected by Yang Hui himself, with excellent abilities, and are also ace Miss pilots. Yang Hui. Zhuangjiang heard Yang Hui's real name for the first time, so she frowned in confusion. It's Mr. Myron Stewart. The confidentiality agreement has been abolished internally. Yang Hui doesn't like people calling him by any other name. Okay, I understand. By the way, your brother. Just let him stay in Shinrun. Wanjiang was very clear-headed. Whether Shaz Crossred was wronged or not, he was already on the blacklist of Alois. Even if he was sent back to Earth, he would not be able to live an ordinary life before Alois was destroyed. Staying in Shinrun was the safest. Even if he often encountered battles, it was better than leaving Shinrun and being caught at any time. This time he was lucky to be rescued by Shinrun. Next time, no one would save him. A wise decision. Mr. Yang Hui is back too? Wanjiang asked. Yes, but he has other tasks to perform and can't come to meet you. It doesn't matter. I feel much more at ease when he comes back. Wanjiang didn't have any special feelings for Yang Hui, but Yang Hui had always been the general manager of the Shinrun plan. Before he disappeared, all the plans were arranged in an orderly manner, even the final demise and dispersal and hiding, which really made the Shinrun troops escape unscathed. After he left, the Shinrun organization broke off contact, fled, and rebelled. It was already in pieces, but Yang Hui was back, and those who were still holding on had a backbone. Wang Liumi smiled and was very happy that the comrades of Shinrun still regarded Yang Hui as the backbone and still trusted him. After chatting for a few words, Wanjiang took Gerard and Rena to leave the tavern. After Wang Liumi finished the wine in the glass, she also left with Kong Yun, Sima and Amuro. You should have sent me. I can sense other people's ill intentions. Amuro said. He was an NT and the best among the awakened NTs. In terms of NT perception, in the entire Promise Fortress, only Yang Hui's perception ability exceeded his, and then Larashin was about the same as him. Gerald and Rena are X-Rounder, and they are also psychic users, Amuro. I know, but the ability of X-Rounder is more used in combat, and the perception is much worse. They are your predecessors, Amuro, don't underestimate them. Sorry. Amuro apologized. For a moment, he really forgot that Gerald and Rena, a couple, accompanied Yang Hui in the Gundam Age world and fought north and south. Their experience in all aspects far exceeded his. Yang Hui is very optimistic about you, don't let him down, Amuro. This is a warning. After being trained by Yang Hui, Amuro has become much better than the conceited and dissolute one in the original plot, but this is his nature and cannot be changed. When Yang Hui is around, he restrains himself very well, but when Yang Hui is not around, he can't control himself. Yes, Mom. Just remember it. It's just right. Amuro, I have a mission for you. What mission? X2 You go to Miss Holivi's side and protect her safety. You are also her contact with me. Any contact between me and her must be transmitted through you. Understood. X2 Take the machine with you. Miss Holivi can solve the hiding method. Chapter 664, A Bold Battle Plan. In the universe, the solar power satellite, Wong led the expanded, Heavenly Man, force to destroy another A-Law's space fleet, then activated the Mirage system and quietly approached the Earth. Miss Wong, I'm afraid A-Laws will not give up this time. Neil said. In a few days, they destroyed a total of 5 A-Laws patrol fleets, as well as the prison of the colony satellite Pride. For a time, A-Laws increased its military deployment in the universe, searching for Heavenly Man forces everywhere, and even temporarily put aside the work of eliminating anti-government forces on Earth. Well, I know, so we are ready for a decisive battle. Decisive battle. Yes, but before the decisive battle, there is another threat that must be eliminated. As he said, Wong opened the map of the Earth and the surrounding universe and marked 4 important targets. Death Cannon. That's right. The Death Cannon is the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. With 4 Death Cannons, using the solar power generation track to move, A-Laws can target all the cities on Earth. Hostages, right? Aslan asked. Yes. The 4 Death Cannons are nominally a deterrent created for world peace, and are also an important weapon to resist foreign enemies. But to resist foreign enemies, why can the muzzle of the Death Cannon be fired downwards? And can it be aimed at the Earth? When A-Laws fired the first shot at Seoul, the Death Cannon was not only a weapon to protect the Earth, but also a threat to destroy the Earth. Since Yang Hui and others came back, Celestial has been attacking A-Laws more and more, and every time they disappear before the reinforcements arrive. A large number of people have been sent, and Veda has been searching with all its strength, but they can't find any trace of the Celestial troops. Once A-Laws is desperate and points the Death Cannon at the Earth again to threaten the Celestial troops, what should they do? But, of the 4 Death Cannons, we only have the chance to destroy one. Aleluja said. No, all 4 will act simultaneously. Wong said confidently. Divide the troops. No, rely on reinforcements. Reinforcements? The fleet is coming. Neil, Aleluja and the others were surprised. Yang Hui had told them before he left that the fleet must not act rashly before his order arrived. It's not a large fleet, but there will be 3 Kirin-class ships coming to support secretly. 3 Kirin-class ships. Yes, General Rebel, Sewell, and Vigan, all activate the Mirage system, and approach quietly. Send out Ms. troops from a distance to carry out long-range raids on the Death Cannon. Relying only on Ms. troops to raid the Death Cannon? This is too messy. Neil and others objected. The highest commander of A-Laws, Homer Katajiri, is not stupid, and the reformers are not stupid either. Celestial Being has resumed high-profile activities, all targeting A-Laws. As A-Law's superweapon, the Death Cannon must be on Celestial Being's target list, so it has gathered heavy troops to guard it from the beginning, which even led to a shortage of manpower on the ground. Soldiers were urgently recruited from the regular army to join A-Laws. No, that's enough. Wong said with a smile, and began to explain in detail the deployment of this combat mission. General Rebel, Sewell and Vigan have already set off from Shiangguang City, and are expected to arrive at the designated location in 3 days. Then our ships will take the lead in attacking the Death Cannon, and will mask the Healing Angel Gundam and the Angel of Destruction Gundam with the Kuanghong, activate the Trans-AM system, and launch a surprise attack from the solar power generation orbit. Bold operation. Everyone was surprised by Wong's tactical arrangement. To be honest, with the ability of the Kuanghong and many ace pilots present, it would not be a problem to force a breakthrough from the front, but this time Wong chose a side attack and adopted a tactic of one hit and escape. It feels like showing weakness to the enemy. T-area, After the death cannon enters the range of the super limit burst mode, bombard it and blow open the shell of the death cannon. Neil. Understood. Angel of Destruction, snipe the target. Neil made a pistol gesture and raised it upwards, but froze the next second. No, if you can't hit the target, your mission will fail. Huh? PFFT. Ha ha ha. XN. Although they were also confused, they still laughed with glee at the stiff Neil, thinking they were very handsome, but in the end they were handsome for nothing. Why? Neil asked hurriedly. Create the illusion of mission failure. The Guanhong will slowly break through after the failure of the Angel of Destruction sniper. Everyone, we need to delay the incident for 30 minutes. Delay? I see, we are bait. Aslan suddenly realized. Yes, we are bait. The Emperor enlarged the position of the 4 death cannons and marked the route of Alaw's march. According to calculations, sending reinforcements for the other 3 death cannons will take at least 45 minutes to arrive. What we have to do is not only to destroy the number 1 death cannon, but also to track the enemy for the General Rebel, the Sul and the Vigan, and create opportunities for them. So we have to act for 30 minutes. Lyle asked. That's right. It can't be too strong, so that the enemy loses the will to fight, and it can't be too weak to ensure the safety of the breakout. Understood. XN. I have to say that Wang's battle plan this time is really exciting, and it is very much in Yang Hui's style. Yang Hui's favorite tactic is to use the strongest as bait to track the enemy, to create opportunities for other troops or to fish, and then complete the mission objectives and leave safely. Miss Wang, isn't Mr. Yang Hui organizing the rescue operation of Professor Effman, Mr. Wang, Billy Katajiri, and Andrei Smirnov on Earth? If we attack the Death Omen cannon, will it threaten the safety of the hostages? Felt raised her hand to ask. The location of Professor Effman and Mr. Wang's house arrest has been figured out. Billy and Andrei are in Alaw's. When the time comes, there will be agents to take them out. Our attack on the Death Omen cannon is also a diversion for the ground rescue operation. Wang explained. I see. Okay, everyone, Aleluja, stay for a while, the others can go to rest. Understood. And everyone dispersed, and Aleluja, who was left alone, had a heavy expression on his face. Miss Wang, is it news about Mary? In addition to Billy Katajiri and Andrei Smirnov, Soma Pires was also a target of rescue by Alaw's. However, unlike Billy Katajiri and Andrei Smirnov, the agents did not find Soma Pires' name on the official roster of Alaw's members. In other words, Alaw's recruited Soma Pires openly, but did not let her join the regular troops of Alaw's, but took her to an unknown place. Yes. Wang nodded and called up a piece of intelligence. The latest intelligence is that after the Super Soldier plan was destroyed by you, the People's Revolutionary League completely stopped it. But 3 months after we left, the plan was restarted by the Federation. There were 2 successful cases, one is you, and the other is Mary. Yes, she is now in a highly confidential research institute in South Africa. 1 month ago, she was transferred away from assisting in research. Her whereabouts are currently unknown, and what? Aleluja asked anxiously. According to the feedback from the agents, her condition is very bad. Hearing this, Aleluja turned and left, and Wang grabbed him in time. Calm down, Aleluja. Miss Wang, I can't calm down. Mary is everything to me. I must go and save her. I understand how you feel, but do you know where Mary is? I don't know, but I will find her even if I have to turn the whole world upside down. I abandoned her once, and I can't give up on her a second time. I understand, so our agents are working hard to find her whereabouts. Yang Hui has also placed this matter as the highest priority. Believe us, Aleluja, we will not give up any of our companions. But what you have to do now is to wait patiently. You must calm down. Your rash actions may put her in danger. I understand. You don't have to participate in this mission. Calm down. Understood. Aleluja was sad, but only because Soma Pires' whereabouts were unknown. He had no objection to Wang's standby arrangement. His mental state was indeed very bad now. He did not have the confidence that he could complete the combat mission instead of driving the demon angel away privately. Wang knew that Aleluja was very anxious, and he had said everything he could say. If he continued, he would not listen. He could only pat Aleluja on the shoulder and leave Aleluja alone. Setsuna did not return to the room, but came to the hangar and stared at the Gundam in front of it. Since coming to this world, Setsuna has always been like this, always staying with the Gundam, watching it when he has nothing to do, eating in front of it, and even sleeping in the cockpit. Setsuna. He looked over and saw Shat's Crossroad coming to his side. Shat's Crossroad. Are you really okay? He was forced to board the Kuang because Louise was saved by the secret angel. Shat's Crossroad did not hate the celestial being because of Louise, but he did not like it either. He always hated war and resisted fighting. In return for saving his life, he would temporarily help Ian Vasti and the maintenance team with their work, but he always wanted to get off the ship early and leave this place of trouble. However, when he learned that his former neighbor, Setsuna, was a Gundam user, and a few years ago, he was also a Gundam user of the Angel of Exa who was active on the battlefield, he was shocked, but also a little fortunate. In an unfamiliar and unpleasant environment, knowing someone always brings a sense of security. However, what made him feel strange and worried was that Setsuna's state was very strange, even weird, and he was very worried. I don't know either. Setsuna shook his head. His current state was very strange. During the battle, he often heard other people's voices ringing in his mind. This was also the quasi-transformer state proposed by Yang Hui and Tieria, but it was unstable, suddenly appearing and suddenly disappearing. He wanted to grasp that feeling again, but he couldn't grasp it. In addition, when he entered a special state, he felt a special connection between himself and the Gundam was formed, which was inexplicable and unexplainable, and also very illusory. Every time he stretched out his hand to grab it, it would slip through his fingers. Chapter 665, AI New Lightner. Seeing the mysterious Setsuna, Shaz Crossred was really worried and couldn't help asking, "How about I go with you to the infirmary? Ask Dr. Marino to help you." Hearing this, Setsuna shook his head. "No need. But I'm fine. Okay." Shaz Crossred didn't give up. Unable to persuade Setsuna, he went to find Dr. Marino himself and told him about Setsuna's situation. "Setsuna. I know his situation, I can't do anything." "How could it be?" Shaz Crossred was very surprised. The Killing class battleships were equipped with the best medical equipment. They were advanced medical warehouses produced by Promise Fortress. As long as the person was not dead, even if only a head was left, it could be saved, and even mental illness could be treated. And Dr. Marino was also a doctor with superb medical skills. How could he be helpless against Setsuna? Setsuna is not sick, but evolving. Evolving. Yes, evolving into a pure-blooded transformer. The others are not blind. They all know Setsuna's situation, but they know even more clearly that Setsuna is not sick, but is in the process of evolving from a quasi-transformer to a pure-blooded transformer. Only when he completes his awakening and becomes a true pure-blooded transformer can the problem be solved. Pure-blooded transformer? What is that? Shaz Crossred was confused. He had never heard of this term before. It felt like a superpower in a novel. Science fiction? Or fantasy? Yes, you don't know yet. Dr. Marino slapped his head. He subconsciously regarded Shaz Crossred as a companion of Shinrun, and forgot for a moment that he was just a passenger temporarily staying on the Guanhong for refuge. He accidentally leaked the secret. "Oh, is this something I should know?" Shaz Crossred asked weakly. "Of course not. Okay, I get it. After all, he was a top student who graduated from a top university. He still had some intelligence, so he didn't ask any more questions. He shut up and left the infirmary. He helped just to repay the life-saving grace. He didn't want to join Shinrun. It's better to know less about the secrets of Shinrun. Hey, brother. Mr. Lyle. The Dylandi brothers are twins. If you are not familiar with them, it is difficult to tell them apart. Shaz Crossroad is not sure, but when he saw that the woman holding his arm was not Felut, but the purple-haired Annie Leitner, Shaz Crossroad could tell who was Neil and who was Lyle. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lyle asked Shaz Crossroad. No, it's just... It seems that you have something to hide. Lyle is different from Dr. Marino. He knows very well that Shaz Crossroad is not a member of Shinrun, and will not become their companion, so he prepared to leave with a female companion. But Shaz Crossroad asked Lyle, Mr. Lyle, do you know the Transformer? Lyle frowned, but soon relaxed. Did Dr. Marino tell you? That? Please don't blame Dr. Marino, he was just careless. Shaz Crossroad hurriedly explained. After all, secret organizations like Shinrun have very strict confidentiality regulations. Although he is not a member, he has watched movies, TV series, novels, comics, etc. If there is a leak, the consequences will be miserable. Haha, don't be so nervous, brother, I'm not going to do anything. Lyle teased. He really didn't have such an idea. On this ship, Shaz Crossroad was the only outsider, but he had been helping in the maintenance class during this period, and many people subconsciously regarded him as a companion. Moreover, the transformer was not an important secret. It was just that it had not been made public to ordinary people. Even if they knew it, it would be nothing. Is that so? Of course, but why are you asking the transformer? It's like this. Then, Shaz Crossroad told Lyle about Setsuna's situation to see if he could help. Setsuna, there's nothing we can do. Lyle shrugged, only he can complete the process of evolution, we can't help. Okay, I see. Haha, I didn't expect you to care about Setsuna. I heard you were neighbors before. Lyle asked. Yeah. Well, that's no wonder. In a strange and resistant environment, it's safer to have someone you know. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to be busy. Let's talk next time. The Rainbow still has a day's journey to the Death Cannon. The members of the Ms unit are all resting now. How can Lyle be busy? Of course he's busy dating. Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Lyle. After Shaz Crossroad left, Lyle continued to date Annie Leitner, but... Annie, what's wrong? Lyle, do you really not mind my identity? Annie Leitner asked fearfully. Of course I don't mind. Isn't it just an artificial transformer? It's not as special as you think on this ship. Annie Leitner, an artificial transformer, was a spy sent by Livons to Shinran. Considering that there was also Tiria, an artificial transformer, and Yang Hui, who was not sure whether he had awakened, in Shinran. Livons used the nanorobots in Annie Leitner's body to shut down her brain quantum waves and made her forget all her memories of the artificial transformers and replace them with the memories of ordinary, Shinran, members. But can this be hidden from Yang Hui? When Yang Hui returned to Xiangguang City, he recognized Annie Leitner at first sight. There are only two results for a spy who is discovered. One is to deal with it directly, and the other is to use the trick against her and deal with it after using it. But Yang Hui thought of the relationship and tragedy between Lyle and Annie Leitner in the original history. Thinking of this, Yang Hui had no intention of cleaning up Annie Leitner. After arresting Annie Leitner, he and Ilya Hutchenberg restarted Annie Leitner's memory and reopened her brain quantum waves. Because it was ahead of time, Annie Leitner, who did not fall in love with Lyle, did not have such deep feelings for Heavenly Man. But what surprised Yang Hui was that Annie Leitner was different from other artificial reformers. She did not regard herself as a god, and she completely disagreed with the practices of Livons and other artificial reformers. Because of this, she was thrown into Heavenly Man as a spy by Livons as an abandoned child. As for lying, Yang Hui communicated with Annie Leitner in the reformer mode. Livons could not deceive Yang Hui's investigation, let alone Annie Leitner. After confirming Annie Leitner's intentions, Yang Hui did not make things difficult for Annie Leitner. Instead, he teamed up with Ilya Hutchenberg to block the connection between the nanorobots in her body and Veda. It was impossible for Livons to control Annie Leitner through Veda, nor could he obtain intelligence. Then, Yang Hui introduced Annie Leitner to everyone. At first, several people led by Telia suspected that Annie Leitner was lying, but after knowing that Yang Hui was interrogating in the transformer mode, they dispelled all doubts. Of course, this does not mean that they agree that Annie Leitner is a companion. The real recognition needs to be won in the next mission. Yang Hui also has the idea of letting Lyle make up for the regret, and arranged Annie Leitner on the Guanhong. As for whether Lyle and Annie Leitner will fall in love again, it depends on fate. But now it seems that Yang Hui's goal has been achieved. Well, don't worry, Anu. Seeing Anu's concerned expression, Lyle held Anu's hands tightly and looked at her affectionately. I don't care who the transformer is or what. You are Anu, my Anu. If someone wants to take you away from me, I will bring you back at the risk of my life. Well. When Annie Leitner was moved, Lyle made her laugh again with his words. Besides, there are so many monsters on this ship, such as X-Rounder, NT, Super Adjuster, Super Soldier and so on. What are the Transformers? Puchy Lyle, it's not good to curse people behind their backs. Why did I curse people? I was just telling the truth. So, what if the monsters don't want to see your date succeed? Drive them all away. So what if they are monsters? They're all melons. Wait, the voice is wrong. It's not Anu Retner who is speaking, it's a man's voice, and it's very familiar. Anu Retner also smiled mischievously. His head clicked as he turned to look over, and Lyle forced an ugly smile. Yo. Tiria, Kira, Aslan, Artem, Yongzhen, what a coincidence. Yeah, it's indeed a coincidence. This, brothers, well, we are all monsters, so how are you going to drive us monsters away? Mortals. Artem asked Lyle with a joking look on his face. Brothers, for the sake of your sister-in-law, please spare me. Whose brother are you? XNA. Dear brothers, please forgive my rudeness. On Earth, a remote uninhabited island, more than a dozen Gundams stood up, their eyes shining with a faint green light in the dark night. The operation is about to begin. Get ready to go. We have only two goals. Rescue Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang and make sure they are safe. Understood. X and Liu, are those imprisoned senior officials, Billy and Andre ready? Already ready. Once Sister Wang's operation begins, our people will immediately take action. Very good. It is now 1155 Greenwich Mean Time. The operation will begin in 5 minutes. Understood. XN 5 minutes passed quickly. Looking up, in addition to the brilliant starry sky, there are also intertwined battlefields. The universe has already started fighting, and now it is their turn to appear. The operation begins. Chapter 666, Death Cannon Attack Battle. 1. Artillery fire intertwined. Under the green light of the GN field, the rainbow was closely attached to the solar power generation track and flew rapidly towards the Death Cannon number 1. Tisk, just a little trick. Arthur Goodman, who was in charge of the Death Cannon number 1, had a gloomy expression on his face, but soon revealed a cruel sneer. Well, forget it. Showing up on your own initiative also saved me the effort of looking for you everywhere. The interception fleet began to bombard it and push it into the range of the Death Cannon. Understood. The XN battleship's naval guns, the heavy beam cannons of the entrapment II, fell on the GN field like hail. Although they failed to penetrate the defense of the GN field, the huge force pushed the rainbow to the right little by little. There are still 14 to the range of the satellite weapon. Hold steady. Hold steady. Wang had a calm face, his eyes fixed on the Death Cannon in front of him. Death Cannon, the electrons are fully charged. Prepare for strafing. Arthur Goodman also kept his composure, waiting for the Guanhong to be pushed into the strafing range of the Death Cannon, and destroying the Guanhong in one fell swoop at the best opportunity. Soon, the huge Guanhong was pushed into the strafing range of the Death Cannon by fierce artillery fire. Guanhong, enter the strafing range of enemy satellite weapons. The blows suffered by the Guanhong became more and more fierce, and the vibrations became more and more intense, but Wang still did not give orders, and stared at the front with his eyes fixed. Miss Wang. No, not yet. But. Not yet. No matter how her companions urged, Wang remained calm. She wanted to seize the moment when the Death Cannon fired. Otherwise, they would use the trump card of Trans-M in advance and return to the safe zone. The Death Cannon terminated the launch program, and there would be no gap for charging to approach the Death Cannon. At this moment, the Death Cannon was ready for launch, and the 3 resonance mirrors were filled with glory. Death Omen Cannon, start firing. At the same time that Arthur Goodman gave the order, the energy detection of the rainbow reached the threshold. Miss Wang, it's now. Lyle. Boom. The thick and deadly torrent surged, submerging the location of the rainbow in the blink of an eye, rushing to the distance, and brushing past a solar power generation satellite on the path. For a moment, everyone stopped their actions, including the few people who arrived at the battle area in advance and led away the Gatasa driven by the transformer, looking at the surging energy torrent with sharp eyes. Wang's tactics were bold and exciting. Even if I believed in Wang, I couldn't help but get nervous. The remaining energy torrent gradually weakened, and the first shot of the Death Omen cannon was declared over. Firing is over. Humph, then we just have to wait for Captain Kyle and the others to kill a few Gundams. Arthur Goodman's mouth curled up. The mothership of Astro Man had been destroyed by him, leaving only a few Gundams, and they were still entangled by the Transformers. There was also a large army surrounding them. How could they escape? The credit has been firmly in hand, just waiting for promotion and wealth. Brigadier General. Huh? What's wrong? Report directly if there is any problem. It's It's an enemy ship. What? Looking through the window, a red meteor fell from the sky and reapproached the satellite orbit, wrapped in a strange red light, dragging along after image, and the speed was faster than before. How is this possible? Arthur Goodman was horrified. The death cannon is a beam particle weapon. How could such a huge battleship dodge it? Commodore. Captain Gear and Captain Witt's signal from Gaddisa has been lost. How could it be? Quickly fire at the enemy ships. Recharge the death cannon. Quickly contact the defenders of other death cannons for support. The vibrant rainbow avoided the strafing of the death cannon with unknown means, and the powerful transformer who drove the Federation's most advanced machine died in battle. When common sense was broken one by one, Arthur Goodman panicked and immediately ordered all garrison fleets to intercept the approach of the vibrant rainbow. He was even scared out of his wits and transferred more friendly troops from other death cannon garrisons to give him a sense of security. This was exactly what the Emperor wanted. Miss Wong, the enemy's telegram was intercepted. The enemy commander asked for help from death cannons 2, 3, and 4. The enemy reinforcements on the way to support. Good. The Emperor excitedly waved his fist. This battle plan could be declared a success. This battle plan is very risky, and there are many uncertainties. The first is whether Setsuna, Kira, Aslan and others can lead the transformers away from the death cannon. The second is whether the Trans-Am system can dodge the death cannon. The third is whether the enemy commander will call for reinforcements from the other 3 death cannons. The 3 uncertainties have been resolved. The only thing left is to persist until the battle is successful. The enemy's rear fleet has entered the bombardment range of the Trans-Am. Start the Lohengrin, start the Gottfield and the Heroic, and load all missile launchers with anti-ship missiles to clear all enemy troops on the way. Understood. The hatches below the decks on both sides of the Trans-Am opened, and 2 hideous huge gun muzzles stretched out. Energy gathered, brilliance shone, and a torrent of destruction intertwined in blue, white and red erupted. The mountain blocking the front was torn open with 2 huge holes. Whether it was the Traps II or the Baikal-class battleships, they were ruthlessly swallowed up and turned into fireworks blooming in the universe. The torrent of destruction receded, followed by thick pink beams, and missiles flew, enveloping the enemy fleet from all directions. Red, red, red. Almost in the blink of an eye, a huge gap was torn in the enemy's tight defensive formation, and there was no longer any obstruction between the Guanhong and the death cannon. The death cannon has entered the firing range of the Healing Angel. Open the hatch of the 3rd deck, and the Healing Angel and the Destroying Angel will enter the attack posture. The catapult deck hatch in the center of the front lower hull of the Guanhong opened, and the Healing Angel half knelt on the deck, and the 2 large GN cannons on the backpack rotated and unfolded. Trans-Am. Maximum output power of the solar furnace. The Healing Angel was dyed red, and countless GN particles gathered, condensed, and compressed on the large GN cannon. A huge shining ball of light floated in front of the Healing Angel. Over-limit bombardment, full release. The light ball charged at the death cannon with an unstoppable momentum, hitting the heavy armor of the death cannon. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't help but close their eyes. Arthur Goodman had already closed his eyes and waited for death, but he didn't expect that the light would fade away. Except for a slight stinging feeling in his eyes, the expected death did not come. It was this slight stinging feeling that brought proof of life. Humph, not enough firepower. Arthur Goodman breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. A huge gap was opened in the side armor of the death cannon, but the most important electromagnetic field resonance part was not damaged. Brigadier General. What? Who knew that the huge stone that had just been put down in his heart was lifted up again? Through the optical camera, he saw that behind the Healing Angel, the Destroying Angel had set up a high-powered GN beam sniper rifle on the shoulder of the Healing Angel. Stop it quickly. Lock in status, sniper target. Under Arthur Goodman's desperate gaze, a bright pink beam of light split the universe in 2, as if penetrating time and space, and then, swish. The sniper beam missed the target. It did not penetrate the hole blasted by the Healing Angel and hit the electromagnetic field resonance part of the death cannon, but passed by the broken outer armor. Wrong, wrong. Arthur Goodman, who had experienced ups and downs repeatedly, looked at the scene in disbelief. It felt so unreal, and he even kept questioning himself in his heart. Is this true? Is it really wrong? How could they miss the target? Brigadier General. Brigadier General. Ah. Arthur Goodman came back to his senses when his subordinates shouted loudly and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Where are the enemy ships? Keep approaching. The remaining fleet should spread out on both sides, leaving a gap in the direction of G45, and when they are away from the death cannon for a distance, we will surround and destroy them. Arthur Goodman ordered. He deliberately opened a gap because he knew that the speed of the Baikal-class battleship could not catch up with the Guanhong, and the enemy ship insisted on breaking through, so he would leave a gap to let them go. And the defense line of this gap. Miss Wong, the sniper of the Angel of Destruction, missed. The operation was successful. The enemy fleet spread out on both sides, and the breakout gap is in the direction of G45. G45 direction. Upon hearing this, Wong immediately built a model of the universe map in his mind and found that this direction was exactly the direction where the reinforcements of the other 3 Death Omen cannons were coming from. It seems that we have to thank the enemy commander for letting Setsuna, Kara and Aslan evacuate slowly. Lass. Understood. The vibrating rainbow continued to approach the Death Omen cannon. At the moment when it was about to be installed, the vibrating rainbow looked up and passed by the Death Omen cannon. But no one noticed that at the moment when the vibrating rainbow looked up, several missile launchers below fired missiles, pouring into the gap opened by the healing angel. There was no explosion because it was not the time to detonate yet. It's the bait. Arthur Goodman saw that the vibrating rainbow had entered the gap he left, which was also the pocket formation he had arranged. He was extremely excited. This time, the combined reinforcements would definitely be able to destroy the Heavenly Man. How long will it take for the reinforcement fleet to arrive at the designated coordinates? 12 minutes for the first fleet, 16 minutes for the second fleet, and 18 minutes for the third fleet. Very good, order them to deploy immediately after arriving at the designated location, and never let them escape. Commodore. Emergency communications have come in from Death Cannons number 2, 3, and 4. They have all been ambushed by the MIS troops at their locations, including several Gundams. What? How is it possible? How could it be Gundams? All 3 parties have sent in urgent requests for support, and ordered the fleet supporting our unit to return immediately for rescue. Bang! Damn, Heavenly Man. So this is your real goal. Arthur Goodman gritted his teeth, his face as dark as water, so all the seemingly unreasonable places were connected together, and he also understood that he was stupid and helped the other side. It was not that the other side was incompetent and did not destroy Death Cannon number 1, but that the other side deliberately let them go and gave the other 3 directions a chance. It's too late for the rescue fleet to rush back. 3 death cannons were destroyed. But fortunately, there is still 1 death cannon left. Just as Arthur Goodman was glad that the death cannon he was responsible for was saved anyway, even if there was only 1 left, it would be a huge deterrent to the enemy, and he would not be severely punished. As for the other commanders who lost their death cannons, what does it have to do with him? Beep beep beep. What's wrong again? Hearing the alarm sound again, Arthur Goodman became nervous again. High energy reaction was detected inside the death cannon. This is. Boom 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 boom. The anti-ship missile hidden inside the death cannon exploded, blasting the death cannon into pieces from the inside. Not only that, the fragments and the flames of the explosion engulfed the entire ALAW's fleet near the death cannon, including the Baikal class that Arthur Goodman was riding. Chapter 667, Livon's pride was crushed. After the Guanhong, which had left the battle area of the number 1 death cannon, did not encounter enemy reinforcements from 3 directions within the estimated time, and the Emperor felt relieved. Miss Wong, there's news from the General Rebel that the number 2 death cannon has been successfully destroyed. The Seoul and Vigan also reported the successful operation. The internal missile of the number 1 death cannon has reached the set time and confirmed that the detonation is successful. All 4 death cannons have been destroyed. Oh, great! Everyone on the bridge cheered. They took such a big risk. The battle plan was successfully completed, and all 4 death cannons were destroyed. Everything they paid was worth it. Miss Wong, which direction should we retreat from now? Felt asked. Retreat? No, we won't retreat. Not retreating. Hearing this, everyone on the bridge turned their heads to look at the Emperor with a look of surprise, and was surprised to find that the Emperor had a fanatical smile on his face at this moment. Is this still Miss Wong? This expression is simply just like Mr. Yang Hui. Telegram to the General Rebel, the Seoul and the Vigan to intercept the ALAW's fleet returning for rescue. Setsuna, Tieria, Kira, go to the direction of Death Cannon number 2, Neil, Lyle, Aslan, go to the direction of Death Cannon number 3, Graham, go to the direction of Death Cannon number 4, attack from the front and back, and destroy Alaw's fleet. This. Got it. Everyone was surprised. The attack on the Death Cannon had ended successfully. Unexpectedly, the Wong was still not satisfied and wanted to seize this opportunity to destroy all of Alaw's fleets around the 3 Death Cannons. You must know that this is 50% of Alaw's military strength in the universe. Once successful, the universe will become their backyard. Unless Alaw's completely abandons the Earth, or the Reformers still have a very powerful trump card hidden, there is no threat to the celestial being forces in the universe. The first, second, third, and fourth catapult decks are deployed. Ms. Troops, please attack in turn. Repeat, Ms. Troops, please attack in turn. Flag, Angel of Extermination, Angel of Hell, and Angel of Healing enter the launch program. The linear catapult voltage is increased from 230 to 520. Control is transferred to the Ms. Troops attacked in turn. According to the order of the Emperor, they were divided into 3 groups and advanced in the direction of the other 3 Death Cannons. At the same time, Setsunazu Gundam, Kira's Strike Freedom Gundam, and Aslan's Infinite Justice Gundam also successfully joined their respective teams. At the same time, the hangar of the Kuan Hong can accommodate a total of 24 MIZs. A total of 18 MIZs left from the 3 teams, and the remaining 6 MIZs stayed to guard the Kuan Hong. The Emperor was not sure that the Kuan Hong was completely safe, so he left the necessary defense forces to prevent the sneak attack of the Transformers. Commander, Major Pierce called back, the Death Omen cannon has been completely destroyed, request to return home. On the General Rubert well, the return request is approved, let them return to the ship for supplies immediately. General Rubert ignites the engine and moves towards the number 2 Death Omen cannon. Rubert ordered. But, according to Vice Admiral Noriega's battle plan, we should retreat now. Haha, who said we must follow the battle plan? Rubert smiled. The mothership moves forward, all weapon systems are online, enter the first level combat configuration, and the Ms. Troops are on standby on the catapult deck after the supply is completed. The enemy fleet is back, wouldn't it be a pity not to eat it? As he said, Rubert's face showed a cold and cruel smile. Yes. Commander, Guan Huang called, the battle has changed, and ordered our ship to immediately move towards the Death Omen cannon and destroy all the enemy's reinforcement fleet. Hearing this, many people on the bridge looked at Rubert in shock. Ha, you are indeed Yang Hui's woman. You and I think alike. What are you still standing there for? Set off immediately. Yes. XN Rebel had no intention of opposing the Emperor. It was just that the general was away from home and was not subject to military orders. He was also experienced in combat. When he saw the opportunity, he naturally could not let it go just because of the arrangement of the combat plan. Moreover, he felt that the Emperor would not let it go when he saw this opportunity. Isn't it? Is it coming? Fleet and Gerhardt made the same judgment as Rebel. They were also excellent fleet commanders. When they saw this opportunity, they issued an order for the entire army to advance before the Emperor notified them, intending to eat up all the reinforcement fleets of Alaw's. Be vigilant, don't let the Reformers take advantage of the loopholes. Understood. XN. The battle in the universe has been successful, and it is only a matter of time to win more victories. On the ground, another part of the battle, which is as important as destroying the Death Cannon, is also in progress. Law drove the brand new Red Dragon Gundam and led a few people to attack the Alaw's base in Europe. Cruz drove the Providence Gundam and led a few people to the Far East to attack the Alaw's base. At the same time, he assisted the Celestial Beings agents to rescue Andrei Smirnov and Billy Katajeri, who were confined to the Far East base. Not only that, even Gerard and Reina, who were protecting Zhuangjiang, and Amuro and Kangaianhe, who were protecting Louise, attacked different Alaw's bases, taking advantage of the opportunity that Alaw's transferred most of its forces to the universe to strike as hard as possible at Alaw's living forces. They didn't dare to take action before because of the threat of the Death Omen cannon overhead, and they were afraid that Alaw's would be desperate. Now that the Death Omen cannon has been completely destroyed, they will not have any scruples. And the last means to hold Yang Hui hostage. The Dawn Gundam descended from the sky with the Luna Gundam and others. The BYAI and the enemy air defense forces hidden in the deep mountains and old forests were eliminated one by the Luna Gundam before they could show up. All anti-aircraft firepower has been destroyed, and the anti-aircraft threat has been eliminated. Yang Hui, you can go up. All threats around the main building have been cleared. Understood. X and several MiZs landed on the ground one after another and fired mercilessly at the surroundings. Soldiers, armored vehicles, tanks, heavy artillery, etc., all turned into fragments on the ground, with thick smoke and flames. Marines, go. At this time, the large backpacks on the backs of the two MiZs opened, and a large number of fully armed Marines filed in. For a while, gunfire rang out in the main building, mixed with a sound of flesh and blood and the cruel howling. At the same time, Yang Hui left the cockpit, took his automatic rifle and went to the ground. Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang were both his teachers, and he left everything to others. He was worried. Yulin, hold your ground and protect my body. Understood, be careful. He rushed into the main building where Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang were imprisoned, followed the road cleared by the Marines, stepped on the blood, stepped over the dead bodies, and shot the enemy who was not completely dead twice in the chest. Save. When he came to the door of the innermost room, the Marine reported to Yang Hui. Yang Hui nodded, told the Marines and the people outside to guard the place, gave himself some time, and then pushed the door in alone. It's just the right time, Mr. Melon. No, should I call you Mr. Yang Hui? As expected by Yang Hui, Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang were sitting with their legs crossed facing the door of the room. Their movements and postures were exactly the same, their voices were exactly the same, and neither of them was Professor Elfman's or Mr. Wang's original voice. At the same time, their eyes were filled with colorful streams. You came to see me in person, in such a boring way. Yang Hui said coldly, sitting opposite the two. On the way, Yang Hui received a report from the Marines that Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang would not leave with him, and Yang Hui had to go in person, and had to go alone. At that time, Yang Hui guessed that Levons had used special means to control Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang. Now it seems that Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang have shown signs of awakening as purebred reformers in the process of studying GN particles, and then they were controlled by Levons within an orbit, just like Annie Leitner in the original plot. I can't help it. Who told you to give me such a big surprise, Mr. Yang Hui? Haha, what? You can't accept it? A high-handed reformer. Mr. Yang Hui, I came here with sincerity, but I don't like your attitude. Li Fengzi manipulated the two to say to Yang Hui. Every punctuation of Yang Hui's words was like a sharp knife piercing Li Fengzi's conceited little heart. He is a reformer, the savior of mankind, and the god who guides mankind forward, but, because of fear and dread, he dared not face Yang Hui in person, and could only manipulate Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang to meet Yang Hui. Then what? Yang Hui asked Li Fengzi indifferently. The consequences of my dislike are quite serious, such as... Bang! Mr. Wang suddenly moved, took out a pistol from behind and put it against his temple. The moment before his finger was about to pull the trigger, Yang Hui raised his hand and shot, knocking the gun in Mr. Wang's hand out. Anything else? Yang Hui asked in a cold tone. Even though Levons was thousands of miles away from Yang Hui, he could still feel the chill. Yang Hui was really angry. Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang were both Yang Hui's teachers, people he respected. Using these two people to threaten Yang Hui and killing one of them to intimidate Yang Hui was like lighting the haystack called anger in Yang Hui's heart, pouring a bucket of gasoline on it, and throwing a burning match. Haha, you are worthy of being Mr. Yang Hui. The power of the purebred transformers is really terrifying. However, please don't forget that I can control the nanorbits in their bodies at any time, including destroying their brains. Would you like to try? Haha, you are really cold-blooded, Mr. Yang Hui, but that's right. You are also a transformer and our compatriot. You should not be affected by boring emotions, so... I said, let you try, Li Fengzi. Mr. Yang Hui. The time is up, Li Fengzi. I asked you to come to see me in person. I was going to give you a chance, but your choice disappointed me. Yang Hui. You. I know where you were hiding, Li Fengzi. Wait for me to find you. I hope you can make me have some fun. Asshole. Li Fengzi originally planned to have a good talk with Yang Hui and win him over to cooperate with him, but he didn't expect that Yang Hui didn't give him any chance at all. He just said it to death and despised him all the time, crushing the pride that Li Fengzi cared about most. Furious, Levon's planned to fight to the death and directly control the nanorobots to destroy Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang's brains. But the next second, his face changed, he became panicked and angry. Why? Why did I lose the connection? Is there something wrong with Veda? No. Impossible, Veda is perfect, there will be no problem. No, I have to check Veda again. Chapter 668, Little Bear's worldview collapses. After confirming the situation of Professor Elfman and Old Wang, Yang Hui quietly established contact with Ilya Hutchenberg and asked him to prepare to cut off Levon's control over the nanorobots in the two elders' bodies. At the moment when Levon's was about to take action, Ilya Hutchenberg took the lead to cut off the contact. Professor Elfman and Old Wang also fainted, and Yang Hui hurried forward to support them. Come in. The Marines filed in, searching around to guard against threats. Take the two elders away from here. Understood. XN quickly evacuated with Professor Elfman and Old Wang. Yang Hui reboarded the Dawn Gundam, and the Marines also took the two old men back to the large backpack and left this place of trouble with the MIS troops. At the same time, Alaw's Far East base was in chaos like many other bases. When everyone was running for their lives, Billy Katagiri and Andrei Smirnov were hiding in a warehouse under the leadership of the agent. Shouldn't we escape from the base? Why are we hiding here? Billy Katagiri asked. It's a mess outside now. It's easy to get hit by stray bullets if you run outside. Andrei Smirnov is different from Billy Katagiri. Billy Katagiri is a technician and doesn't know much about combat knowledge, but Andrei Smirnov knows very well that the entire base is now full of chaos, and the evacuation route booked in advance has also been affected by the battle. If they are outside, not to mention that the people who monitor them will chase them, a stray bullet can kill them. I have contacted Mr. Cruz, and he will pick us up after clearing the enemies around. The agent of Shinran said. Mr. Cruz? Who is it? Billy Katagiri asked instinctively. In the year that Yang Hui and others left, he also saw the coldness of the world, especially when he was used as a hostage to threaten Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang. He became trustworthy and dared not trust anyone. He had never heard of the name Cruz. He didn't know where the Gundam outside came from, but he would not trust strangers he had never met because of the existence of Gundam and Solar Furnace. He is the new head of intelligence. He returned with Miss Wang Liumri to rebuild the intelligence network. His identity instructions have also been verified. What about Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang? Billy Katagiri asked. Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang were mutually threatened. Livons used Billy Katagiri to threaten Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang, and also used Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang to threaten Billy Katagiri, so he was also concerned about the safety of the two elders. Mr. Yang Hui is in charge of the professors and academicians. By the way, Mr. Yang Hui is Mr. Marilyn Stewart. Mr. Yang Hui is worried that you will doubt him, so he asked me to tell you that the second phase of the plan can be declared over and the confidentiality regulations are invalid. The agent of Shinran saw Billy Katagiri's distrust and took the initiative to explain. I know. Billy Katagiri didn't completely trust the agent in front of him, but he had no other choice at this time. Even if he and Andrei Smirnov dealt with several agents, there were still several Gundams outside. They couldn't escape at all. It would be better to wait patiently to meet Cruz and see who the other party was. Soon, the sound of fighting outside the warehouse gradually stopped. They knew that the battle outside was about to end, and they were about to leave this ghost place. Let's go, it's safe outside for the time being. Yes. Billy Katagiri and Andrei Smirnov followed the agents of Celestial Being out of the warehouse and saw several Gundams surrounding the warehouse. No, they should be guards. From their positions and directions, it can be seen at a glance that several Gundams are indeed protecting them. Mr. Billy Katagiri and Andrei Smirnov. Cruz did not leave the Providence Gundam, but asked them through the external broadcast. Billy Katagiri and Andrei Smirnov nodded. The target is confirmed to be safe. Start evacuating, there will be no pursuers. Travis Kakuland, Johnny Riding and others took Billy Katagiri, Andrei Smirnov and the agents of Shinran, respectively, and then took off and left. How miserable. Looking down from the air, the Far East base, which is also one of the largest bases of ALAWs in Asia, has become dilapidated. The ground is full of bits, wreckage, and corpses. The flames are burning, and the smoke is swaying and rising into the sky. Just as Cruz said, there is no possibility of pursuit. After returning to a safe place, Billy Katajari and Andrei Smirnov saw Cruz, but still did not see his true face because Cruz put on the half-covered mask again. Nice to meet you, Mr. Billy Katajari. Andrei Smirnov, I'm LL. Cruz. Looking at the hands extended to them, Billy Katajari and Andrei Smirnov did not shake them, but stared at Cruz. Who are you? What's your purpose in bringing us here? Haha, it seems that you two are still doubting my identity. Cruz took back his hand and laughed, but he also understood. After all, he was a person who suddenly appeared, plus the complicated experience of a year. It was normal for him to be wary. Don't worry, my identity is not deceiving you. Yang Hui should be back soon. Look, he's back. Yang Hui's second uncle is back. The two looked up and saw that several Gundams they had never seen before had returned to this uninhabited island. Moreover, they looked around and found that people were returning here from different directions in the distance. In order to ensure the success of the rescue operation, we sent many people to attack Alaw's bases around the world. Cruz said, and took the two to the direction where the Dawn Gundam fell. This is. Billy Katajari looked at the brand new Gundam, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Dawn Breaker, Yang Hui's special machine. Billy Katajari and Andrei Smirnov saw the cockpit door of the Dawn Breaker open. The pilot slowly landed, took off his helmet, and saw Yang Hui's face clearly. They finally breathed a sigh of relief and put down the big stone in their hearts. Yang Hui, you are finally back. Billy Katajari hugged Yang Hui and said happily. It's just 1 year, how can I disappear for dozens or hundreds of years? Yang Hui jokingly complained. Get out. You are so cool. Do you know how we spent this year? I don't know. Yang Hui spread his hands in a sly smile. Good, very good, very good, you still deserve a beating. Billy Katajari pointed at Yang Hui with trembling fingers, wanting to scold but not daring to. After all, he couldn't beat him or talk him out of it. From the heart JPG. Andrei, you have grown up. Looking at Andrei Smirnov in front of him, he has grown taller and stronger, and the edges of youth have been smoothed, sunny and tough. He still remembered that the last time he saw Andrei Smirnov was the outing before he joined Celestial Being. He had never seen him again since then, not even after the first stage. He joined the army directly after graduating from school. Second uncle, long time no see. Andrei Smirnov was excited to meet Yang Hui again after a long separation, but more of a complicated feeling. As a soldier, it is natural to take protecting civilians and safeguarding peace as one's responsibility. But the second uncle, whom he admired the most since childhood, turned out to be one of the culprits who caused the world turmoil a few years ago, and now they have appeared again, causing turmoil in the world again. Even though he is disgusted with Alaw's behavior, he cannot approve of Celestial Being's behavior. Okay, Andrei, let's talk later if you have anything to say. Now we are going back to the universe. Return to the universe. Billy Katajari and Andrei Smirnov were surprised. Now that you've been rescued, we're no longer constrained. It's time to clean up the distortions in this world. Wait, where are Professor Elfman and Old Wang? Billy Katajari asked. He hadn't seen Professor Elfman and Old Wang appear yet, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Something happened. He's still in a coma, but his health index is normal. He'll wake up soon. Oh, that's good. Cruz, contact Lima and arrange for us to return to the universe. Order the fleet on standby at Xiangguang City to head to the moon. Yang Hui ordered. Understood. Cruz went to contact Wang Liumei, and Yang Hui took Billy Katajari and Andrei Smirnov to visit Professor Elfman and Old Wang, and told them about their situation, as well as the situation of the Smirnov couple. Father and mother are both members of Shinran. Andrei Smirnov, who heard the truth, felt that his worldview collapsed. It seemed that the whole family was undercover, and only I was not? Then who is the problem? My brother is a supervisor and a collaborator in the first phase of the plan, but my sister-in-law is not. She is just an insider. Is there any difference? Of course there is. My sister-in-law did not participate in the heavenly plan. I am the only one in the family who doesn't know about it. Is there any difference? No. Why didn't you tell me? Andrei Smirnov asked. During the first phase of the plan, you hadn't graduated yet. When you graduated and joined the army, the first phase of the plan would have ended. What's the point of telling you? It seems useless. That's it. But you can't keep it from me forever. I'm the only one in the family who's hiding it, and this makes me very sad. Second uncle. Yang Hui narrowed his eyes and patted Andrei Smirnov on the shoulder. As an elder, he gave Little Bear sincere advice. Little Bear, welcome to the adult society. Second uncle. Don't be sad, Little Bear, a man's growth always comes at a price. No, second uncle, can you please not call me Little Bear? Your grandfather is Old Bear, your father is Big Bear, aren't you Little Bear? When did our family have such a strange inheritance? And, second uncle, aren't you Second Bear? No, I'm not. Why? Because I was adopted, hey. Chapter 669, The Mysterious A01, The Reappearance of Trinity. Including crews, all the Miss pilots who landed on Earth returned to the universe, including Raina and Gerald who were responsible for protecting Zhuangjiang, Amuro and Kong Yun who were protecting Louise. Yang Hui said that this time, he planned to sweep all the way. He was not interested in reorganizing the forces and then playing slowly with Levons. He would directly join the large fleet and completely eliminate Levons and the Transformer hiding in the Heavenly Man. As for the turmoil in the Earth Federation, all the people above could be cleared out and the imprisoned senior officials could be reinstated. As for the stability of the citizens' lives, that was even simpler. With Veda, is there any intelligence that cannot be collected? Throw it all out and expose the Transformer as well. That would be enough. He didn't care about the rest. He only cared about how much combat power he could increase after solving the Transformer. At this time, Levons of the Heavenly Man checked Veda inside and out. After finding no problems, he sat back in his seat with confidence. Do pure-blooded Transformers have abilities that I don't know about? It's impossible. Pure-blooded Transformers are the same as me. Brain quantum waves can connect to Veda, but they can't usurp my authority. I have the highest authority, and no one can take Veda away from me. What's the problem? Levons, is it really okay for you to be so leisurely? Just when Levons was in trouble, Regina appeared again and gave Levons eye drops at the right time. But it was not just eye drops, but also urging. How long has Yang Hui been back? In less than a month, the huge force they spent a year to build was almost destroyed. Only scattered remnants were left on the Earth. The universe lost 4 death cannons as a deterrent, and most of the fleet was destroyed. Even the Transformers driving the latest machine, Gatasa, lost a lot. On the other hand, they didn't even know the whereabouts of Yang Hui and others. Shut up, Regina. I don't feel like playing with you right now. Go and call everyone back. Really? I see. Regina also put away his sarcastic smile and expression, and nodded seriously, but when he turned around, a sneer appeared on his face. He was completely disappointed with Levons. He had originally regarded Levons as a competitor who needed to be taken seriously. While he was openly and secretly against Levons, he was also making his own arrangements to usurp the control of Veda and turn the Heavenly Man plan into Regina's plan. But now, when he encountered something that he couldn't control, he lost his composure and his spirited attitude. In Regina's view, Levons was no different from those artificial reformers he created. He was just a child, showing off everywhere when things went well, and getting impatient when things failed. What's funny is that you haven't discovered my true identity until now. Regina thought disdainfully. Bang! At this moment, a sudden gunshot broke the silence. Regina, who was facing away from Levons, looked down at his abdomen in disbelief. The white lining was stained with blood. The severe pain gradually devoured his consciousness. Regina turned his head and looked at Levons who was shooting at him. I finally figured it out, Regina. Levons changed his previous anxiety and regained his conceited attitude. Everything is you who hindered me, Regina. You have the level 6 authority second only to mine, but you did something to Veda without telling me, and assisted Yang Hui and others without telling me, am I right? Plop! Regina no longer had the strength to stand, and fell to the ground, staring at Levons. He didn't expect Levons to suddenly kill him. Fonzie. You were originally quite useful, but you went too far, Regina. I'm not very happy. Bang bang! 2 more shots broke Regina's legs. Regina was already doomed, so Levonzi was just venting his anger. The new world I created does not need people who betray their compatriots. Without you, Veda will no longer have problems, and you won't be able to see me create a new world, forever. Regina, who was lying on the ground, laughed hoarsely as his life passed away. He laughed happily and sarcastically. Fonzie, You, really, don't know anything. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. What? Levanzi frowned slightly. We will meet again, Levanzi. Bang bang bang. The feeling of anxiety enveloped Levanzi again. He fired a series of shots until the bullets in the magazine were emptied, but he didn't feel relieved or relaxed at all. However, Levon still adjusted his state and regained his composure. Without even looking at the person hiding in the darkness, he ordered, "Go and prepare. The world's transformation is about to begin." "Yes, Lord Levons." 4 people came out of the shadows. 3 of them were old acquaintances of Yang Hui and others. After the 3 Trinity brothers and sisters were captured by the People's Revolutionary League, the Earth Federation was established. Levons fished out the 3 people who were imprisoned and used them as his subordinates. The last person did not speak. She wore a mask on her head. From her slim clothes, it can be seen that she was a woman. "Lord Levons, can I ask you for a favor?" Nina Trinity asked playfully and cutely. "What is it?" Levons asked with a smile. "Can I go to Earth first and kill that bitch Wang Liumeng?" Nina Trinity said the most cruel words in the most lively tone. John Trinity and Michael Trinity were also looking forward to Nina Trinity's request. They were captured by the top military troops of the People's Revolutionary League because of the information Wang Liumeng gave them. After being captured by the People's Revolutionary League, they were used as guinea pigs for various cruel experiments. The hideous scars on John Trinity and Michael Trinity's faces were left at that time. And Nina Trinity was the most miserable of the 3. They hated Wang Liumeng, who betrayed them, and Yang Hui, who instructed her from behind. Those who had attacked them were killed with the help of Levons. The only target of revenge was Yang Hui and everything related to Yang Hui. No. To the surprise of the 3 siblings, Levons refused directly. "Now is a critical moment, and there is no time for you to go to Earth." "But Lord Levons." Pa. Nina Trinity wanted to fight for it again, but Levons still approached and slapped her in the face. "Nina. You." John Trinity and Michael Trinity were both sister Khan. Seeing their sister being beaten, they were subconsciously angry, but they were glared at by Levons and lowered their heads obediently. After being rescued by Levons, they gradually felt the horror of Levons and had the upper hand in his hands, so they dared not speak out. "I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." The 3 siblings lowered their heads and answered obediently. The masked woman remained silent without any emotional fluctuations, just like a robot. "Go, A01, please." The masked woman nodded and turned to leave. Seeing this, the Trinity siblings could only follow obediently, but looking at A01 who was like a robot in front of them, they were furious and planned to vent their anger on her. "You robot, wait a minute." Nina Trinity tried to grab A1's shoulder from behind, but as soon as she touched him, A01 grabbed her backhand, cut off her wrist and threw her out. "Nina. You bastard." Catcher A01 still didn't say anything, and his emotions didn't fluctuate at all. He drew his gun and pointed it at Michael Trinity who was pulling out a knife. Under the mask, there was an intermittent electronic voice, "Mission, obstruction, eliminate. Tisk." John Trinity brought Nina Trinity back, then patted Michael Trinity's shoulder and asked him to put down the knife. "Excuse me, we don't mean to hinder you from carrying out your mission." Hearing this, A01 put away his gun and continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. The 3 Trinity brothers and sisters watched her leave angrily. "Brother, why don't you let me teach her a lesson?" Michael Trinity asked angrily. "That's right. She's just a robot. Why are you afraid of her?" Nina Trinity was also very angry. "It's not the right time yet. We still have leverage in Levons's hands." John Trinity explained to his brother and sister, "No matter who she is, if we want to live, we should not provoke her and should not anger Levons." "But Brother John, why don't we just kill Levons?" Nina Trinity's heart has become more twisted. "As long as she doesn't like it, she will kill him directly." "That's right. He doesn't look that powerful. Kill him and we will be free." Michael Trinity agreed. It's not the right time yet. The suggestions of his brother and sister were very tempting. John Trinity also wanted to do it. After trying so hard and going through so much, he was the only one among the 3 siblings who could still maintain a little bit of rationality. In addition to revenge, his biggest goal was freedom, to live freely with his brother and sister without any constraints, no longer being anyone's props, and no longer obeying anyone's orders. But it was precisely because of his little bit of rationality that he felt that Levons would not be killed so easily. Their life and death were still in the hands of Levons. For himself and for his brother and sister, he could not take risks. Wait for the chance. I promise you, once there is a chance, I will kill him and take you away. Brother John, don't forget to take revenge. Well, I won't forget it, not for the rest of my life. John Trinity said while hugging his brothers and sisters, Mirland Stewart, Wang Liumi, and Smirnov. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.